Hello and welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Explore our playlist for more captivating novels, and don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video. Now, let's dive into today's story. Chapter 21 Tang Yu's Suspicion. Jiang Yi did not meditate that night and slept soundly. He woke up the next day feeling refreshed, had breakfast and was about to practice when his keen senses told him that someone was coming outside. Sure enough, the doorbell rang soon. He knew who it was without thinking. Since his parents passed away, except for Lingqi who came once, no one else who visited his place would ever ring the doorbell. "Teacher Tang Yu, please come in. Have you had breakfast? How about I make something for you?" Jiang Yi opened the door and welcomed her in warmly. No matter what, she is still his teacher, and she did not act with any malicious intent yesterday, so Jiang Yi would not hold a grudge against her for it. However, he did not expect that his hidden strength would be accidentally discovered by Tang Yu. He also figured it out yesterday. It would be okay for him to hide his identity as a hunter to deceive ordinary people like Zhang Lu, but if someone with a background like Tang Yu wanted to investigate, it would be easy to find out that Jiang Yi was him, Jiang Yi. Tang Yu walked into the living room and found that the layout of the room was quite simple. Apart from the necessary furniture, there was no redundant furniture. "No need for breakfast. I think I don't need to repeat the reason why I came to see you. I promise you that as long as there is no problem with you, the trial will definitely restore your innocence in the most fair manner." Hearing Tang Yu's words, Jiang Yi suddenly laughed. Seeing him laugh, Tang Yu frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at? Do you not trust the judge? Or do you really have a secret that you cannot tell anyone?" Jiang Yi looked at her, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. "Teacher Tang Yu, I am smiling because you made a mistake. I don't need the trial to prove my innocence. If the trial doubts me, they should produce evidence to prove that I have a problem. Do you have any evidence?" Tang Yu was speechless. Indeed, the normal process should be as Jiang Yi said, finding evidence to prove guilt, then arresting, and then trying. But the Inquisition has too much power and is too overbearing, and over the years they have acted more and more recklessly. If you suspect someone is guilty, arrest him first, regardless of whether there is evidence or not. After the interrogation, you can write down his right and wrong anyway. In this world where magic is respected, there is no need to frame someone and torture them into confessing. A single use of psychic magic can make them confess. Tang Yu is indeed kind-hearted. She believes in the justice preached by the trial council and is working hard to practice such justice. However, growing in the mud, no matter how cleanly the flowers bloom, their roots will still be stained by the dirt of the mud. Tang Yu was like this. Even she herself did not realize that she had been influenced by the overbearing style of the Inquisition. Her way of solving problems was more inclined to oppress those related to the problem rather than finding the root of the problem. This way of doing things, even if it does solve the problem in the end, will still cause incalculable losses to the parties involved. If Jiang Yi really agreed to accept the investigation of the trial committee and confessed everything about himself, Jiang Yi could fully imagine what his fate would be. It would not be easy anyway. After a long silence, Tang Yu spoke again, "But there are indeed doubts about you. If you can't prove your innocence, how can I guarantee that you are not a member of the Black Church?" Jiang Yi was not surprised to hear Tang Yu's words. This was the way the Inquisition did things. It was rare that Tang Yu was willing to be reasonable. If someone else came, they would not care whether you were really the Black Church or not and would just arrest you first. They will know whether he is right or wrong after interrogating him. Anyway, they don't have to pay any price for arresting the wrong person. Once you are at the interrogation table, right and wrong, good and evil, black and white will all be determined by the other party's strokes, and at that time you will really be unable to defend yourself. The world is not really that dark, but there are definitely such dark places. Jiang Yi does not want to gamble with other people's conscience with his own life, and it is absolutely impossible for him to cooperate with the trial. "Come with me to meet someone. I think he should be able to prove it for me." Jiang Yi knew that it was useless to explain anything to Tang Yu, so he simply said nothing. "Who are you meeting?" Tang Yu asked after hearing this. Jiang Yi didn't answer and walked out the door without looking back. Seeing this, Tang Yu had no choice but to follow him. After leaving the Anji of Bo City and continuing to walk outwards, Jiang Yi and Tang Yu soon arrived at the Shifeng Mountain Post Station. This was the front fortress of Bo City's defense against the monsters of Nanling Mountains. The officer stationed here was Zhang Kong. To guarantee Jiang Yi, one must have someone whose identity is completely reliable and whose status is high enough, and Zhang Kong is such a person. Before coming here, Jiang Yi contacted Zhang Kong on his phone and briefly explained his situation to him, so as soon as they arrived here, someone came out immediately to lead them to the post station. Zhang Kong had obviously been waiting for a long time. When he saw Jiang Yi, he immediately came up to him with a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, brother Jiang Yi, it's been a while since we last met. You seem to have gotten stronger. Wait, your speed of improvement in cultivation really puts me to shame." Zhang Kong just inadvertently sensed with his mind and suddenly discovered that Jiang Yi's cultivation had already reached the third level of the initial stage, and even showed signs of perfection in his cultivation. In Jiang Yi's current situation, as long as he has the blessing of a place for cultivation like the Holy Spring, he can break through and advance to the intermediate level at any time. But how old is Jiang Yi? He hasn't even finished his first year of high school yet, and his cultivation is about to break through to the intermediate level. How can this not shock people? Commander Zhongkong, let's not talk about my business for now. Let me introduce you. This is my magic practice teacher and also the judge of the trial council, Tang Yu. Jiang Yi quickly introduced Tang Yu's identity. Zhongkong then turned his attention to Tang Yu. Even he was amazed by Tang Yu's appearance and figure, but he already had someone in his heart and did not show the slightest obsession. "Judge Tang, I have a general understanding of the matter. I, Zhang Kong, guarantee you with my identity as the commander of the Weifang army that Jiang Yi is definitely not a member of the Black Church, nor is he a member of any evil organization. Are you satisfied with this?" As a military officer of the Weifang army and a high-level wizard, Zhang Kong naturally understood the style of the Inquisition, so after Jiang Yi explained the matter to him, he knew what to do. Tang Yu also didn't expect that Jiang Yi could actually ask the chief of Bo City's defense to vouch for him. Zhang Kong was the highest chief of the entire Bo City's defense, so his weight was naturally enough to vouch for Jiang Yi. Since Commander Wei Fang is willing to come forward to guarantee, I naturally believe that Jiang Yi is innocent. I was not thoughtful enough about this matter. I didn't expect that Jiang Yi is someone that Wei Fang values. Commander Zhang Kong, please don't mind. Ha ha ha, I don't mind, of course I don't mind. It didn't cause any damage anyway. It's just a misunderstanding at most. It's your duty. Zhang Kong was very happy, because Tang Yu said that Jiang Yi was someone Wei Fang valued, which was no different from directly saying that Jiang Yi was Wei Fang's man. If this matter can be publicized through the mouth of the trial committee, even if it is only circulated in a small circle, it will be of great help to the rear guard in attracting Jiang Yi to join in the future. But Jiang Yi also heard the hidden meaning of Tang Yu's words, so he explained, "Teacher Tang Yu, you misunderstood, I have no relationship with Wei Fang, I just have some personal relationship with Chief Zhang Kong." Tang Yu was a little surprised to hear Jiang Yi's explanation. She thought Jiang Yi was a talent specially trained by Wei Fang, but he was kept in the magic high school because of his age. She didn't expect that Jiang Yi would directly reject her. This means that Jiang Yi does not belong to any faction now, so doesn't she have the opportunity to bring him into the trial? Thinking of this, Tang Yu immediately said, "I see. I misunderstood. Jiang Yi, would you like to consider joining the tribunal? With your talent, you can become a formal judge as long as you join. You should know that even if you are a graduate of a top university in the country and want to join the tribunal, you must start as an apprentice judge." Alas, Judge Tang Yu, you are going too far. After all, I was the one who established a relationship with Brother Jiang first. How could you intercept him halfway? Zhang Kong became anxious when he heard Tang Yu's words and quickly spoke up to stop her. Jiang Yi was a grown man, and Zhang Kong was really afraid that he couldn't withstand the temptation of a beauty like Tang Yu, so he agreed directly. Moreover, Tang Yu is Jiang Yi's teacher. She has more opportunities to interact with Jiang Yi than herself. Who knows what means she will use next? Commander Zhang Kong, this is none of your business. Everyone wants talented people, so of course it all depends on one's ability. Obviously, Tang Yu also knew his own advantages and did not give in at all. Stop. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel about their fate, Jiang Yi hurriedly interrupted, Teacher Tang Yu, Commander Zhang Kong, you two should take a break. I solemnly declare that I will not consider joining any faction. I still want to go to college and participate in the national government trials. Before I graduate from college, I will not consider joining any faction. You guys should all stop worrying about it. After hearing Jiang Yi's words, Zhang Kong and Tang Yu gave up their quarrel. Afterwards, Jiang Yi asked Tang Yu to help keep the secret of his talent, and Tang Yu readily agreed. After finishing, Jiang Yi returned to his home to carry out his daily practice. After this incident, Jiang Yi's life returned to normal again. However, because Jiang Yi's hunter level had reached elite hunter, B-level commissions were of no significance to him. Moreover, with the windfall from Zhou Hao, he was not short of money for the time being, so he did not continue to accept commissions. Apart from daily practice, he devoted almost all his attention to the book, Detailed Explanation of Basic Magic Circles. This book is indeed worthy of its name. The content is the most detailed and thorough analysis of magic circles he has ever seen. It includes magic circles of every attribute, starting from the most basic principles, so that even people who have no knowledge of magic circles can understand it. Jiang Yi has a great interest in magic circles. He was able to successfully learn the body tempering technique in this world thanks to the books on magic circles left by his parents. It was with the help of the magic circle that he absorbed the energy in the magic stone to temper his body and strengthen the origin of his qi and blood. Finally, he successfully cultivated a wisp of martial arts true qi, which was the foundation of his martial arts practice. This book, Detailed Explanation of Basic Magic Circles, that he got by accident, was much clearer than the book his parents left for him. Many of the explanations of the principles of magic circles made Jiang Yi feel as if everything had suddenly become clear. While studying this book, Jiang Yi's understanding and mastery of magic circles grew rapidly. As he was practicing and studying magic circles, the second semester of his first year in high school was coming to an end, but he had only finished studying 1/5 of the entire book. This 1/5 part was mainly about the construction of various elemental magic arrays, and even mentioned a bold conjecture and design attempt to release different elemental magics through the fusion of magic arrays, which amazed Jiang Yi. Chapter 22 Perfect Goddess. As the end of the semester approaches, the much-anticipated annual assessment is about to arrive. The first-year students of Tianlin Magic High School have different mentalities. Those who work hard at meditation are naturally full of confidence, but there are also those who cannot stand the boredom of meditation and just want to get by and are worried. But these have nothing to do with Jiang Yi. His mind is all on the magic circle. In his eyes, the annual assessment that everyone attaches great importance to seems to be completely incomparable to the magnificent and complex magic circle. However, something happened at this time that freed Jiang Yi from his obsession with studying the magic circle. He received a call from Mu Ningxie. When the call was connected, Jiang Yi spoke before Mu Ningxie could say anything. Little Princess Ningxie actually took the initiative to contact me. I am really flattered. I'm back in Bo City. Mu Ningxui's usual concise words came from the other end. Jiang Yi was stunned for a moment, then he realized that it was already the end of the semester and Mu Ningxie was on vacation. After a moment of silence, he said, "Do you miss me? I'll come find you right away." In Jiang Yi's opinion, Mu Ningxie contacted him as soon as she came back. What else could it be but that she missed him? No, I have accepted Principal Zhu's invitation and will participate in the annual assessment of Tianlin Magic High School. Mu Ningxie said. Although Mu Ningxie rejected his suggestion to go find her, Jiang Yi was very happy because she did not deny the words, "Do you miss me?" So he agreed and said, "Well, see you at school." Afterwards, Jiang Yi chatted with Mu Ningxie for a long time. Although the words were meaningless, Mu Ningxie responded seriously. Finally, her father's voice came from Mu Ningxui's side, and then he hung up the phone. After this incident, Jiang Yi suddenly began to look forward to the annual assessment, which he had not cared much about before. In this mood of anticipation, the day of the annual assessment finally arrived. Jiang Yi specifically asked Mu Ningxie about her arrival time at school and waited at the school gate. Mu Shui's arrival was a surprise for the students taking the test, so she would not go through the school gate but enter through the back door. If Jiang Yi hadn't asked specifically, he wouldn't have known. Soon, Jiang Yi saw a graceful figure in a plain white dress walking towards him, and then a cold breath blew in his face, which made him feel shocked. The most eye-catching thing is the long flowing silver hair, which makes the figure look as beautiful as an elf in the snow. Jiang Yi hurriedly went to greet him, and said with a smile on his face, "I thought you would come with Uncle Mu." They went through the front door. Mu Ningxie answered briefly, and at the same time, she nimbly moved to the side to avoid Jiang Yi's sudden hug. But who would have thought that Jiang Yi would suddenly reach out and grab one of her hands? After Mu Ningxie struggled for a few times in vain, she let him hold her hand. Jiang Yi held Mu Ningxui's small hand and pulled her in front of him. He placed his other hand on her wrist and began to sense it calmly. Seeing this, Mu Ningxie frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" However, Jiang Yi suddenly frowned, turned around and looked at Mu Ningxie seriously and said, "Your Highness, you didn't take the medicine seriously according to the instructions I gave you. Your physical condition is much worse than last time. Your body temperature now is no different from that of a corpse." Hearing this, Mu Ningxui's eyes flickered slightly. After a moment of silence, she said, "I don't have much free time in the imperial capital. I have to meditate and attend classes. The methods in that booklet consume too much energy and time. The body is the foundation of cultivation. How can you not distinguish the primary from the secondary? Also, haven't you been accepted by the Imperial Capital Academy? Do you still have to attend compulsory classes at the Magic University?" Jiang Yi expressed his confusion, as the content of magic theory in this world would be taught before college, and the only task at Magic College was to practice hard and improve one's strength. Unless you are a research talent who specializes in magic theory and wants to make a theoretical breakthrough, you will not spend a lot of time studying magic theory. I was admitted as an exception. Before entering the main campus, I also have to take magic theory classes. Mu Ningxie replied. So this is what is called special admission. Isn't it just setting up a separate high school class in the school? The Imperial Capital Academy can actually go to such lengths to attract geniuses. Jiang Yi suddenly understood. It's not just the Imperial Capital Academy. Most of the top magic colleges in the country have similar practices, Mu Ningxie said. Forget it. This is not what I care about. Just listen to me and take care of yourself. I will check again next time we meet. If your physical condition is still so bad next time, I will use force on you. Jiang Yi said half-threateningly. Mu Ningxie didn't know what to feel when she heard this. She just felt an inexplicable emotion flowing in her heart. She didn't reject it, so she nodded and agreed. The annual assessment is divided into two parts, theory and practice, but it is obvious that the theoretical part accounts for a much smaller proportion than the practical part. The practical assessment was conducted in class order. On the trial field, all 30 classes of the first year of high school were lined up in an orderly manner. The school leaders stood in the front, and a peculiar round stone was placed on a platform. That is the Star Sense Stone, a tool that can detect the strength of magic energy. Students taking the test need to inject magic energy into it and judge the strength of their cultivation by the strength of the light it emits. This is the first part of the practical assessment. As long as you pass this part, you can continue to study in school. As for the second part of the assessment, magic release, it is a bonus option reserved for a small number of geniuses. Anyone who can control all 7 stars and successfully release magic within a year is considered a genius worthy of respect in Bo City. Of course, not everyone can do it. Before the assessment began, Shui Musheng, the head teacher of Class 8, gave his final instructions. Remember what I told you, the strength of the Stardust's brilliance represents the level of magic power in your Stardust. Class 8 students, the time has come to prove the results of your hard work this year, so shine your starlight. Teacher Shui, I'm sorry, I may be asked to leave the school. At this time, a girl who looked very weak said with tears in her eyes. Everyone was attracted by the voice and looked over. The person who spoke was He Yu, who had awakened the water element. His nervous and uneasy appearance caused the surrounding students to feel distressed and sympathetic. How could that be? You have always worked hard. Don't be so pessimistic. Shui Musheng quickly spoke to comfort her. But I'm stupid. Even if I practice hard every day, the stardust still looks so weak. He Yu said. Seeing this, the others also came out to comfort him one after another, which shows that He Yu usually has a good relationship with his classmates. Jiang Yi arrived slowly at this time. When Shui Musheng saw him, he wanted to teach him a lesson, but after thinking it over, he gave up. After getting along with him for a year, he knew what kind of temper Jiang Yi had. Out of boredom, Jiang Yi used his mind to probe the cultivation status of his classmates and found that there were very few people in the class who could release elementary magic. There is squad leader Zhou Min, Mu Bai from the Mu family, Mo Fan needless to say, and Mo Fan's younger brother Zhang Xiaohu. Apart from these people, the best distance to release magic is a little bit short. Jiang Yi. At this moment, a mean voice suddenly sounded beside Jiang Yi's ear. Hey, I heard that dimensional magic is the most difficult to practice. If you fail the assessment, you will be asked to leave. Do you feel pressured? Jiang Yi gave him a confident look and said, there is no pressure. In fact, my true strength is enough to be admitted to the top magic school. Mo Fan was completely speechless. He didn't expect Jiang Yi to be more boastful than him. Didn't he even think about it before he wrote it down? Haha, Mo Fan, you're actually caring about others. Don't you want to think about what you should do? You're going to be expelled from the school after this assessment. A sarcastic voice sounded in time, and Jiang Yi did not disappoint. It was indeed Zhao Kunsen. Zhao Kunsen, you are sick, aren't you? Can you please stop barking like a mad dog? Zhang Xiaohu immediately stood up to speak for Mo Fan. Seeing that the two sides were about to have a big quarrel over this, Jiang Yi secretly activated his magic power, and the soul stardust in the spiritual universe suddenly burst into an invisible ripple. Annoying. Jiang Yi uttered a word lightly. As a word was uttered, ripple-like invisible mental power broke out of the body and quickly spread throughout the trial field. An indescribable mental pressure came over him, and Zhao Kunsen, who was just about to open his mouth to argue, immediately felt as if his neck was pinched and he became speechless, unable to utter a word. This is the application of the soul magic newly developed by Jiang Yi. He discovered that his soul system can also do similar things to the mind system, achieving mind induction and mind coercion. If they were farther away, Jiang Yi wouldn't have done that, but Mo Fan was standing next to him, and if they started scolding him, his ears would be in pain. However, Jiang Yi was only targeting Zhao Kunsen. The others didn't feel anything about it. When Zhang Xiaohu and Mo Fan saw that Zhao Kunsen suddenly became speechless, they just snorted coldly and ignored him. The assessment finally began. Naturally, the principal gave a speech first, followed by the chairman of the management committee. The so-called management committee is actually composed of school sponsors, and has a great influence on many aspects of the school's decisions. The chairman is Mu He from the Mu family. Mu He's speech was full of expectations and encouragement for young people. Who would have thought that such a person would be the blue-robed deacon of the Black Church? At the end of his speech, Mu He suddenly changed the subject. Today is a very special day because we have invited the most outstanding female magician in Bo City. She was admitted to the Imperial Capital Magic Academy as an exception when she was 15 years old. I think many of you have heard of her legend. Yes, she is Mu Ningxi. Let us applaud and welcome this magic genius who should have been in the same class as you but has already been promoted to the academy. As soon as these words were spoken, more than 1,000 people in the entire training ground became agitated, with voices of exclamation and disbelief rising one after another. Mu Ningxui's genius quickly spread among the students. Stories about her ferocious ability spread quickly, such as how her icy power froze an area of several miles when she first awakened, how she was able to release complete ice magic in 8 months, and many more exaggerated descriptions of her appearance. Amid the discussions and the attention of the crowd, a head of flowing snow-silver hair first caught the eye. The girl's graceful figure, set off by her tight white dress, exuded a wonderful beauty. She walked gracefully to the front of the stage. In the scorching summer, she stood there and gave people a feeling of the peerless arrogance of the ice goddess. She was a natural darling of ice, a perfect goddess who was independent of the world. Chapter 23 Assessment in Progress. Mu Ningxui's speech was brief and official. She basically hoped that everyone would work hard in their cultivation and that everyone could be admitted to an ideal university. However, Even with such brief and official words, the people in the audience were still very excited, especially the many boys, who felt as if they could really achieve good results with Mu Ningxui's blessing. After Mu Ningxi finished her speech, Zhang Xiaohu turned to Jiang Yi and whispered, "Brother Zhang, how is the progress between you and the little princess?" When Mu Ningxi was a child, she was a princess in the eyes of many children in Bo City. The huge Mu Manor was the castle where the princess lived and was the perfect object of boys' fantasy. But since Mu Ningxi awakened on her own 3 years ago, she was taken to live in the imperial capital. She spent very little time in Bo City each year, and people like Zhang Xiaohu and Mo Fan had hardly ever seen her again. However, because they lived very close, Zhang Xiaohu knew that Jiang Yi had been interested in Mu Ningxi since childhood, so he asked at this time. Jiang Yi gave him a meaningful smile but did not answer. Zhang Xiaohu immediately understood what was going on and stopped asking questions. This scene was seen by Mu Bai, who was at a distance. In fact, his attention had already been drawn to it when Zhang Xiaohu asked that question. Mu Bai is a member of the Mu family's side branch, but due to family changes, he was adopted by Mu He and lived in the Mu family manor since he was a child. Mo Fan is the son of Mu Zuian's driver and has a small house in the Mu family manor, so the two are bound to meet each other. Now, under Jiang Yi's suppression, Mo Fan would not show excessive thoughts towards Mu Ningxi, but he was not like this when he was a child. He often boasted in front of others, so Mu Bai couldn't stand Mo Fan since he was a child. He didn't understand. With his status and talent, he didn't dare to have any extravagant thoughts about someone like Mu Ningxi. How could Mo Fan, who was no different from a street hooligan, dare to have such extravagant hopes? His thoughts were simply blasphemy to Mu Ningxi. Although Jiang Yi was better than Mo Fan, in Mu Bai's eyes, he was still not worthy of Mu Ningxi. He believed that whether it was Mo Fan or Jiang Yi, their improper thoughts about Mu Ningxi were an act of usurpation. Humph, are you so proud? This is the last time you can laugh. After today, you will never have the chance to show up at Magic High School again. The young lady will be very disappointed when she sees your performance and will lose all interest in you. Mu Bai believed that the reason why Mu Ningxi was interested in people like Jiang Yi and Mo Fan was simply because of novelty and curiosity. As she grew older, she saw through their lowly nature and the huge gap between the two sides, and she would never give them any chance to get close to her. To this end, he and his uncle Mu He made some preparations. He was determined to make these two evil-minded people look so disgraced in front of the whole school that they would never be able to get up again. Young people have simple minds, and the reasons for their hatred and love are also simple, so sometimes they can be vicious for no reason. They know that doing so may ruin a person's life, but their minds are simple, and they naively think that this is right. There is only one devil and one angel. The assessment finally began. Each class took the test at the same time. Each class had 3 examiners in charge. One of the examiners for Class 8 was a bald middle-aged man. As the bald middle-aged man read out the names, the students came forward one by one to take the test. The order is random. The first one is He Yu's name. He Yu is the girl who looked weak and cried, worried that she would be asked to leave the school. She was still so timid. She walked shyly to the star-sent stone and was hesitant to extend her hand. "You can start now," the bald examiner urged. "He Yu, come on, your instructors and classmates all believe in you." Shui Musheng encouraged. "It doesn't matter if you didn't do well in the exam. I will support you," a boy said at this time. He Yu then timidly placed his hand on the star-sent stone. The next moment, a bright blue light emanated. The light was subtle at first, like the dawn, and gradually spread to the entire area around the star-sent stone, almost filling it up. Ah, ah, ah. The 3 examiners announced their evaluations at the same time, and in the end He Yu's grade was undoubtedly A. The bald examiner saw that He Yu still had his eyes closed and reminded him, "Student, that's enough. Your final grade is A." He Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. After a moment, he said with joy, "Really, really? I'm A. I'm a." Not only herself, but everyone else in Class 8 was shocked by her result. No one expected that He Yu, who usually keeps a low profile, could achieve such excellent results, a grade, which is enough to enter the seed class. It's so speechless. She was crying just now. We all thought she was on the verge of being asked to leave, but when the test results came out, she got an A. She's such a liar. I won't trust her anymore. Shui Musheng's expression was frozen for a long time. He was also deceived by He Yu's previous performance, but he was still happy that she could get such good results. At this moment, many people thought that He Yu's previous performance was a deliberate act, but Jiang Yi did not think so, because his soul ability felt the nervousness from He Yu's heart, which did not disappear until the moment the results came out. Does the next item require an assessment? The bald examiner asked at this time. When the magic power reaches a level, it means that the cultivation level is enough to release magic, the only difference is in the control of the stars. He Yu hurriedly shook his head and said, I only have 6 stars, so forget it. Hearing this, the bald instructor nodded and said, well, we will determine your grade based on the evaluations of your other teachers. Thank you, mentor. After saying that, He Yu happily returned to her seat in the classroom, but found that her friends, who usually got along well with her, were all 1 meter away from her, which made her very puzzled. The assessment continued, and the next one was Zhang Xiaohu. When Zhang Xiaohu heard his name, he looked at Shui Musheng, and then at Tang Yu, the practical course instructor. Do your best. Your instructor believes in you. Tang Yu noticed Zhang Xiaohu's nervousness and encouraged him. Zhang Xiaohu nodded, walked to the star-sensing stone, placed his hand on it, closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The star-sensing stone gradually began to emit mottled light, which dimmed and brightened with his breathing. But as Zhang Xiaohu gradually got into the state, the light of the star-sense stone also stabilized, and the blue magic light almost filled the entire star-sense stone, which was even better than He Yu's. A+. The evaluation given by the last examiner was different from the previous 2. Zhang Xiaohu was also awakened by these 3 voices and hurriedly said, Teacher, let me try again. Zhang Xiaohu was obviously not satisfied with this result, and without waiting for his instructor's consent, he entered the meditation state again. This time he was calmer and entered the meditation state more smoothly. The blue light representing the wind element gradually lit up and soon spread around the star-sense stone, without any more unstable flickering. The 3 examiners looked at each other, nodded, and gave the same, A+, evaluation. Final grade, A+. Zhang Xiaohu then moved his hand away from the star-sense stone with satisfaction. His performance also amazed the other students in Class 8. Zhang Xiaohu was usually inconspicuous, but who knew his grades were so good? Teacher, I want to take the next test. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu said with a firm look in his eyes. Are you sure? The examiner was a little surprised and asked for confirmation. Zhang Xiaohu smiled shyly, but nodded affirmatively. I know that if the annual assessment results rank high, it will take longer to obtain the Stardust magical artifact, so I have to take the release test. Magic release is prepared for top students. It is a project used to widen the gap between geniuses and ordinary students. Zhang Xiaohu's Stardust test results are indeed enough to proceed to the next assessment. However, his assessment was not smooth. He tried several times, but the star track always broke at the end. He failed to successfully release the basic wind magic and had to exit with regret. However, the 3 examiners all saw that Zhang Xiaohu had indeed mastered elementary magic, but he failed to release it because he was too nervous. Such performance was more than enough for him to enter the seed class. The last 3 examiners all gave encouragement and provided some experience and methods. At this time, a group of school leaders, Mu Zuyan, Mu Ningxie and others walked to the assessment site of Class 7. After seeing the people taking the test, the principal turned to Mu Zuyan and said, Brother Mu Zuyan, this is our school's excellent student in the Thunder Department. His name is Xu Zayading. After he awakened the lightning attribute a year ago, I, as Principal Zuo, have paid special attention to him. He is now taking the assessment for the release phase. Shall we take a look? Ningxie, let's take a look at this junior's performance. Mu Zuyan turned around and asked Mu Ningxie for her opinion. Yeah, Mu Ningxie nodded. As the only Thunder-type student in Tianlin Magic High School, Xu Zayading has become the focus of the entire school since he entered the school. All the attention has been urging him to practice hard all the time. Follow my orders. The head of the elements, Thunder. Seal of Thunder. There is no need to chant to release magic. Xu Zayading's childish lines are just his way of adjusting his state. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple arc of electricity like a raging python suddenly rose from his raised right hand. As his right hand fell, an arc of electricity shot out from the mad python, and the dissipated thunder force left a thrilling crack on the ground of the training ground. Snap! With a loud bang, a violent purple arc of lightning hit the puppet on the training ground. The puppet was instantly unrecognizable and scattered into charred debris. It is conceivable that if there was a person standing there, he would probably have died. The destructive power of thunder is so terrifying. Xu Ziyading turned around with satisfaction, expecting the instructor's comments, but was suddenly attracted by a pair of eyes as bright as snow, and his face was immediately filled with surprise. Lightning is the most powerful element. Even Mu Ningxue would be shocked if she saw how he controlled lightning just now. Ning Shui, what do you think? Mu He asked with a smile. Average. Mu Ningxue gave a two-word evaluation and continued walking without even glancing at it. Her performance made several school leaders look stunned. If Xu Ziyading was just average, then wouldn't the other students be trash? Haha, it's actually pretty good. Ning Shui is in the Imperial Capital Academy, where magic geniuses from all over the country gather. The release of the elementary lightning seal is just basic skills there. He thinks it's just that he's used to measuring it by the Imperial Capital Academy's standards. Mu Zuiyan was indeed an old hand. After noticing that the atmosphere was not right, he quickly found a way out for everyone. So Xu Ziyading still has a good chance of getting into the Imperial Capital Academy. Principal Zhu, who is also very good at walking up the stairs, said along the way. The others finally reacted and quickly spoke up in response. If nothing unexpected happens, Xu Ziyading should be the top student in the school. Suddenly someone said to the leader. That's hard to say. As far as I know, Mu Bai from class 8 is quite capable, said a vice principal. Hearing someone mention Mu Bai, Mu He quickly introduced him to Mu Zuiyan. Brother, Mu Bai is a member of our Mu family. He has always been an excellent student. I think it will be his turn soon. Shall we go over and take a look? Mu Bai. Which family is he from? The Mu family is very large. As the head of the family, Mu Zuiyan cannot do everything himself. It is normal that he does not know the existence of Mu Bai. Mu He explained, he is Mu Yang's son. Didn't Mu Yang pass away? I saw that they were being bullied in other places, so I brought them to live in the manor. Mu Bai is still a very sensible and hardworking child, no worse than other children in our family. Oh, of course there is a big gap between him and Ning Shui, but he is still a good seedling that can be cultivated. Mu He is Mu Zuiyan's biological brother. Since he said so, Mu Zuiyan would definitely go and take a look. The other school leaders would naturally not disagree, so the group came to Class 8. Chapter 24, The Boy's Pure Malice. Next, Mu Bai. The bald examiner read out Mu Bai's voice, but Mu Bai did not respond. His eyes stayed on Mu Ningxue. He had liked Mu Ningxue for too long, but even though they lived in the same manor, he rarely had the opportunity to stand so close to Mu Ningxue. He knew clearly the gap between himself and Mu Ningxue, and he did not expect to gain Mu Ningxue's favor, so his mentality changed a little. He wanted to be Mu Ningxue's protector. He would not allow any lowly or bad people to get close to Mu Ningxue and tarnish her life trajectory. In his opinion, Mo Fan and even Jiang Yi were such people. Mu Bai, it's your turn. Mu He noticed that Mu Bai was acting strangely and coughed to remind him. Mu Bai finally reacted and hurried forward. This was his time to prove himself. He had been practicing hard for so many years just for this moment. He had been waiting for a long time. He took a deep breath, placed his hand on the star-sense stone, and quickly entered into meditation. The icy magical light quickly lit up, filling the entire star-sense stone in a moment, releasing a faint chill. Seeing Mu Bai's performance, the three examiners gave the same result in unison, S. 3 S's, the highest score ever. Even the much-anticipated thunder element Xu Ziyading only had 1 A and 2 S's. Mu Bai's score undoubtedly caused a sensation among the students. The moment Mu Bai heard his results, he looked towards Mu Ningxue, hoping to see her admiring gaze. Unfortunately, she didn't. Mu Ningxue was as cold as ever, with her snow-like eyes showing no emotion at all. Mu Bai was not discouraged, because he had experienced similar things more than once. He knew that the 3 S's were nothing to Mu Ningxue, who had already been admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. The next magic release was the key to showing her true strength. No one was surprised that Mu Bai wanted to take the release test, and no one doubted that he would fail. The only difference was his mastery of elementary magic. Mu Bai connected the star track smoothly and uttered a sonorous and powerful word, Bing Wan. Ice Vine Freeze. The first level form of ice-based elementary magic, a powerful cold air gathered out of thin air the moment it was released. A layer of frost climbed up the body of the puppet in the center of the training ground, and soon froze it completely. The ice continued to spread, and it only stopped when a large area of the surrounding land turned into frozen soil. The air temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees under this magic. Before Mu Bai, people from other classes also released ice vines, but the power of the two was completely incomparable. Mu Bai's magic was obviously more powerful, and the ice covering the puppet was thicker. After Mu Bai finished releasing the magic, he did not immediately pay attention to the teacher's evaluation of him, but looked in the direction of Mu Ningxi. However, when he saw this, his heart was immediately pierced by a sharp arrow. Mu Ningxi, whom he had admired for a long time, did not look at him, and her attention was not even focused on his test. Instead, she looked at someone in their class. That's Jiang Yi. She is looking at Jiang Yi. He didn't understand and couldn't accept that if Jiang Yi's parents hadn't died and he had two high-level mages as his backers, then he would barely be qualified to get Mu Ningxui's attention. But who made him unlucky? He was just an orphan with no one to rely on. How could such a person get Mu Ningxui's attention? Mu Bai has lived in the Mu family manor since he was a child. In his opinion, people should be divided into different levels. Mo Fan is not worthy of Mu Ningxi, and the same goes for Jiang Yi. Even he thought he was not worthy of it. He worked so hard just to get a compliment and a look from Mu Ningxi, nothing more. But Jiang Yi didn't have the same self-awareness as himself. He dared to defile the noble goddess with his lowly status, which Mu Bai absolutely could not tolerate. The results are outstanding. Stardust Score S, Release Level B. The examiner gave Mu Bai his final score, but Mu Bai no longer cared. He walked off the stage with a heart full of resentment. After he was out of sight of the crowd, his face suddenly became extremely distorted, and he cursed inwardly, "I will make you die miserably." The boy's vicious curse was destined not to come true, but that was because the person he met was Jiang Yi. If it were someone else, he would ruin a person's life, throwing a magician who should have been glorious into a cliff and turning him into the most ordinary and humble member of the lower class. In this world, those at the bottom of society are not considered human beings, and a random decision made by a wizard who controls the power of nature can affect their life and death. But the boy didn't care at this time. His simple mind could only think of letting this person who tried to cross the class line fall into the valley, watching him struggle but unable to change his fate, so as to gain the satisfaction of being high above and maintaining the class boundaries. This is the purest malice of mankind. Next, Jiang Yi. The bald examiner read out the name again. Jiang Yi was slightly startled when he heard it was him, because he clearly remembered that in the original novel, the person after Mu Bai was Mo Fan, and Mu Bai also took this opportunity to set a trap for Mo Fan, wanting him to fail the assessment and be expelled from the school. How did it become him? Although he was a little confused, Jiang Yi did not hesitate and quickly walked to the front of the stage. He originally thought that this might just be an accident caused by his disrupting the plot, but just before Jiang Yi was about to put his hand on the star sense stone, his eyes suddenly froze. He keenly noticed an incongruous shadow appearing under the star sense stone. He probed it out and found a black stone the size of a soybean. It implies that if a person's magic energy is absorbed and placed under a star sense stone, it will absorb the magic energy that should have been injected into the star sense stone, directly leading to a significant decrease in the person's star test scores. This was exactly the method that Mu Bai and Mu He originally used to deal with Mo Fan. Jiang Yi never expected that he would become the target of Mu He and Mu Bai. Thinking of Mu He's hidden identity, Jiang Yi could probably understand the purpose of his doing this, in order to make him distrust the school, distrust the officialdom, and develop suspicion and resistance towards humans. In short, he wanted to plant the seeds of rebellion in his heart. Then he could take the opportunity to appear and pull him into the Black Vatican's camp. This is exactly the fact. The fact that Jiang Yi awakened the summoning system is not a secret. Anyone with some influence in Bo City knows about it. And since he awakened his summoning talent at the initial stage, it is inevitable that he will be targeted by the Black Vatican. What Jiang Yi didn't expect was that it would happen at this time and in this way. Student, you can start now. The bald examiner reminded Jiang Yi when he saw that he had not started the test yet. Jiang Yi looked at the bald examiner. Before each test, everyone would check the star sense stone to see if it needed to be replaced. It was this bald examiner who did the check just now. Only he could put the dark stone under the star sense stone. Being stared at by Jiang Yi, the bald examiner suddenly felt panic in his heart, as if he was locked by some ferocious beast, and subconsciously took a step back. When he reacted, a sudden fire arose in his heart, but considering the current environment, he forced himself to suppress it. Seeing this, Jiang Yi stopped looking at him and instead turned his gaze to Tang Yu, who was standing beside him. Teacher Tang Yu, if someone tampers with the star sense stone and wants to harm me, will you do anything about it? Tang Yu is his practical class teacher and also the judge of the trial. Among so many people present, she is the one with the most position and qualifications to stand up and speak for herself at this time. Tang Yu was slightly startled when she heard Jiang Yi's words. After she came to her senses, she crossed her arms and said, "Of course, you are my student. If there is any injustice in the assessment, I will never let it go." Student Jiang Yi. However, at this moment, an angry voice suddenly sounded, and who else could it be but that bald teacher? The bald examiner had a gloomy face and pointed at Jiang Yi angrily, saying in a critical tone, "Are you questioning the fairness of the school? How could there be a problem with the star sense stone?" As he was speaking, the bald examiner approached the star sense stone inconspicuously, but was stopped by Jiang Yi. "Teacher, I will be responsible for my words, but before that, please stay where you are and don't move." "You, how do you talk like that? You are so disrespectful to your teacher." The bald examiner became even angrier upon seeing this and tried to shift the focus to Jiang Yi's attitude. But Jiang Yi ignored it and turned his gaze to Tang Yu. "Ahem, Xiao Yi, if you have any doubts, you should tell us. You shouldn't treat the teacher like this. Besides, even if the assessment is really unfair, it should be checked and confirmed by the school leaders." He coughed twice, took 2 steps forward, stopped Tang Yu who was about to come forward, and then persuaded her in a gentle voice. Tang Yu frowned slightly and took 2 steps to the side, but did not go forward directly. Instead, she looked at Principal Zhu and said, "Principal, my student has questioned the fairness of the assessment. As his teacher, am I qualified to check and confirm it?" Principal Zhu was completely at a loss. He didn't know how things had suddenly turned out like this. Why was the situation so tense when it was fine just now? If Tang Yu was really just an ordinary practical class teacher, he could completely ignore his thoughts, but the problem was that he knew Tang Yu's identity, and he didn't want to offend a judge of the trial council. "Of course, no problem. Our school will definitely ensure the fairness of the assessment. Since the student has raised doubts, we must investigate thoroughly." After getting confirmation from Principal Zhu, Tang Yu walked up directly and carefully examined the star sense stone. He had no reason to stop her, and Jiang Yi did not warn her or get close to the star sense stone. Soon, Tang Yu found a pitch black stone from under the star sense stone. She picked it up and showed it to everyone. The moment Principal Zhu's men saw the dark stone that Tang Yu had found, their expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the bald examiner with an extremely unfriendly look. "Teacher Wang, what's going on? Didn't you check it just now?" The principal's low voice was full of anger, like a volcano about to erupt. Teacher Wang was the bald examiner. He was horrified by the anger in Principal Zhu's words and said quickly, I don't know. I did check it and there is no problem. Since there is a problem with the star sense stone, just replace it. As for Teacher Wang's carelessness, he will be punished, but the school has to study this matter and make a decision. Let's not delay the student's assessment now. He is really an old fox. With just a few words, he turned the serious crime of manipulating the assessment into a crime of careless dereliction of duty. When Examiner Potato heard He's words, he felt a little relieved. It was better to fail in his duty than to be convicted of framing the candidate. Tang Yu frowned when she heard this. She knew that this matter was definitely not that simple. It was obvious that someone was trying to frame Jiang Yi. Mu Bai and Jiang Yi were using the same star-sense stone. There was no problem when he was taking the test, but when it came to Jiang Yi, a hidden stone appeared. Who would believe it if it was an accident? However, if this matter is investigated further, at most the bald examiner would be convicted of manipulating the examination room to frame the students. The real murderer behind the scenes would definitely be fine, so Tang Yu planned to let him go. But at this moment, a moon-white light suddenly lit up, and a mysterious dimensional magic wave spread out. The stars connected into star tracks, releasing brilliant magical light. A complex magic array slowly emerged. The moment the array was constructed, a dimensional crack appeared out of thin air in the space. The next moment, a mighty wolf with a body length of more than 5 meters and a height of more than 3 meters jumped out. Woo woo! A low roar spread like rumbling thunder, and the overbearing, brutal, and bloodthirsty demonic power suddenly swept across the entire trial field. Everyone, whether it was the instructors or students, the school leaders, and even the dignitaries who came to visit, were horrified. Chapter 25 revealed. That was a demon, a general-level demon, and a wolf demon who was very good at fighting among the demons. The instinctive fear spread through everyone's heart. The crisis and despair of not having their lives in their own control made them stand there in a daze, and they even lost the ability to escape. Principal Zhu, as the only high-level wizard in the field, quickly stood in front of the crowd and faced the huge blood-marked wolf. The rich magical aura began to surge from his body. Stars emerged one after another, connecting into star tracks, and the star tracks connected into a star map. Jiang Yi, what are you doing? At the same time, Principal Zhu shouted at Jiang Yi, who summoned the blood-marked wolf. Jiang Yi saw the star map on the principal's body being connected and improved, and suddenly laughed. What's wrong, Principal? I'm taking a test. I'm a summoner, isn't it normal to release a summoning magic? After being discovered and suspected by Zhang Kong and Tang Yu, Jiang Yi finally understood that sometimes hiding oneself too much will also cause trouble. In this world, in this era, one must demonstrate sufficient talent and strength within the scope of the rules. The stronger the talent, the less trouble one will have. Why did no one touch Mo Fan even though he had the Azure Dragon pendant? Did they really think it was because of the soul-binding vessel? There are too many ways to deal with souls in this world. Not to mention just binding souls with vessels, even innate talents can be grafted. The reason why Mo Fan was fine was because he had shown enough talent, his potential was seen by others, and there was someone protecting him from behind. Therefore, Jiang Yi summoned the blood-marked wolf at this time for two purposes. One was to establish his authority. He would be extremely annoyed if anything dared to provoke him. He was very angry about what Mu He and Mu Bai did today. The second is to show talent, a talent far beyond that of his peers. From this moment on, he decided to completely abandon the path of secret development that he had previously insisted on, and while keeping his trump card, he showed enough talent to be seen by the top figures in this country. Only when he is under the spotlight will the dark tentacles be afraid. If he receives enough attention, even a force like the Black Vatican will have to think twice before making a move on him. After hearing what Jiang Yi said, Principal Zhu's face was still ugly. What kind of high school student could summon a warrior directly in the test? Moreover, the order of the test was to test the strength of the stardust first, and then test the release of magic. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, directly released the dimensional summoning and summoned a general-level blood-veined wolf at once. The blood-veined wolf was very dishonest and released demonic pressure as soon as it appeared. In addition to Jiang Yi's own improvement in cultivation this semester, the blood-patterned wolf has also not stood still. Its level has completely reached the level of a great war general, and is not inferior to the average war general in the promotion period. The pressure from the great general-level demon was so terrifying that it was hard for even the instructors to bear, let alone the students. After Jiang Yi's commotion, today's assessment might not be able to continue. Otherwise the grades of most of the students in the future would drop drastically. Student Jiang Yi, please take back your summoned beast first. I know you feel unfair. Don't worry, I will deal with this matter seriously and will never let anyone who dares to interfere with the assessment go easily. Principal Zhu was a smart man, so he knew why Jiang Yi did this, so he quickly gave his assurance. Hearing this, Jiang Yi smiled and suddenly pretended to be puzzled and said, "Principal, what are you talking about? Of course I believe in the fairness of the school. If even the school cannot be fair and just, this society is too dark." As he spoke, Jiang Yi's mind moved, and the blood-patterned wolf was teleported away by the moon-white magic circle. The aura of the general-level demon suddenly disappeared without a trace, and everyone on the training ground breathed a sigh of relief. Even Tang Yu was relieved at this time. She was really worried that Jiang Yi would get angry and make a scene. After all, he is a teenager. If he gets angry and feels wronged, he might do anything. Upon seeing this, Principal Zhu calmed down the magical fluctuations on his body, then looked at the bald instructor fiercely and said in a stern voice, "Capture Instructor Wang, seal his cultivation first, and hand him over to the Inquisition for investigation afterwards." No one objected. Among the people here, except for Principal Zhu, who was a high-level mage and a civilian high-level mage who did not fight for many years, the one with the highest cultivation level should be Judge Tang Yu, who was just an intermediary. Simply put, no one here wants to anger Jiang Yi, who can summon a general-level summoned beast at any time. After dealing with the bald examiner, Principal Zhu actually let Tang Yu take his place. He saw Jiang Yi's trust in Tang Yu, and this could be considered a gesture of goodwill. There is nothing much to say about Jiang Yi's test results, all of them are S-level. In fact, everyone knows that his strength is enough to deserve a higher evaluation, but S-level is already the highest. Principal Zhu originally wanted to suspend the assessment after Jiang Yi finished the test and continue it tomorrow to give the students who were frightened by the blood-veined wolf some time to adjust. But at this time Jiang Yi took out a magic scroll, on which was engraved a mental magic, spiritual ripple calmness. Although this was only an elementary mental magic, it was enough to eliminate the sequelae of the blood-patterned wolf's pressure. This magic scroll is naturally one of the results of Jiang Yi's research on magic circles. The reason why it can depict mental magic is because his soul system also has mental abilities, and is even stronger and closer to the essence. After receiving the effect of Lingqi's soothing, the remaining fear in the hearts of the students in the trial field disappeared, and their mentality was even better than before they met the blood-patterned wolf. Unfortunately, if Zhang Xiaohu could be behind, he would have been able to successfully cast the magic. There is nothing we can do. There are always regrets in life. After Jiang Yi's commotion, Mo Fan's test, which should have encountered some setbacks, went smoothly instead. He successfully obtained the S level in the Stardust test and released the good results of A level. If there was no Jiang Yi, the plot of a useless person like Mo Fan rising up and slapping his opponent in the face should have attracted widespread attention and discussion, but compared with Jiang Yi's performance, it is not so prominent. Mu Zuian's mind was completely on Jiang Yi this time, so he did not invite Mo Fan to join the Mu family as in the original work. Mo Fan did not have a conflict with him, and there was no dual agreement between Mo Fan and Yuang. Jiang Yi did not wait for the assessment to be over and left early, but he did not leave alone. He took Mu Ningxie with him. If it were in the past, Mu Zuian would definitely not agree to Mu Ningxie and Jiang Yi leaving together, but after seeing Jiang Yi's talent, he not only did not object but also showed his support. On an old street in Bo City, Jiang Yi and Mu Ningxie walked side by side, their pace neither fast nor slow, very leisurely. "You weren't scared just now, were you?" Jiang Yi suddenly asked. "How could I not be shocked? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that someone of your age could actually contract a general-level summoned beast." Mu Ningxie replied. "When I first summoned it, it was not at the general level," Jiang Yi said. Mu Ningxui's eyes moved slightly, and after a moment's silence, she suddenly realized, "I see. However, it is also remarkable that you were able to train a slave into a warrior in such a short time. Its name is Qiju. How about I let you get to know it?" Jiang Yi asked with a smile. "You are not allowed to use magic casually in the city, let alone summoning magic," Mu Ningxie reminded him hurriedly. "Then let's get out of the city. Let's go." Jiang Yi didn't say anything else, pulled Mu Ningxie and ran out of Bo City. Mu Ningxie was full of surprise, but she still let Jiang Yi pull her out of the city. After a while, the two came to the outside of the city. Jiang Yi summoned the blood-marked wolf. This wolf was used to being summoned several times a day. After coming out, it was the first to ask Jiang Yi what was the matter. Jiang Yi pulled Mu Ningxie to his side and said to the blood-patterned wolf, "Kai Zhu, come here, remember this carefully. This is your mistress. From now on, as long as she is around, you must protect her like you protect me. Do you understand?" The blood-marked wolf lowered its huge head, and its pair of red wolf eyes reflected Mu Ningxue's figure. It sniffed and memorized Mu Ningxue's scent in its heart. After doing all this, it let out a low cry to show Jiang Yi that it remembered it. Seeing this, Jiang Yi patted its head with satisfaction and fed it some magic energy. Then he turned to Mu Ningxie and said, "Say hello to it too." Upon hearing this, Mu Ningxie reached out and touched the blood-veined gray wolf's head. To show its loyalty, the blood-veined gray wolf actually rubbed against it on its own initiative. It's really strange. When I saw it in the trial field, I could only feel the brutal and overbearing aura of the demon. I didn't expect it to have such a docile side, Mu Ningxie said with emotion as she felt the touch on her palm. Hearing this, Jiang Yi boasted, "I raised Kai Zhu by myself. When we first met, it was less than 1 meter tall. For a year, I invested almost all my resources in it, so of course it would be docile to me." 1 year. Mu Ningxie grasped the word and asked with some confusion. "It's been a year, what's wrong?" Jiang Yi asked with a puzzled look on his face. A year ago, Jiang Yi was admitted to Tianlin Magic High School and participated in the Magic Awakening. However, Mu Ningxie always thought that Jiang Yi awakened on his own like her, so she thought that he had contracted the blood-patterned wolf earlier. But now listening to what Jiang Yi said, it seems that she was wrong. Mu Ningxie expressed her doubts. The reason why she thought Jiang Yi awakened on his own was because when she took the initiative to go to Jiang Yi's house to find him, she happened to see him dealing with a thunder mage who broke into his house. Moreover, at that time, Mu Ningxie also sensed a very dangerous aura from Jiang Yi, which was very similar to the aura of a demon, so she was sure that Jiang Yi's summoning system had awakened in advance, and at a very early time. Jiang Yi couldn't help but find it a little funny after listening to Mu Ningxue's narration. He didn't expect that it would cause such a misunderstanding. "No, my summoning ability was awakened after I entered Tianlin Magic High School. The power I used to deal with the lightning mage was not magic. The reason why you can sense the dangerous aura from me is that in addition to being a magician, I am also a warrior. I am the legendary practitioner of both magic and martial arts." Mu Ningxie naturally didn't believe what Jiang Yi said, or rather, she only believed part of it. She believed that Jiang Yi's summoning system had only been awakened for a year, but she didn't believe what he said about practicing both magic and martial arts. There are legends of martial arts in this world, but they are just legends that exist in people's fantasies. There has been no real evidence from ancient times to the present. Compared to practicing both magic and martial arts, Mu Ningxie would rather believe that Jiang Yi practiced some kind of forbidden technique, a forbidden technique that could give him great power without the need to awaken magic. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little worried, so she asked, "Jiang Yi, do you know the Black Church?" Jiang Yi was not at all surprised that Mu Ningxie would ask this question. When he said that he practiced both magic and martial arts, he had thought that Mu Ningxie would have such doubts. It was human nature. But since he was willing to tell his secret, it was because he believed in Mu Ningxie, and believed that Mu Ningxie also believed in him. "I have nothing to do with the Black Church. As for the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts that I mentioned, just think of it as a forbidden technique that is unknown to the public. I call it the body tempering technique. It is a forbidden technique that only I know in the entire world. Of course, it will not harm anyone. In fact, the so-called forbidden techniques are some methods that can exert extraordinary powers other than orthodox magic. There is no shortage of forbidden techniques in this world. Dark magics such as shadow, curse, and undead were once called forbidden techniques. Later, after being optimized, these forbidden techniques had a systematic and harmless practice method, which was recognized by the Magic Association and became a new magic system that humans could awaken. Mu Ningxie thought that the body tempering art that Jiang Yi mentioned was also a similar thing, so after hearing Jiang Yi's explanation, she nodded and believed it. She believed that Jiang Yi would not lie to her. If he wanted to lie, there was no need to tell her in the first place. "Do you want to learn? I can teach you." But what Jiang Yi said next surprised Lingqi greatly. She looked at Jiang Yi in confusion, looking at his pair of dark eyes, pure and deep. No need. Lingqi refused. She was indeed curious about the secret method that Jiang Yi practiced, but it was just curiosity. She didn't even have enough time to practice magic, so it was impossible for her to practice other forbidden techniques. Moreover, since it is a forbidden technique, it cannot be shown to the public casually. It is of little significance to her, and there is no need to practice it. Jiang Yi had expected Lingqi's refusal, so he didn't care. Instead, he stretched out his hand and said, "I'll take you to see the mountains of Bo City." Looking at Jiang Yi's outstretched hand, Lingqi hesitated and did not agree. At this time, Jiang Yi spoke again. "Hey, if you reject me twice in a row, I will be really sad." Hearing this, Lingqi stretched out her hand and held Jiang Yi's hand. Jiang Yi pulled Lingqi's delicate body uncontrollably into Jiang Yi's arms. The next moment, Jiang Yi flew up with one step, carrying Lingqi and landing steadily on the back of the blood-patterned wolf. "Kai Zhu, run around the mountains surrounding Bo City." Ooh! The blood-marked wolf seemed to sense its master's emotions at the moment, and it howled to cheer him up, then shot out like an arrow, carrying the two of them as they quickly shuttled through the mountains outside the city of Bo. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 26 Intermediate, Awakening, Reality. The first year at Magic High School was over. Jiang Yi had thought that she could use this vacation to develop a good relationship with Lingqi, but she didn't expect that she would be called back to the capital so soon. The main branch of the Mu family is in the imperial capital. Lingqi lives in the imperial capital not only because she was specially recruited by the Imperial Capital Academy, but also because she is still receiving training from the main branch of the Mu family. Although he felt a little disappointed, Jiang Yi quickly collected his thoughts and devoted all his energy to cultivation. In fact, his summoning stardust has been perfected and can break through to the intermediate level at any time, but he still needs some external stimulation, such as the Holy Earth Spring in Bo City. Compared to the upcoming promotion to the summoning department, Jiang Yi's improvement in martial arts is more exciting. Jiang Yi's body tempering technique can be roughly divided into 5 stages. The first stage is to stimulate the body through external force, and cooperate with breathing, internal breathing, standing meditation and other methods to temper the body's strength, so as to cultivate martial arts true qi in the body, and then use martial arts true qi to temper the body from the inside out. When one cultivates to the highest level in the first stage, the physical strength is enough to rival that of a demon. Jiang Yi has now reached the peak of this stage. However, it is not so easy to break through the second stage, because the second stage requires gathering the true qi in the meridians throughout the body into one point and condensing a qi source point. This source of qi can continuously condense the newly born martial arts true qi, allowing the martial arts true qi to reach a higher level, and then feed back to the physical body to achieve a transformation. The biggest difficulty in condensing the source of the qi is that the true qi stored in his body is far from enough. He must find sufficiently rich external energy to replenish it at any time. In order to achieve this breakthrough in his previous life, he directly connected electrical wires to his body and tried on and off for more than a year before he finally succeeded. Not to mention that there is no such thing as electric wires in this world, all kinetic energy comes from magic stones. More importantly, there are better alternatives here. The Holy Earth Spring. Although the original novel did not explain how the Holy Earth Spring was formed, it is undoubtedly an extremely pure and powerful energy. Since it can help humans and demons break through the realm, it can definitely help him complete this breakthrough. However, the Holy Earth Spring will only open once a year, and there can only be one quota at a time. Although Jiang Yi had applied for a quota at the Holy Earth Spring a long time ago, the time has not come yet. Therefore, the idea of using the Holy Spring to break through had to be put on hold. Compared to this, it was much easier for his summoning system to break through to the intermediate level. After his own hard training, and of course with the help of the demon spirit, Jiang Yi successfully broke through to the intermediate level of the summoning system with half of the holiday left. The mid-level summoning magic is called contract summoning. Different from dimension summoning, contract summoning is to contract a demon from this world as a contracted beast, which can be summoned anytime and anywhere to fight for you. The summoned beasts summoned by the dimension have their own lives in the summoning plane. For example, Kaizu has now become the leader of its tribe and will fight with other demon tribes from time to time. If Kaizu fails in the battle of the summoning plane and dies, all the investment Jiang Yi has made in it over the years will be wasted. This is also the reason why many summoning mages will not invest a lot of resources in dimensional summoned beasts. Contract summoning is different, because the contracted creatures are from this world. Not only are there no time limits for their appearance, they usually live in the wizard's contracted space and there is no risk of sudden death. To put it simply, the creatures summoned by the dimension are just temporary workers, while the creatures summoned by the contract are one's own sons. Now Jiang Yi is not in a hurry to find a contracted beast. There are two reasons. First, he does not have a good target. Second, he does not have enough resources at hand. Lack of money is a major flaw. For example, Mo Fan's contracted beast Yanji's milk powder in the early stage is all fire spirit seed fragments, which costs hundreds of thousands per meal. In the later stage, she needs to eat fire spirit seeds. Jiang Yi would definitely not want to contract a beast that is worse than Yanji, so the cost of training is also something he needs to consider. The mid-level contract space of the summoning system has greatly facilitated Jiang Yi. The contract space is really an independent space with a large area. It is larger than the space of his space bracelet. It is quite good as a storage space before he has a contract beast. In addition, it is worth mentioning that not long after his summoning system broke through, the mysterious soul system also broke through. The stardust turned into a nebula. Although it was still invisible and intangible, the seedling growing in it had obviously grown a lot taller. Could it be that a world tree will grow in my spiritual universe? Jiang Yi thought so, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, this is his spiritual universe, and the soul system is also a part of his soul. Any changes that occur in it will inevitably be affected by Jiang Yi's subconscious mind. After the soul system broke through the intermediate level, the ability it displayed became even stronger, and it could do almost everything that mental magic could do. In addition, Jiang Yi also found that he could vaguely analyze a kind of mysterious rune contained in the demon's spirit. That symbol was like a certain rule imprinted in the demon's soul. Jiang Yi guessed that this might be related to the demon's innate magic, but his current soul analysis ability was too weak to completely analyze the secret contained therein. The second year of high school was divided into classes, and the most eye-catching one was naturally the seed class. Jiang Yi was undoubtedly ranked first in the school, followed by Mo Fan, and then the former monitor of Class 8 Zhou Min, Zhang Xiaohu, He Yu, Xu Zayatong and other familiar people were also there. After the class division, the students in the seed class will receive a mortal-level Stardust magic weapon sponsored by the school. Stardust magic weapons are the most precious type of all magic tools because they can improve the efficiency of the magician's meditation. An ordinary magician can only meditate for about 4 hours a day, and the rest of the time can only be used for other things, which is too inefficient. The Stardust magical artifact can extend the time for meditation. As long as a beginner wizard possesses a Stardust magic weapon, his cultivation will definitely be able to far surpass that of others. Jiang Yi himself has a spiritual level Stardust magic weapon, not to mention that he also has a soul system to help him practice. The school's ordinary level Stardust magic weapon is useless to him. But he was the top student in the school and had 1 month's use of the Stardust magic device. He did not hesitate to sublease the 1-month time to Mo Fan's younger brother, Zhang Xiaohu. Mo Fan already has little loach, so he doesn't need the Stardust magic tool at all. In comparison, Zhang Xiaohu needs it more, and Zhang Xiaohu has a good personality, so he's worth investing in. Of course, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't afford the price and could only write an IOU. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it has been a month since the start of the second year of high school. Jiang Yi's summoning system has reached the intermediate level 2, and his soul system and summoning system are almost synchronized. Because Jiang Yi awakened a special soul system during his first awakening, fortunately the soul system's characteristics were invisible and intangible, so no one noticed it. But he didn't know if he would awaken some strange system during the second awakening, so Jiang Yi did not apply for the second awakening. Every magician's awakening needs to be reported to the Magic Association. Awakening stones are not precious, but they are regulated and will never be circulated in the market. Once discovered, they will be severely punished. Even if they are from aristocratic families, they need to apply to the Magic Association to use the awakening stone. Every person who awakens to become a magician must register with the Magic Association, otherwise they will become a magic illegal household and will have endless troubles in the future. But Jiang Yi was really worried that his situation was too special. If he really awakened a strange new system in public, the consequences would be disastrous. Being pulled away for research would be considered a good thing. But Jiang Yi could only think of one person who could get the awakening stone and was willing to help him, Zhang Kong. With Zhang Kong's identity, it shouldn't be difficult to get an awakening stone that is not in the records, and with his personality, it shouldn't be a problem to ask him for help. In fact, in addition to Zhang Kong, Jiang Yi also thought of another person, Uncle Wei Lin from the Hunter Alliance, his father's former hunter brother and now a hunter master. He should also be able to get the awakening stone. But Jiang Yi and Wei Lin were not actually very familiar with each other. The only connection between them was the relationship between his father and him when he was alive. This was not reliable. When a person dies, it is like a light goes out. Who knows what he thinks of Jiang Yi now? It was fine to ask him to help with small matters like purchasing the necessary magic potions, but the awakening stone was too important, and Jiang Yi was not sure whether Wei Lin would help him keep the secret. Jiang Yi found Zhang Kong and put forward his needs, and Zhang Kong fell into deep thought. Just when Zhang Kong was about to speak, Jiang Yi interrupted him. "Hey, Commander Zhang Kong, I came here to ask you for help because I truly regard you as a friend I can trust. If you ask me to join the guards again, then just pretend I never said anything." Hearing this, Zhang Kong smiled bitterly and sighed, "Why don't you want to join Wei Fang? In fact, the treatment of Wei Fang is really good. Just like this time, an awakening stone that is not recorded by the Magic Association is nothing to Wei Fang. For me, there is no difference whether it is the Magic Association or the guards. Since I made such a request, it is because I don't want anyone to see me when I awaken." Jiang Yi said. "What's the point of this? You've awakened your magic and you're going to have to use it anyway. How can you hide it once you've used it? Isn't this a waste of time?" Zhang Kong was still confused. "Of course I have my considerations. After all this talk, are you going to help me or not? If not, just hurry up. I have to go find someone else." Seeing this, Zhang Kong had no choice but to say, "Help, help, help. Since you trust me so much, how can I betray your trust in me? But the awakening stone is my personal property. You have to pay for it. This is what I plan to use to reward my officers." "That's no problem." Jiang Yi didn't care about this. The awakening stone itself was not precious, it was just difficult to get because it was under control. After getting the awakening stone, Jiang Yi did not plan to stay here with Zhang Kong. He wanted to return to his home to awaken. Zhang Kong then said, "By the way, your outdoor training is about to begin, will you participate?" Jiang Yi stopped and nodded, "Of course I have to participate. This is related to the college entrance examination results. Why, if I don't participate, will you directly give me an S-level evaluation?" Field training, as the name suggests, requires students to go to the wild for training, usually to receive training from the guards. Naturally, Zhang Kong is in charge of Bocheng. The magic high school trains not nerds who can only do homework, but magicians who can face the demons head-on. As long as you become a magician, you must face the demons, resist the demons, and protect the human city. This is the duty of a magician. Therefore, field experience is also an indicator that higher education institutions will consider when admitting students, and it has different levels of evaluation, just like annual assessments. Hearing Jiang Yi's answer, Zhang Kong shook his head in distress and said, "With your strength, if you really come to participate in the outdoor training, what kind of task should I give you?" Jiang Yi said indifferently, "This is probably not something I need to consider, otherwise you can just give me the best evaluation." "No, that won't work. The training evaluation must be authentic. Even if you are just going through the motions, you have to participate. Otherwise, you can only get the lowest evaluation," Zhang Kong said righteously. Hearing this, Jiang Yi was speechless. "Since you are so stubborn, why are you asking me what to do?" Without stopping any longer, Jiang Yi returned to his home with the awakening stone. After returning to his room, Jiang Yi took out the awakening stone and prepared to start his second awakening. Place one hand on the awakening stone, concentrate your mind, enter a state of meditation, and sink your will into the spiritual universe. Almost at this moment, a deep silver light lit up in Jiang Yi's consciousness. The beautiful magic light flickered slightly, like dreamy cosmic dust, gathering into a ball and slowly rotating. When Jiang Yi awakened for the first time, it took him a long time to finally find his summoning stardust. He didn't expect that the second time would be so smooth. This silver light is from the space system. Although both are dimensional magic, the space system is rarer than the summoning system, but it is undoubtedly equally powerful. I Jiangtu, the captain of the Guofu team in the original work, majored in the space system. Although Jiang Yi thinks that it doesn't matter which system he awakens, how can he not be happy to get a powerful and handsome magic system? Here it comes. At this moment, Jiang Yi's mind suddenly moved, and all his attention was focused on another space in the spiritual universe. It was a brand new magic system just like the Soul system. He was not surprised that he could awaken a new magic system the second time. In the spiritual universe, a deep starlight gradually condensed. It was a feeling of pure darkness, different from the darkness and lightlessness of the shadow system. It was more like the chaos formed by the fusion of countless elements. But it is not chaos magic. Even if it has not yet fully manifested itself, Jiang Yi is sure that this does not belong to dimensional magic, but instead has a feeling of elemental magic. There were more and more dark starlights, and they quickly condensed together after appearing. At first it was just a small dark dot, but later it turned directly into a black hole. The black hole's brilliant arc of light swirled around its periphery, and a steady stream of deep starlight was still converging towards its center. Upon closer inspection, within the black hole's outer arc of light, there were a full 10 star-like things circling around the black hole. The 10 stars have different colors: brown representing the earth element, cyan representing the wind element, blue representing the water element, red representing the fire element, purple representing the thunder element, gold representing the light element, and white representing the ice element. In addition to these normal elements, there are 3 extremely special ones. One of them is silver white. Its silver white is different from the deep silver color of the space system. It is a bright silver with a metallic texture. The other is black. It is better to say dark color than black. It absorbs all colors, so it appears dark. There is sticky black water flow-like energy on the surface that fluctuates slightly, mysterious and weird. It represents the shadow system in black magic. The last one is emerald green. That star is like a small planet covered with vegetation, releasing endless vitality. The emerald green color releases a vigorous breath of life. 10 stars, 10 different elemental attributes, some of which are native to the magic system of this world, and some do not exist in the magic system of this world. Although Jiang Yi had long anticipated that his second awakening would not be so simple, he never expected that this awakening alone would allow him to possess all the elemental magic. Now, after 2 magic awakenings, Jiang Yi has some understanding of the so-called magic awakening. What kind of magic is awakened is most likely determined by external stimuli and one's own will. In his previous life, Jiang Yi read through ancient Chinese books in order to study martial arts, and was deeply influenced by the traditional Chinese culture's understanding of the basic elements of the world. That's why he awakened the gold and wood elements that did not exist originally. In the ancient Chinese people's understanding of the world, the 5 elements, namely gold, wood, water, fire and earth, are the basic elements of the world, and wind, light, thunder, etc. are all derivatives of the 5 elements. The fusion of past and present lives, the collision of 2 concepts, and perhaps the influence of the laws of the world, have made possible the unprecedented magic system that Jiang Yi awakened for the second time. Since these are the basic elements of the world's matter that I subconsciously believe in, I'll call this system the reality system. Matter corresponds to reality, to tangible existence, and to the illusory concepts of spirit and soul. The combination of the two is the basic structure of a living organism and the foundation of the operation of the world. Perhaps, when Jiang Yi cultivates the soul and reality systems to a very high level, he will be able to create life or even the world at will. Jiang Yi put aside his fantasies and devoted himself to cultivation again. If he wanted to become the god of creation, he needed to start with the most basic meditation. Chapter 27 Field Training. Practicing with 4 departments together, even Jiang Yi felt some pressure and obviously felt that time was not enough. Fortunately, his magic department was not entirely a burden. The ability of the soul department to absorb spirit essence helped him share a lot of the burden, so that his cultivation progress would not be left behind. The second-year high school field training finally began, and it was only for the seed class. After all, there were only a handful of students in the other classes who could master the release of magic. There are a total of 100 people in the seed class, divided into 5 groups, with a mentor and 2 mage instructors following them. Zhang Kong is the chief instructor. As expected, Jiang Yi did not join any group. It was not because he applied for it, but because the school made the decision on their own, and Jiang Yi had no objection. Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu were both assigned to Group 3. This group also included squad leader Zhou Min and Xu Zayting from the Thunder Element. This group was considered the strongest in terms of overall strength. The instructors who led the team were a man and a woman. The man was named Luo Yunbo and the woman was named Pan Li Jun. They both had the capable aura that was unique to military magicians. Each group had its own magic bus. Jiang Yi, Mo Fan and the others boarded the buses of the 3 groups and headed to the training destination, the Shifeng Mountain Station. The Shifeng Mountain Post House is a fortress built on the Shifeng Mountain, which serves as a barrier and border between Bo City and Nanling. It is garrisoned by guards, and the Magic Association and the Hunter Alliance also provide assistance. It serves as a fortress for Bo City to defend against the monsters of Nanling. The entire Shifeng Mountain Post Station is built on the mountain. Although it is called a post station, it is like a towering giant city. The city walls made of earth magic are hundreds of meters high, and it is difficult to see the top when looking up. After getting off the magic bus, the students of the seed class were deeply attracted by the towering Shifeng Mountain Station in front of them and were impressed by its majesty. As soon as they arrived at the Shifeng Mountain Post Station, everyone noticed that at the sentry post, a magician who was not wearing a uniform was playing with the fire in his hand out of boredom. His 5 fingers were flying and the fire was dancing flexibly between his fingers. Seeing this scene, Mo Fan was secretly amazed. That flame was actually formed by the primary fire magic fire spray. Judging from his casual attitude, his control over fire spray has reached a superb level. "Hey, Boss Zongkong, why are you here on duty today?" Luo Yunbo looked up and saw Zongkong, and greeted him with a smile. Zongkong heard this and chuckled. "I was free and heard that a group of girls from the Magic High School would be coming in today, so I came to take a look." As he spoke, Zongkong's eyes swept across the many female students, and finally lingered on Zhou Min for a while, nodding with satisfaction. Zhou Min frowned immediately, and his impression of Chief Instructor Zongkong dropped to a lower level. However, Jiang Yi knew that Zongkong took a longer look at Zhou Min not because of her good figure or outstanding appearance. Compared with this, Zhou Min was not outstanding among the girls. Instead, it was because her fire cultivation was the highest among everyone except Mo Fan. As for why Zongkong didn't look at Mo Fan, isn't that nonsense? Zongkong is still a man no matter how serious he is. Which normal man doesn't look at girls but stares at other men? What's more, Zongkong is not serious at all. Some students had also heard of the highest-ranking officer in Bo City, the guardian of Bo City who was rumored to have killed countless demons and a high-level fire mage. They immediately revealed their deep admiration for the strong man. Zongkong also enjoyed the praise from everyone, and then he ordered them to enter the Shifeng Mountain Post Station. Inside the post station, all that could be seen was a very simple street. There are shops on the street, which at first glance look no different from the market in Bo City, but what is sold here are magic materials and magic props. However, the probability of finding good stuff in a market like this is really too low. What is sold here with the label of magic tools are often just simple things engraved with a few magic array patterns, with minimal effect. This kind of thing cannot be considered a magic tool for a blacksmith, it can only deceive ignorant newbies. Most of the magical materials here are just names. Real things like strange scales and bones will not appear here. The most here are the fur and bones that fell from monsters. They do not contain magical energy and are no different from ordinary materials. Jiang Yi lost interest after just a quick look, but the others were quite interested. After walking around for a while, many of them actually bought something. Arriving at the square, 100 students lined up at the instruction of the instructor. This scene also attracted the attention of many idle mages. Of course, their intentions were not good. Most people looked at these students with ridicule and sneer, and even bet on how many people would be scared to pee. Although their words and attitude were excessive, it was true. Among these students, except Jiang Yi, none of them had ever faced a monster. At that time, Mo Fan had not yet joined the city monster hunting team and was a complete rookie. The only time they saw a demon was probably during the annual assessment when Jiang Yi summoned the blood-patterned wolf, but this little energy was obviously not enough to give them the courage to face the demon. Without making the students wait for long, Zhang came in front of everyone leisurely. "Hello, I am your chief instructor for this training session, Zhang. You are a very lucky class, because you are the first batch of trainees since I took office here. Don't worry, since you are the first batch of trainees I am leading, I will give you preferential treatment so that you can successfully pass this training assessment that is related to your entrance examination to the academy." Hearing this, many students secretly rejoiced. The results of the training test were of great importance. If one wanted to be admitted to a good school, the results of this test could not be too bad. For example, to be admitted to the Imperial Capital School, one would need at least an A-level evaluation. It would undoubtedly be a great thing for them if they could get certain preferential treatment and reduce some of the difficulties. But at this moment, Luo Yunbo and Pan Lijun saw the sly smile on Zhang face and knew that this matter was definitely not that simple. "I just received a bounty, and it's the lowest difficulty on our bounty list. There are a total of 100 magic trainees in your school, right? So, as long as any team of the 100 students completes this bounty, all of your training assessments will pass and get an A. But if none of you can finish, then you all fail." As soon as these words came out, the previous relief disappeared, replaced by disbelief, shock and confusion. In fact, many people knew about this field experience before starting it. The previous experiences were mostly just about hanging out in the post station. As long as they didn't offend the instructors, they could almost pass it, and their evaluation would be around B level. But what happened this time? Didn't the school communicate with the guards? What was the bounty? It was a task that required a regular, experienced magician team to complete. How could they complete this task by asking some of their students to do it? Obviously, the school's instructors didn't know about this matter in advance. Tang Yu, Shui Musheng and others looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Could it be because of Jiang Yi? Shui Musheng came up with an idea at this time. Tang Yu also nodded and said, "Indeed, if Jiang Yi is included, it is not difficult to complete a bounty mission. Jiang Yi's strength has far surpassed his peers. He is a general-level summoned beast, and even the mentor is far inferior to him. If he is included, a bounty is nothing." However, Zhang suddenly spoke again at this time. He looked at Jiang Yi in the crowd and said, "Jiang Yi, you don't have to participate in this mission. You have other training missions." Jiang Yi walked out of the team and came in front of Zhang. He had expected this. If he didn't distinguish himself from the other students, this training would not be able to proceed. Seeing this scene, the school's tutors were completely at a loss. The reason they had not spoken out against it before was because there was an outlier like Jiang Yi among the students. With him around, completing a bounty would not be a difficult task, but for other students, the bounty mission would be impossible to complete. Instructor Zhang, bounty missions require a hunter team with at least a few years of experience to complete. Isn't it inappropriate for you to use this as a test question? An instructor questioned. What's wrong with that? However, Zhang directly asked back, Tianlin Magic High School is the best public magic high school in Bo City. If the students you teach can't even complete a low-level bounty mission, then such trash are not qualified to take high scores from me. If you want to just hang out for a while, don't stay at the Snow Peak Mountain Inn. Go back to school and beat up those motionless puppets of yours. Magicians have to face monsters. If you don't even have this much courage, you'd better give up on the path of a magician as soon as possible. Of course, I'm not so unkind. I will personally give out a shield magic tool as a reward to the person who performs best in this mission." As soon as he finished speaking, Zonkong turned around and left, leaving them no room for negotiation. Jiang Yi also hurriedly followed. He didn't know what his training mission was. "What do you think of my arrangement?" Walking aside, Zonkong suddenly asked Jiang Yi. "It's just a magic shield, and we don't even know how much it's worth. It's so insincere." Jiang Yi shook his head and said with disdain. "There are different types of shield magic tools, and you can buy one for tens of thousands of dollars. However, shield magic tools of that level cannot even defend against attacks from the lowest level servant level monsters, and they are so expensive that they may even be worth millions. The difference is obvious." "Hey, what are you saying?" "I was just saying it casually to motivate them. Do you really think they can complete the bounty?" Zonkong said unconvinced. "That's not necessarily true," Jiang Yi said with a smile. Seeing Jiang Yi like this, Zonkong became curious and asked, could it be that there are geniuses among those students? "You'll have to find out for yourself." "So, what mission are you going to give me?" Jiang Yi didn't tell him directly about Mo Fan, in order to avoid giving him too high expectations, which would lower his evaluation in the end. "Well, your mission is this." Zonkong took out a page of information. Jiang Yi was very familiar with the format of this page. It was a commission from the Hunter Alliance. After taking it and looking at it, Jiang Yi was a little stunned. It was not that the task was difficult, but it was very simple, at least it was very simple for him. A genuine bounty commission, but the bounty target is just a slave level one-eyed demon wolf. Recently, this one-eyed demon wolf has been strolling around the Shifeng Mountain post station. The commission is to kill this one-eyed demon wolf. Haha, is that a surprise? Well, it's quite unexpected. I thought you would give me a more difficult task. Jiang Yi nodded honestly in admission. With your strength and your status as an elite hunter, this kind of training is meaningless to you. Your results will be good anyway, so it's just a formality. Although Zonkong was usually unruly, he was still clear about the main things. As for Mo Fan and the others' bounty, it was just a cover. Their bounty target was a summoned beast disguised as a summon, just to test their on-the-spot reaction when facing monsters. Chapter 28, Bayakao Valley. Bayakao Valley, this is where Mo Fan and his team's bounty target is located, and it is more than 30 kilometers away from the Shifeng Mountain post station. It was of course impossible for them to take a bus in the wild, so they could only overcome difficulties and walk there. This was a torture for these students who had no experience in the wild at all, and they kept complaining from the beginning. After 10 full days, the students finally approached their destination, but they were separated from their destination by a cliff. Under the cliff was a turbulent river, and if they fell in, they would definitely die. After crossing this river valley, we should be not far from the Bayakao Valley that the chief instructor mentioned. Zhou Min, the squad leader, said while holding a map. Damn, how can this valley be 10 meters wide? How can we cross it? Should we fly over it? Said a bloated student in disbelief. What should we do? We can't give up halfway. How about we go back home? There are other groups out there, maybe they can complete it. After 10 days of torture, some people could no longer bear it and finally there were voices of giving up. You are such a spineless person. How can you rely on others? As the class monitor, Zhou Min immediately scolded those who wanted to give up. Then what do you say we should do? None of us can cross this cliff and valley, said the person who wanted to give up. Let me do it. Tie the rope to me, and I'll use the wind rail to jump over. Then you guys can climb over using the rope. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu took the initiative to step forward. Because Jiang Yi rented his Stardust magic tool training time to Zhang Xiaohu's wind system is now the strongest in their class, and he is the most qualified person in this situation. Monkey, are you sure? Mo Fan asked with concern. Zhang Xiaofan smiled and said, don't worry, brother Fan. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's confidence, Mo Fan did not stop him. He also roughly guessed the real purpose of their training this time. Perhaps they did not need to actually complete the bounty, and their performance in the process would also count. This was the time for Zhang Xiaohu to show himself. After getting ready, Zhang Xiaohu concentrated and calmed his mind. The stars connected together to form a green wind track. Wind track speed. The green wind track condensed by magic spread out, forming an illusory track on both sides of the cliff. Zhang Xiaohu also took advantage of the momentum to sprint and jumped up, landing smoothly on the opposite cliff. Monkey, good job. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu land safely, Mo Fan was the first to speak up to cheer for his brother. The others also gave Zhang Xiaohu a thumbs up to express their approval. Zhang Xiaohu usually has little presence. If it weren't for his top-notch wind-related skills, not many people would know him. Unexpectedly, he is quite reliable at critical moments. After Zhang Xiaohu tied the rope, Mo Fan and the others followed the rope one by one and successfully reached Baikao Valley. All three groups passed, and the wind-related student named Zhang Xiaohu performed exceptionally well. A man wearing a straw hat walked into a tent and said to the people inside. In the tent, Zhang Kong heard this and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh. Zhang Xiaohu, I didn't notice it before. I'll write down your name and give you a high score. Zhang Xiaohu is indeed good. He comes from an ordinary family and practices hard. As long as he is given some opportunities, his potential is limitless. A voice sounded, but this voice seemed a little different and too young. This person was naturally Jiang Yi. He completed his training mission on the first day and successfully obtained an S-level evaluation. Then he accompanied his mentors and instructors to observe the performance of others in this place. Zhang Kong couldn't help but become interested when he heard Jiang Yi's evaluation of Zhang Xiaohu, and asked, "So, the student you are optimistic about is Zhang Xiaohu?" Jiang Yi just smiled and said nothing. Although Zhang Xiaohu was good, he was still not good enough at the moment. As a wind element, no matter how good he was, he could only be a scout in the early stage. Zhang Kong obviously reacted quickly. In order to complete the bounty, he must at least have the power to kill the slave-level monsters. The initial stage of wind system is obviously impossible. In addition to the instructors, the school's mentors were also here. They only found out about Zhang Kong's true intentions later and were full of praise for him. Compared to doing odd jobs in the post station, this kind of experience can obviously better reflect the student's comprehensive qualities. After passing the cliff, Mo Fan and the others continued to move forward and finally arrived at Baikao Valley, but they were shocked by the scene at the entrance. The place was covered with dark blue vines, which were so dense that they looked like winding pythons. They looked extremely disgusting, and some delicate girls didn't even dare to look at them. Aren't they just some broken vines? What are you afraid of? Come and follow me. It was the fat male classmate again. His name was Wang Sanpeng. Wang Sanpeng knew that this was the time to show his bravery, and maybe he could impress a female classmate. With a swing of his arms, Wang Sanpeng stepped into the area covered with vines. Relying on his size advantage, he pushed aside the vines blocking his way, clearing space for the people behind him to move forward. But at this moment, Wang Sanpeng suddenly let out a scream like a dog barking. Ah! What the hell? Oh, help, help. It turned out that the vines could actually move. One vine wrapped around Wang Sanpeng's body, tied him up, and was about to drag him to an unknown place. The others were all startled, screamed sharply, and quickly stepped back. Xu Zayting cursed impatiently. What are you yelling about? Besides screaming, what else can you do? Xu Zayting was actually very depressed at this time, because he thought that with his own strength and the thunder system with the strongest attack power, he would be able to achieve excellent results in the training, but unfortunately his teammates were too useless. Except for a few people, the rest were almost all draggers. The speed of their Group 3 was not very fast, and Group 1 was always ahead of them. Therefore, Xu Zayting had long lost his patience with these useless teammates who could only scream, but what could he do? After all, they were teammates in the same group. If something happened to them, his own training results would definitely be affected. Thunder Seal, Python Mark. Stars emerged one after another, connecting into purple lightning star tracks. An arc of lightning filled with the aura of destruction shot out from his hands and landed on the twisting vines. However, the lightning element, which is said to have the strongest attack power, fell on the vines but there was no reaction at all. The vines were still alive and well, pulling Wang Sanpeng away quickly. Fire burn. At this time, squad leader Zhou Min took action. She quickly completed the connection of the star track, and red flames burst out in her hands. As she threw it out with one hand, the ball of flame accurately hit the vines that entangled Wang Sanpeng. Sizzle. The sound of burning flames rang out, and the vines, which were completely ineffective even against lightning attacks, seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. They simply gave up on Wang Sanpeng and quickly fled away. After escaping danger, Wang Sanpeng stumbled back and refused to walk in front again. Zhou Min's performance naturally won the admiration of many people. Zhou Min also took on the responsibility of class monitor at the right time. He walked to the front, held up a fire in his hand and said, "Follow me." Under the threat of Huozi, the vines dared not move forward, and Mo Fan and the others successfully passed this level. The situation here was naturally seen by Zhang Kong and others. Zhang Kong stroked his stubble and said, "Zhou Min, the girl of the fire element. Well, this girl is quite to my taste. Group 1 is the fastest now, Group 3 is second, and the rest are far behind. However, the fire element in Group 1 is a waste." When they passed the Demon Tang, Mu Bai used ice magic to slow down the Demon Tang so that they could pass smoothly. Soon they will encounter the Ghost Wolf Beast. It's time for a real test for them. Will the Phantom Wolf Beast hurt the students? At this time, a tutor said with some concern. Injuries are certain, and breaking a few bones is normal, but our summoning mage and his Phantom Wolf will know their limits, said Assistant Instructor Pan Li Jun. Or, send a message on the communicator to remind them. If students are seriously injured, it will affect their sprint to school. The instructor was still very worried. It's okay, Bai Yang knows the seriousness of the matter. Another instructor, Luo Yunbo, said. Bai Yang, isn't he the light mage who died in battle? Tang Yu was stunned. The specific bounty task that Tang Yu and his team received was to retrieve the relic of a sacrificed mage, a blue bracelet, and this sacrificed mage was called Bai Yang. Zhang Kong smiled and said, "It's made up. He is the summoning mage of our Shifeng mountain post, staying behind to guard the old lair of the one-eyed demon wolf. However, the blue bracelet is there, it's in the lair." It was not until this time that mentors like Tang Yu learned about the true content of Zhang Kong and the others' training, and they were all speechless. There is a palm-shaped lake in the south of Baikao Valley, with a raised mountain pass on the back. The old lair of the one-eyed demon wolf is at the mountain pass, and it can be seen by standing in the center of Baikao Valley. Group 1 led by Mu Bai had arrived here first. They climbed up the steep hillside to the pass where the nest was located. The cave is right there. I thought this bounty was so difficult to obtain, but we finally found the destination. An arrogant voice rang out in the team. The speaker was Mu Bai's loyal little brother, Zhao Kunsan. There is a small pool at the mountain pass. The water level in the pool has dropped by several centimeters, leaving obvious water marks. Mu Bai and the others did not pay attention to this detail. They looked deeper into the cave. The pitch-black environment and the cold headwind made everyone shudder, as if an inexplicable crisis was approaching. How about we wait until more people gather before going in? At this time, a timid female voice sounded. It was He Yu. I think so too. It looks scary. Zhao Kunsan no longer had his previous arrogance and echoed. Mu Bai had the same feeling. Thinking of the feeling of facing the blood-patterned wolf on the day of the annual assessment, he decided to agree to this decision and wait until more people arrived before going in to explore. Chapter 29, Phantom Wolf. Mu Bai and his team didn't have to wait long, as Mo Fan's Group 3 arrived quickly. Seeing that they were so much slower than him, Mu Bai couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Xu Zayotong and Mo Fan, both S-level, were still so much slower than him. It seemed that he, who was influenced by an aristocratic family, was more powerful. Mo Fan and the others were unaware of Mu Bai's inexplicable sense of superiority. When they saw them staying at the entrance of the cave and understood the situation, they agreed to go in together. The light system will release light to illuminate the area, and the wind system will explore the way ahead. Mu Bai took over the command of this team as a matter of course. Mo Fan and the others found that Mu Bai's command was indeed good, so they did not object. Just as they were about to enter the cave, Mo Fan suddenly noticed the change in the water level of the pool at the entrance of the cave and couldn't help but frown. Brother Fan, I'm going to explore the way ahead. What are you looking at? Zhang Xiaohu wanted to say hello to Mo Fan, but found that Mo Fan's attention was focused on the pool, so he asked curiously. There is a water line on the edge of the pool, which means that the water in the pool should have been at this position. The water level will not drop for more than half a day. The evaporation rate will not be so fast. Mo Fan told his discovery again. There was only one problem. There might be a large animal living here, which might be the one-eyed demon wolf mentioned in the bounty. Could it be that someone in Group 1 had filled the tank with water? Zhang Xiaohu subconsciously didn't want to think of the worst possible outcome. There is a river right over the cliff. We all filled our tanks with water there. The people in Group 1 should have done the same. There's no reason for us to come up and fill them again. Mo Fan shook his head. Having said this, how could Zhang Xiaohu not understand what Mo Fan meant? However, if there really was a one-eyed demon wolf here, how could the instructor allow them to take this risk? They were all students who had just learned how to cast magic. It was good enough that they were not frightened to the point of being unable to walk when facing the monsters. They were no match for the one-eyed wolf. Mo Fan patted Zhang Xiaohu on the shoulder and consoled him, "Let's go. Maybe I'm just being too concerned." Having said that, Zhang Xiaohu still hurried to the front of the team and told everyone Mo Fan's guess. However, before Zhang Xiaohu could finish his words, a low roar suddenly came from deep in the cave, and a strong wind accompanied by green juice blew in his face, and the fishy smell made people want to vomit. The light that the light classmate had just released was still floating in the air, and the scattered light illuminated a claw as sharp as a blade, followed by a serrated tooth, with green saliva dripping on the tooth. Demon, demon, run! Even though those here were the most talented students of Tianlin Magic High School, and even though each of them had rehearsed the scenario of facing monsters in their minds more than once, when it really came to this moment, they only had one thought in their minds. Run! Run quickly! If you don't run you will die, you will really die. Hiyu was so frightened that she stood there in a daze. People like her were not in a good condition, and some even fainted on the ground. Wind track. Damn it, wind track. Zhang Xiaohu failed several times before releasing a wind track. He grabbed Hiyu and ran out of the cave as fast as possible. Brother Fan, run. Mo Fan was at the end of the team, and when Zhang Xiaofan and Hiyu were running away, he hurriedly spoke out to remind them. As soon as he sensed that something was wrong, Mo Fan had already prepared a fire blaster and threw it at the phantom wolf the moment it appeared. However, the fire that could burn a training puppet into charcoal in a few seconds failed to ignite even its fur when it fell on the ghost wolf beast. It was quickly extinguished like a weak spark hitting seawater. Seeing this, Mo Fan had no choice but to run away. However, seeing that Zhou Min was not planning to run away and was still standing there trying to connect to the star track, he pulled him up and ran out of the cave. Unexpectedly, Zhou Min broke free from Mo Fan's hand and said, "Let me go. I will hold this one-eyed demon wolf." It was obvious that Zhou Min was also frightened, otherwise how could he mistake the two-eyed ghost wolf for the one-eyed demon wolf? "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Mo Fan yelled. They had no chance of being a match for this demon now and could only run away. It would be meaningless for Zhou Min to stay, except to die. Immediately, Mo Fan ignored Zhou Min's struggle, picked her up and ran away as fast as possible. The ghost wolf seemed to know that they couldn't escape, so it slowly chased after them. Thanks to the fact that the phantom wolf did not chase them at full speed, many students ran out of the cave, but they found that the ropes they had set up for climbing had disappeared. "Oh my god, where's the rope? No, I don't want to die here." Most people have completely broken down by this point and are completely unable to maintain their sanity. The only ones who could still remain calm were geniuses like Mu Bai and Xu Zayatong. "There's no point in running. We need to unite to deal with it," Mo Fan quickly reminded them. Even if the rope was still there, they would never be able to match the speed of the phantom wolf. "How can I deal with it? I even forgot what department I studied." Although this statement is ridiculous, it is a true portrayal of most students at this time. Mo Fan, Zhou Min and others can still barely concentrate on controlling the stars, but others can't even remember their own magic system. At this moment, a white icy light lit up, and a bone-chilling cold suddenly spread, and a layer of frost quickly formed on the ground. Ice Vine Freeze. Mu Bai finally succeeded in using a magic. Although it was only an elementary ice magic, the slowing effect of the ice magic was still effective. After all, the phantom wolf was only a slave. However, although the power of the ice vines slowed down the movements of the phantom wolf, it did not affect its ability to approach. Roar. With a low roar, a powerful demonic force suddenly swept out with the sand and gravel on the ground, all rushing towards Mu Bai. Mu Bai had no ability to defend himself at all. He was hit by the flying sand and rocks and flew backwards 5 or 6 meters. His clothes were torn into strips and blood was dripping all over his body. Mu Bai. Zhao Kunsen was shocked when he saw his boss's miserable look. He wanted to rush forward, but he was frightened by the aura emanating from the phantom wolf beast. He felt his steps become heavy and he could hardly move. The phantom wolf had no intention of letting Mu Bai, who dared to attack it, go, and opened its mouth again, wanting to put an end to him. Boom! With a loud bang, red flames rose up, and a condensed ball of flame shot out and exploded on the body of the ghost wolf with a loud bang. It was Zhou Min who attacked this time, but unfortunately, her fire was no different from Mo Fan's and failed to cause any damage to the phantom wolf beast. Instead, it completely enraged it. However, because Mu Bai and Zhou Min released magic one after another, the others finally calmed down, and one by one they outlined complete star tracks, with various colors of magical light shining. Xu Zayading used his thunder seal first, and the lightning snake flew out and hit the phantom wolf beast. The paralyzing effect of lightning appeared, and the phantom wolf beast's movements were slowed down again. Ground wave movement. An earth magic was used in a timely manner, and the ghost wolf and the ground beneath its feet were moved more than 10 meters away, gaining enough space for the students. Then, magics such as light, ice, water, fire, etc. were used one after another, all targeting the phantom wolf. The ghost wolf howled in pain. Although these magic spells could not really cause any harm to it, they still made it very annoyed. Roar. A wolf howl rang out, and suddenly a powerful demonic force swept up sand and rocks. The sand and rocks shot out like bullets filled with energy. A large number of students were hit and fell to the ground, their bodies covered in blood. The students, who had just begun to feel a little hope, were immediately struck by the cruel reality and lost all confidence. Could they really deal with such a powerful creature? Fire. Burning bones. Just when the phantom wolf was about to launch another attack, a burst of fire that was brighter and more violent than the one released by Zhou Min suddenly came and hit the phantom wolf squarely. That was the second level of fire, which was more than one level stronger than the first level. It was a flame that was enough to burn bones completely. The one who made the move was naturally Mo Fan. Swish. The red flame burned on the body of the phantom wolf beast. The severe pain made it roar madly, but it was useless. The flame of the second-level fire could not be extinguished so easily. However, there happened to be a pool of water outside the cave entrance, and the ghost wolf rushed into the pool without hesitation. No matter how strong the second-level fire is, it must follow the law of mutual generation and mutual restraint of all things. The water in the pool successfully extinguished the flames, but the ghost wolf beast did not suffer serious injuries. The attack just now seemed to have completely enraged it. Its exposed sharp teeth trembled violently, and its eyes, red as if soaked in blood, revealed its unconcealed bloodthirstiness. Fire breathing, burning bones. At this moment, Zhang Kong, who had been paying close attention to the trial, saw Mo Fan using fire breathing and asked in surprise, "What's the name of this student?" "His name is Mo Fan." Jiang Yi replied. Zhang Kong nodded and smiled after hearing this. "Not bad, you were able to cultivate fire essence to the second level so quickly. You have a very good talent, and you also grasped the timing of your attack very well. I can give you an S." "Oh no." Suddenly, an instructor at the scene screamed. Zhang Kong frowned and asked, "What's going on?" The person who spoke was Bai Yang, a summoning mage, and the ghost wolf was his summoned beast. After the ghost wolf jumped into the pool, it suddenly became manic for some reason, as if it was somewhat out of control. Bai Yang said with a pale face. Upon hearing the news, the instructors and mentors present were all shocked. Obviously, they knew what this news meant. "Quick, stop it," a mentor shouted in panic. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. The moment he realized the seriousness of the situation, Zhang Kong had already rushed out. The moment he walked out of the tent, a pair of pure white wings condensed by the wind elves extended behind him. The high-level wind magic, Wings of Wind, is the only magic that can give people the ability to fly for a long time. Obviously, Zonkong is not only a high-level fire magic, but also a high-level wind magic. However, their location is still some distance away from Baikao Valley, and even high-level wind magic may not be able to catch up. Jiang Yi did not stay where he was, but summoned a blood-marked wolf, rode on its back, and let it catch up as fast as possible. The speed of the blood-patterned wolf is naturally not as fast as that of the wind wings that cut through the air, but it is much faster than other mages and should be able to catch up with the final stage. The ghost wolf beast had never expected that these few students who were supposed to be its playthings could actually hurt it. An uncontrollable murderous cry devoured its few remaining sanities. It now only wanted to kill. Only blood could quench the inexplicable rage that welled up in its heart. It now had only one thought in mind: to completely tear apart the ignorant human being in front of it. The momentum has changed. The aura of the phantom wolf was completely different from before. Although it was just as ferocious, it was more like playing a game, teasing the students present like toys. But now, Mo Fan and the others could feel its undisguised murderous intent, which was the aura that a hunter would exude when staring at its prey. Chapter 30. The trial ends. Run, run quickly. Mo Fan keenly sensed the changes in the phantom wolf beast. The deadly sense of crisis made him realize that he would really die if he didn't run. Although those hit by the flying sand and rocks looked miserable, they actually only had superficial injuries. They could still run while enduring the pain, but there were always a few who were so frightened that they even lost the ability to walk. Mo Fan didn't care about anything else and turned around to jump down the hillside. But at this moment, the phantom wolf gave up on the others who were closer to it and rushed towards Mo Fan. It was this human who hurt it. The remaining sanity of the violent ghost wolf told it that it must seek revenge on Mo Fan, as the pain in its body was caused by this man. Mo Fan was horrified. The physical fitness of a beginner magician was no different from that of an ordinary person. He was cut into two pieces after being caught by the phantom wolf. But what made Mo Fan even more desperate was that his speed was no match for the phantom wolf. It was too late for him to control the star. The phantom wolf stretched out its sharp claws like blades in midair as if pouncing on its prey and rushed straight towards Mo Fan's chest. This attack went straight to the vital point. One can imagine what the consequences would be if it hit. Just when the sharp claws of the phantom wolf were only an inch away from Mo Fan, a figure riding on a gust of wind swooped over, grabbed Mo Fan, and at the critical moment, grabbed Mo Fan and flew several meters away, narrowly avoiding the sharp claws of the phantom wolf. "Brother Fan, are you okay?" Zhang Xiaohu asked hurriedly. Everything he had just done was out of instinct. He didn't even know if he had caught up. He was worried that he had only saved half a body, so he urgently needed Mo Fan's response. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's voice, Mo Fan came back to his senses from the fear of death and said quickly, "Monkey, can you run?" "Led it to the cave." "No problem." Zhang Xiaohu completely trusted Mo Fan. After confirming that Mo Fan was still alive, he felt relieved. Then he followed Mo Fan's words without hesitation and took him to the depths of the cave. The ghost wolf spotted Mo Fan, and when it saw him being led into the cave by Zhang Xiaohu, it chased after him without hesitation. Zhang Xiaohu's wind track did not stop. He completely ignored the consumption of magic energy and released the second wind track at the moment when the previous wind track was about to disappear. In this way, even the phantom wolf beast could not keep up with his speed and was left far behind. Seeing Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu being chased by the phantom wolf and running into the cave, the students who survived and had not fainted breathed a sigh of relief and observed a moment of silence for Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu. They knew that there was no way Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu would come back alive. Soon, Zhang Xiaohu led Mo Fan deeper into the cave. In the dark environment, Mo Fan lit a fire to illuminate the cave so that they could barely see what was around. They could vaguely see the stalactites hanging above their heads, which looked like giant sharp steel needles. "Okay, monkey, put me here and run away first," Mo Fan said at this time. "Brother Fan, how could I abandon you and run away?" Zhang Xiaohu did not listen this time. He still stubbornly released the wind track and continued to run deeper into the cave with Mo Fan. Until his magic power was completely used up, and then he fell to the ground due to exhaustion, and only relied on his willpower to not faint. Fortunately, the continuous wind track was indeed very fast, and the phantom wolf had been left behind for a distance. Mo Fan quickly picked up Zhang Xiaohu and hid him in a hidden place. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu said weakly, "Brother Fan, if we run here, the rest of us should be able to survive, right? Aren't we great?" "Bullshit, model, would never do such a thing." However, Mo Fan cursed in a low voice, but then he lowered his voice cautiously, "Don't make a sound." He felt that the ghost wolf was chasing him. Wolves have a very sensitive sense of smell, so hiding was not an option. Mo Fan knew this, so he did not think of hiding and waiting for rescue. Fortunately, the phantom wolf did not have eyesight comparable to its sense of smell. Under the cover of darkness, Mo Fan gradually moved away from Zhang Xiaohu and closer to the back of the phantom wolf. He secretly mobilized his magic power, and bright purple stars turned silver in his pupils. Under his deliberate control, the restless lightning arcs did not break through the limitations of his body. Until the 7 stars were perfectly connected into a star track, a bolt of lightning that had been gathering momentum suddenly rushed onto Mo Fan's arm. He raised his hand and pointed, and the restless and overbearing lightning shot out like a python. Thunder Seal, Python Mark. The thunder python twisted its body and rushed towards the phantom wolf beast recklessly. Mo Fan's major has always been thunder. His thunder seal is stronger than Shu Zayatings. Shu Zayatings' thunder seal can paralyze the phantom wolf beast. The thunder seal he released directly left a large area of charred marks on the phantom wolf beast, and even bright red flesh and blood could be seen. Ooh! A mournful wolf howl echoed in the cave. The ghost wolf was hit by the penetrating lightning magic, and even though it had thick skin and flesh, it was injured. At the same time, the lightning arcs that flashed on its body from time to time also paralyzed its muscles, making its movements much stiffer. The attack exposed Mo Fan's position. The phantom wolf bared its teeth, leapt across several meters, and pounced directly at Mo Fan. The paralyzing effect of the lightning seal slowed down the phantom wolf beast's speed. Mo Fan narrowly avoided the attack and a ball of fire lit up in his hand. Fire burn. Although the first-level fire burst could not break the phantom wolf's defense, that was when the phantom wolf was not injured. Mo Fan's fire burst was extremely insidious and hit the wound of the phantom wolf that was torn by the lightning seal. Suddenly, the red flames burned fiercely with the flesh and blood of the phantom wolf. The extreme pain made the phantom wolf temporarily get rid of the desire to kill. It instinctively rolled on the ground to put out the flames burning on its body. But just before the flame was extinguished, Mo Fan saw a huge and sharp stalactite on the top of the phantom wolf's head through the light it emitted. Without any hesitation, Mo Fan released another thunder seal, Python Mark. This time, the brilliant lightning arc did not hit the phantom wolf directly, but hit the stalactite above its head. Snap! A thrilling shattering sound was heard, and the phantom wolf seemed to have sensed the fatal danger. It rolled on the ground to put out the flames on its body, then stood up and tried to run away, but it was too late. The stalactite fell straight down like a spear of judgment, and with a piercing sound, it pierced through the narrow waist and back of the phantom wolf beast. Blood splattered, and the phantom wolf beast howled and fell to the ground, with a pool of crimson spreading out. Fire. Burning bones. Mo Fan did not dare to be careless at all and released another level 2 fire burst. The blazing flames burned fiercely on the body of the phantom wolf beast, but the phantom wolf beast did not react at all. After seeing this scene, Mo Fan fell to the ground, gasping for breath, and a feeling of fear surged in his heart. Just now, due to the adrenaline, he didn't feel afraid, but when it was really over, the fear of losing his life at any time immediately engulfed his reason, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Damn it, what kind of trial is this? This is not a test for people at our level. Mo Fan couldn't help but curse out loud, venting the complex emotions of fear and trepidation in his heart. Brother Fan, you killed the demon. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu, who was lying exhausted in a dark corner, saw the situation clearly through the flames burning on the ghost wolf beast and cried out in disbelief. At this moment, Bai Yang, who was running towards Baikao Valley at the fastest speed, suddenly hugged his head in pain, his face full of disbelief. Impossible, how is it possible? Bai Yang kept repeating this sentence, as if something had happened that was hard for him to accept. What's wrong again? Luo Yunbo was already very angry that Bai Yong was unable to control his summoned beast. Now he made some inexplicable noises and his tone became a little impatient. My ghost wolf beast, it's dead. Bai Yong fell to his knees on the ground as if he had lost his soul, his eyes empty and lifeless. Seeing this scene, Tang Yu and the others were all surprised, thinking secretly, could it be that instructor Zhang Kong arrived so quickly? That doesn't make sense. If Zhang Kong arrived, he could easily subdue the phantom wolf beast. Why would he have to kill it? There is a soul contract between the summoning mage and his summoned beast. If the summoned beast dies, the mage will also be retaliated, so Zhang Kong will not easily kill Bai Yang's summoned beast unless it is absolutely necessary. However, the soul contract between the dimensional summoned beast and the wizard is only a shallow contract. The two are not deeply bound, and the backlash is generally not too serious. It can be recovered after resting for a period of time, so it is not a big deal. In the cave, Zhang Kong stood beside the corpse of the phantom wolf beast, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Isn't that creature on the ground that is being burned by the bone-burning flames the phantom wolf beast? But at this time, the ghost wolf was silent. A huge stalactite pierced through its body, and its blood dyed a large area of land red. It was obviously dead. Zhang Kong raised his hand, and a ball of fire appeared in his hand. With the help of the light of the fire, he looked at Mo Fan, who seemed to have just come to his senses, and asked, "You did it?" However, Mo Fan's attention was not on Zhang Kong's problem at all. Instead, he stared at the pair of wind wings behind him. Because he came in a hurry, Zhang Kong had not yet put away his high-level wind magic. The angelic white and clear wind surrounds the surroundings, and even though the energy is controlled so that there is no overflow, the majestic power can still be felt. This is high-level magic, it is simply cool. At this time, Mo Fan even forgot the fear of being chased by the phantom wolf beast and was completely attracted by the pair of cool wind wings. Upon seeing this, Zhang Kong folded up his wind wings and asked again, "How did you do it?" Mo Fan finally came back to his senses, but he did not directly answer Zhang Kong's question. Instead, he took out an object and said, "Chief Instructor, I just found this blue bracelet in the cave. I wonder if this counts as completing the bounty. Where are my magic tools?" Zhang Kong was confused for a moment, then he suddenly realized something. He had just casually mentioned the magic tool reward. He had never expected that anyone among this group of students could actually complete the bounty, so naturally he had not prepared any so-called magic tools. But he was the chief instructor, a high-level wizard, and the chief of the Bo City defense. How could he feel bad about just a defensive magic tool just for the sake of his face? But he was indeed not prepared, so he changed the subject and said, "Ahem, save people first, save people first. I remember you said it was a defensive magic tool, worth hundreds of thousands." Mo Fan was not willing to let him go so easily. For someone of his background, this might be his only chance to get a defensive magic tool worth hundreds of thousands before entering a higher education institution. "Everyone outside is fine. Teacher Tang Yu and the others will be here soon. But since you've already promised to give me the magic tools as a reward, it's best not to break your promise. You're our chief instructor and a role model for us to learn from." Suddenly, a leisurely voice came from outside the cave. It was Jiang Yi, who walked in slowly riding on a blood-patterned wolf. Jiang Yi knew that although Zhang Kong was a high-level mage, his income depended entirely on Wei Fang's salary and the materials occasionally dropped from the monsters he hunted. It was no exaggeration to say that he was the poorest among the high-level mage. So, a defensive magic tool might not be a big deal, and he could certainly come up with it, but he would still feel bad if he gave it to Mo Fan as a reward for nothing. "Alright, stop flattering me. It's just a defensive magic tool. I won't go back on my word, but I haven't prepared anything yet. I'll send someone to deliver it to him after a while." Zhang Kong waved his hand impatiently. Seeing this, Jiang Yi said unhappily, "Chief Instructor, Mo Fan and the others were in danger because of your mistake. If they hadn't had some strength, they would have died long ago. Shouldn't you compensate them for this? What else do you want?" Zhang Kong had a bad feeling. At this time, Jiang Yi looked at Mo Fan and asked, "Mo Fan, do you think that killing the phantom wolf was your own achievement?" Upon hearing this, Mo Fan said firmly, "Of course not. If it weren't for the monkey, I would have died under the claws of this beast. If you really count, the monkey's contribution should be greater than mine." Mo Fan generously took credit for Zhang Xiaohu, and what he said was true. It was indeed Zhang Xiaohu who risked his life to save him and exhausted his magic power to bring him to the depths of the cave, which was why he was able to kill the phantom wolf beast later. "I see, Chief Instructor, you see, the crisis was solved by the two of them, but you only gave one reward. Isn't this unreasonable? You have to know that they are covering up for you, the Guardian." Zhang Kong gave a bitter smile and did not refute. Every word Jiang Yi said was true. He could afford the money for 2 shield magic tools, so he would just take it as responsibility for this accident. Not long after, Tang Yu also entered the cave and was also slightly shocked by the scene inside. It was only then that Tang Yu really began to pay attention to Mo Fan as a student. After handling the follow-up, the field training of Tianlin Magic High School was finally completed, and all members passed, but it was not the lowest level as Zhang Kong had promised at the beginning. It must be said that the performance of some people was so bad that it was considered merciful on the part of the instructor to allow them to pass, let alone get an A-level evaluation. Of course, there are also those who perform outstandingly, such as class monitor Zhou Min, Xu Zayting, Mu Bai, etc., who are able to cast magic at critical moments and play a certain role, and they can all get an A-level or above evaluation. Zhang Xiaohu and Mo Fan undoubtedly received an S-level evaluation, and Zhang Kong also personally funded a shield magic tool for each of them. Check out our playlist for more amazing novels. Continue. Chapter 31 Cultivation Secrets. Brother Zhang, can you please share your secret with me? How did you cultivate so quickly? During the break in class, Mo Fan came to Jiang Yi and asked shamelessly. It was unknown how many times he had said this. Jiang Yi looked at him helplessly and said, "I've already said it before. Talent plus resources plus hard work, there is no shortcut to improving your cultivation." Jiang Yi didn't know how many times he had answered this question, but Mo Fan was too shameless. Even if you beat him up, he would still come up to you with a smile and ask if you enjoyed it, and then continue to ask the same question. Although Mo Fan became famous for killing a ghost wolf during field training, he knew how big the gap was between him and Jiang Yi. Just a low-level ghost wolf beast almost took his life, and he had personally experienced that Jiang Yi's blood-patterned wolf was many times stronger than the ghost wolf beast. The huge gap made Mo Fan firmly believe that Jiang Yi must have some secret of cultivation. Otherwise, how could they be so different under the same conditions? Other summoners were not like Jiang Yi. Speaking of resources, Jiang Yi may have his own Stardust magic weapon, otherwise he would not have rented the school's Stardust magic weapon to Zhang Xiaohu, but Mo Fan also has a small loach pendant, which is no worse than the Stardust magic weapon. When it comes to talent, Mo Fan is quite confident. He doesn't think his talent is worse than Jiang Yi's, at least not that much worse. To sum up, Mo Fan firmly believed that Jiang Yi had mastered some special training method, so whenever he got the chance, he would come over to ask, and only reply when Jiang Yi became impatient. But obviously, Jiang Yi's answer was not what Mo Fan expected. Seeing that Mo Fan was going to continue to torture him, Jiang Yi thought for a moment and said, "There is a way that can greatly improve your strength, and even increase the speed of your cultivation. However, there are certain risks. Do you want to hear it? Godfather, please teach me." Mo Fan had no bottom line and was about to kneel down to Jiang Yi. "Fortunately, I have made some progress in my space system, otherwise I would have shortened my life today." Jiang Yi secretly rejoiced in his heart, but did not care about Mo Fan's uncertainty. "Don't kneel down at every turn. Listen carefully. The method I'm talking about is to fight with the monsters. Only real fighting can stimulate your potential and allow you to improve yourself faster." After hearing Jiang Yi's words, Mo Fan also forgot the strange feeling of being controlled by an invisible force. He frowned and said, "I almost died fighting a ghost wolf beast. How is it different from asking me to fight other monsters head-on?" Mo Fan was still able to recognize his own strength, even though he would spare no effort to brag about how wise and brave he was when he killed the phantom wolf beast, and how invincible and powerful he was. But he himself knew how lucky he was that time. Without Zhang Xiaohu and the special terrain in the cave, he would have died long ago. Therefore, Mo Fan knew that he was completely unable to deal with a demon on his own. If he really did what Jiang Yi said, he would definitely die miserably. Jiang Yi knew his worries, so he explained, "Don't worry, I'm certainly not asking you to fight the monsters alone, but to join the city monster hunting team." City monster hunting team. Mo Fan showed a puzzled expression when he heard this name. The City Monster Hunting Team is a hunter team that is specifically responsible for clearing out monsters that sneak into the city. It is directly affiliated with the Hunter Alliance and has very good treatment. Every monster killed is considered personal income. In addition to allowing you to hone your combat skills, you can also earn some extra money. You must be short of money. Jiang Yi explained the role and benefits of the City Monster Hunting Team. After listening, Mo Fan was immediately attracted. If he joined a hunter team, the danger would definitely be greatly reduced. I have another question. Does the City Monster Hunter team have strict recruitment standards? Will they accept someone like me who hasn't even graduated from Magic High School yet? The City Monster Hunter team sounded good, but too good. Mo Fan was worried that they would look down on him. Hearing this, Jiang Yi said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, go ahead and register as a hunter with the Hunter Alliance first. When the time comes, as long as you reveal your identity as a lightning mage, they will definitely accept you." Lightning mages were considered rare talents in a small place like Bo City. Even the City Monster Hunting team was eager to have one. Not to mention that Mo Fan was already very proficient in using the elementary lightning seal. Even if he was a lightning mage who couldn't cast magic at all, they were willing to recruit him first and wait for him to learn how to cast magic before carrying out the mission. "Oh, I'm relieved now." Suddenly, Mo Fan realized something and looked at Jiang Yi with wide eyes. How do you know I have lightning skills?" Jiang Yi raised his eyelids, glanced at Mo Fan and said, "Isn't it just that you are born with dual elements? It's no big deal. Do you think that the lightning magic you used to kill the phantom wolf in the cave was unnoticed by others? The residual lightning element is so strong that anyone with a little strength can detect it. Is it that obvious? But, the chief instructor and teacher Tang Yu, they clearly didn't notice it." Mo Fan said in disbelief. Hearing this, Jiang Yi sneered and said, "Instructor Zongkong must have discovered it, but he just helped you hide it. As for teacher Tang Yu, there is a saying that suits her very well, everything in her brain has grown somewhere else." Jiang Yi didn't have a good impression of Tang Yu. Apart from having a sense of justice and a kind heart, she could really be described as stupid. Look at what she did in the original work. If it weren't for the protagonist Mo Fan to cover for her, she would have died countless times. But this cannot be blamed on her. It can only be said that the original author did not allocate enough brainpower when creating the plot. In order to highlight the role of the protagonist, he forcibly lowered the intelligence of other people. There is nothing he can do about it. Well, Mo Fan was choked by Jiang Yi's words. Jiang Yi was probably the only one in the class who dared to say that to teacher Tang Yu. He didn't dare to respond and quickly changed the subject. "So, the reason you're so strong is because you've been fighting monsters in the City Monster Hunting Team." Jiang Yi smiled disdainfully when he heard this. Without further explanation, he took out a badge and showed it to Mo Fan, saying, "Do you know what this is?" Mo Fan shook his head. Jiang Yi had no choice but to continue explaining, "This is called a hunter badge. Only hunters above the elite hunter level are eligible to wear it." Elite hunter. Even if Mo Fan was ignorant, he had heard of this title. Hunters who could obtain this title were able to have an equal dialogue with the top leaders in some small cities. No matter how good-looking Mo Fan was to Jiang Yi, he never expected that he was already an elite hunter. They are the same age, in the same class, taught by the same teacher, and awakened on the same day, so why is there such a big difference? The moment he saw the hunter badge, Mo Fan felt more clearly the huge gap between himself and Jiang Yi, which made him more determined to join the City Monster Hunting Team. Mo Fan didn't want to talk to Jiang Yi anymore, lest he reveal some shocking news again that would shock him greatly. For example, he didn't want to know about the mysterious power that stopped him from kneeling at the beginning. By the way, don't just go by yourself, take Zhang Xiaohu with you. Jiang Yi suddenly reminded him. Hearing this, Mo Fan suddenly felt a surge of anxiety in his heart, and couldn't help asking, "I say, why do I feel that you treat monkey so much better than me?" The Stardust magical artifact and the cultivation method. I begged you for such a long time before you were willing to reveal the cultivation method. We are friends who grew up together. Is it necessary for you to treat me differently? That's what I call fairness. What are your conditions? Can you compare with Zhang Xiaohu? Jiang Yi said without turning his head. Mo Fan was speechless and could only give up. He had to take Zhang Xiaohu with him. They were brothers and Zhang Xiaohu had saved his life. How could he not take him? Because Zhang Xiaohu witnessed the entire battle in the wild trial where magic was used to kill the phantom wolf, he also learned the secret of being born with dual magic skills. So Mo Fan simply stopped hiding it, put on a mask to hide his true identity, took a pseudonym of Fan Mo, and joined the city monster hunting team as a lightning mage. Zhang Xiaohu had not originally intended to hide his identity, but because Mo Fan said that their identities as high school students were too eye-catching and would cause unnecessary trouble, he followed suit and used a fake identity. His code name was his nickname, Monkey. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Xiaohu and Mo Fan had just joined the city monster hunting team when they received news that students from Inscription Girls Middle School were missing. A light mage found some traces that did not belong to humans in the school cafeteria. Ningwen Girls Middle School is exactly the middle school where Mo Fan's illegitimate sister Yi Xingxia attends. Mo Fan was shocked when he heard the news. Coincidentally, Yi Xingxia's phone was not reachable, so luckily it was a false alarm. However, the missing person was named Lin Yuner, a friend of Yi Xingxia, and Yi Xingxia was very sad about this. Later, Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu worked together to kill a giant-eyed fishy rat that sneaked into the school cafeteria. Everything was fine afterwards, but they still failed to find the underground passage of Inscription Girls Middle School. Mo Fan and Zhang Xiaohu joined the city monster hunting team to hone themselves in actual combat, while Jiang Yi completely gave up his identity as a hunter and devoted himself wholeheartedly to practice. He has already stored up enough demon essence to last him a while, and his two new systems will require a lot of time to practice and explore. The space system is easy to deal with. It will definitely not be wrong to follow the path of predecessors. There is no need to pursue innovation at the current level. However, the reality system is a bit troublesome. This reality system is actually equivalent to the combination of all element systems, and it also contains elements that do not exist in the world's magic system. These all need to be studied and developed by him. In fact, after nearly half a year of practice, Jiang Yi has made considerable progress in his exploration of the reality system. First of all, those star-like things surrounding the black hole are not stars, but an original form that is a combination of elements and part of the soul. Therefore, Jiang Yi called this star-like thing the source star. Jiang Yi could communicate with the elements of nature through the source star and thus control them. However, the extent of this control depends on the strength of his mental power. Much like the space system, the stronger the mental power, the more things he can do. The mental power of the entire magic world is divided into 9 levels, 1 to 9. Jiang Yi feels that he is now in the middle stage of the first level. This is also due to the fact that the soul system has a very strong strengthening effect on the soul, otherwise it would be much weaker. It can be seen how difficult it is to improve mental power. Treasures that can enhance spiritual power are also very rare in this world, and China is the country with the most scarce resources of this kind. China is a major elemental country, and dimensional magic is not prosperous. Therefore, if Jiang Yi wants to improve his spiritual realm, he can only rely on his soul system. Chapter 32, Earthly Holy Spring Cultivation. Back to the issue of the reality system, with Jiang Yi's current mental strength, what he can do with this system is very limited. Taking the fire system as an example, the power of the flame he released was less than 1/10 of the normal fire, and could only be used to ignite a fire. However, the two new systems, gold and wood, gave Jiang Yi some surprises. The power of the gold system was also weak, but it was easy to control the metal to transform into the shape he wanted. With some effort, he could also remove the impurities in the metal. This ability made it very convenient for him to learn magic circles, because engraving magic circles often required metal materials, and sometimes he even needed to ask a blacksmith to refine the right metal for him. With this gold system, he can complete all these tasks by himself. Then there is the wood element. The wood element does not give him the ability to control plant growth. This ability should be related to life, which is why the plant element is classified as white magic. The wood element gives Jiang Yi the ability to communicate with plants. Except for plant-type monsters, most plants are unconscious, but they have their own perceptions. The stretched leaves, the roots deep in the ground, the pheromones emitted in the air, all these can provide plants with a lot of information. Plants rely on this information to adjust their growth state in order to better survive in the world. What Jiang Yi can do is to connect these perceptions of plants and share the information they can obtain. This is undoubtedly an excellent ability, but unfortunately the range is too small. With Jiang Yi's current strength, he can only communicate with plants within a radius of 10 meters, but this is enough for use in the wild. No matter what the situation is now, Jiang Yi knows that these elemental magics will become stronger as he grows, and even develop more complex applications. But there is only one element that makes Jiang Yi feel a little embarrassed, and that is the shadow element. In fact, Jiang Yi prefers to call it the dark element. There is shadow only when there is light, but true darkness does not depend on light to exist and is encompassed by the entire universe. The light emitted by stars only illuminates a corner of the dark world. Light is the miracle in the universe, and life is the miracle beneath this miracle. In fact, most areas of the entire universe are dark areas. Perhaps it was because Jiang Yi's understanding of darkness was too grand that he found it difficult to mobilize a trace of dark energy. When his thoughts probed into the star source representing the darkness, he could only feel an incomparably grand and all-encompassing power. His thoughts were like the difference between a child and Mount Tai in front of that power. It was impossible for him to move even a corner of it. Therefore, Jiang Yi temporarily put aside his exploration of the dark system and instead focused all his energy on the cultivation of the space system and the summoning system. These two types of magic are the only ones he can use in front of others, so naturally he needs to ensure progress. At the same time, Jiang Yi did not give up his pursuit of martial arts. Although he had been stuck in the body tempering technique for half a year, insisting on using true qi to temper his body can still help him accumulate foundation. Soon, the second year of high school was coming to an end, and Jiang Yi, unsurprisingly, obtained the qualification to practice in the Holy Spring. The Holy Spring is located under the Silver Trade Building, the landmark building of Bo City. There is a team of guarding mages in charge of guarding it. The captain is named Liang Bin and the deputy captain is named Lin Yuxin. Both of them are mid-level mages. In a small city like Bo City, mid-level mages are genuine high-level combat forces, and 2 mid-level mages are sent to guard one holy spring, which shows how precious it is. "Are you Jiang Yi?" Lin Yuxin asked when she saw the person coming. "It's me," Jiang Yi replied. Captain Liang Bin confirmed and nodded. "No problem, go in. You have 7 days to practice inside. Remember not to destroy anything inside, otherwise you will be punished by the guards." "I understand," Jiang Yi nodded in response. Then the tightly closed stone door shook loudly, and then slowly opened. There were complex and ancient patterns engraved on the stone door. Jiang Yi keenly realized that those patterns were not simple, so he secretly memorized them in his mind. With practice, Jiang Yi's memory has already far surpassed that of ordinary people. Although he only looked at the pattern on the door for a moment, he still remembered it exactly. This is also the strength of his soul system, which can directly strengthen the soul. Entering the secret room, there is an altar paved with jade. Under the altar is a man-made canal, and flowing in the canal is the holy spring. As the holy spring of the earth flows silently, a kind of essence energy that is almost invisible emanates. The altar was not built randomly, but had the special effect of extracting the energy from the holy spring, which could better help people absorb the energy of the holy spring. Jiang Yi did not rush to start practicing, but with a thought, the azure water light in his water eyes flashed, and the holy spring under the altar turned into a stream of water and flew out, and under the control of Jiang Yi's mind, flew into a jade bottle in his hand. The jade bottle was not a space prop, but an ordinary jade bottle. It was soon filled up. Jiang Yi carefully sealed the mouth of the bottle, and then activated the magic power, and a special magic circle lit up on the bottle. This jade bottle was specially made by Jiang Yi. The magic circle engraved on it concealed the energy of the holy spring and prevent it from leaking out. The holy earth spring is an important prop throughout the entire book. Jiang Yi wants to find out what it is that can revive the Emperor-level Azure Dragon. If Jiang Yi could study the composition of the Holy Spring on Earth, perhaps he could try to replicate the same thing himself. After receiving the sample of the Holy Earth Spring, Jiang Yi did not do anything out of the ordinary and began to practice. However, what he wanted to use the Holy Spring to break through was not any magic system, but his own body tempering technique. Body tempering technique. It has been a while since Jiang Yi reached the peak of the first stage. During this period of time, he has never relaxed the tempering of his body. The accumulation is enough, and it is time to break through with the help of the Holy Spring. With a thought, his internal energy was regulated, and his breathing entered a special rhythm. Jiang Yi's whole body seemed to have turned into a furnace. The drying furnace uses qi and blood as fuel to refine the true qi circulating in the meridians of the body. After being refined in the qi and blood furnace, the quality of the true qi is also improved, and then it condenses into a point in the body. Soon, the true qi in Jiang Yi's body was completely consumed in the process of refining and condensing. However, the small point where the true qi condensed was about to take shape. It was far from enough to condense into a real qi source point. This is why it is necessary to find sufficient external energy in order to break through this step. Without sufficient external energy replenishment, Jiang Yi's own accumulation of true qi may not be enough even after decades. The body tempering technique was activated along with his breathing. The invisible and pure energy of the Holy Earth Spring turned into strands, which were swallowed and refined by Jiang Yi into his own martial arts true qi. The dried-up martial arts true qi was replenished, and the condensation of the qi source continued. Jiang Yi entered this cyclical process. In his previous life, this accumulation process alone took Jiang Yi more than a year. The only external energy that can be used in the technological plane is electricity, and the Holy Spring of the Earth is obviously many times more advanced than electricity. With the replenishment of the Holy Spring on Earth, Jiang Yi's qi source point quickly condensed, took shape, and finally stabilized. There was a cracking sound, as if the sound of a mirror shattering came from Jiang Yi's body. The energy condensed to the extreme collapsed the space, and a black hole collapsed in the source of the qi. Suddenly, an extremely powerful suction force burst out from the black hole, and Jiang Yi's martial arts energy was almost completely devoured by it in an instant. Jiang Yi was not panicked, and immediately concentrated all his energy to practice the body tempering technique. Even more powerful energy from the Holy Earth Spring was refined and absorbed by him. The rich and refined energy promptly replenished the loss of true qi in Jiang Yi's body. However, the black hole-like source of the sea of qi was like an unsatisfied glutton, continuously releasing powerful suction force, as if it would not stop until it had devoured all the energy in the world. After a while, the black hole space formed by the source of the qi finally stabilized. Although it still released the suction force that swallowed everything all the time, it was no longer so violent and could barely be controlled. It was not until this time that Jiang Yi finally opened his eyes and ended his training. 6 days had passed, and there was only 1 day left of the 7-day training period. Jiang Yi had been sleeping non-stop for the past 6 days. Even with his physical condition, he could hardly hold on any longer. He quickly took out the food he had prepared in advance and started eating. Although tired, Jiang Yi's face was full of satisfied smile. The qi source point was successfully opened up, and the martial arts practice entered the second stage. From then on, the martial arts true qi he cultivated was not only limited to circulating in the meridians throughout the body, but could also be stored in the qi source point. Moreover, the qi source point can independently condense martial arts true qi, which will raise the quality of the martial arts true qi to a higher level, and then feed back to the physical body to achieve a complete transformation. Those are all things that happened later. At this time, Jiang Yi could not completely control the source point of the qi. The true qi that was swallowed by it was really swallowed up and could not be used by him. But this is only temporary. As he practices and completely controls the operation of the qi source point, his martial arts skills will improve by leaps and bounds. After replenishing his physical strength, Jiang Yi didn't want to waste this opportunity to practice. The Holy Earth Spring, a sacred object from heaven and earth, was indeed rare. Even if there was only 1 day left, he had to seize it. Naturally, he cultivated the space system. Currently, Jiang Yi's space system was still at the second level of the initial stage, which was still some distance away from the third level. Dimensional magic is the most difficult to practice, even for Jiang Yi. He can clearly feel that practicing space magic is much more difficult than practicing reality magic. This should be related to the scarcity of energy of spatial properties in space, while elements are everywhere. After one day of practice, although I failed to break through to the third level of the initial stage of the space system, I made a lot of progress and saved at least 1 month of practice time. After the training time at the Holy Earth Spring was over, Jiang Yi returned to his home and continued to practice hard for a while. Finally, he completely controlled the source of his qi and could inhale and exhale his true qi at will. Once this point is reached, the true qi can feed back to the physical body, and under the tempering of the more powerful and condensed true qi, the physical body can achieve a real transformation. The true qi circulated in the meridians, releasing energy like a raging fire, condensing Jiang Yi's flesh, blood and bones. Every impurity in his body was refined, and his physical strength also underwent a qualitative change bit by bit. This process is destined to be slow, and it will not happen overnight like a breakthrough in magic skills, but it is also a long-term process, starting from the most fundamental level. While persisting in practicing martial arts, Jiang Yi once again took on commissions from hunters, because the demon essences stored in his soul system had been completely consumed, and his practice speed had fallen back to the level of an ordinary person. How could Jiang Yi, who had long been accustomed to the accelerated cultivation of spirits, endure the snail-like pace? Of course, he chose to continue hunting monsters, collecting spirits, and then speed up his cultivation. Jiang Yi's high school life was coming to an end in such an ordinary life. At this time, something interesting happened, which was related to the Holy Spring. Chapter 33 Duel. This year is the graduation year for Jiang Yi and his group of high school students. Logically, the ownership of this year's Holy Spring should be determined before they graduate in order to provide some assistance to the young magician. But this year there were some problems. 2 people were eligible to compete for the qualification to practice in the Holy Spring. One was Yuang, the adopted son of Mu Zuian and a member of the Mu family. The other was Mo Fan from Tianlin Magic High School. After Mo Fan's training in the city monster hunting team, he gained some spirit essence to revive his Azure Dragon pendant. Now, its assistance to his cultivation is comparable to that of a spiritual level Stardust magic weapon. This also made Mo Fan's cultivation level improve much faster than his peers. Even though he was practicing 2 elements at the same time, his fire element cultivation level was still far ahead of others. For such a genius, Tianlin Magic High School naturally supports him to obtain the qualification of the Holy Earth Spring, but Yuang, who was recommended by the Mu family, also has the opportunity to use the Holy Earth Spring to directly break through to the intermediate level, so a duel took place. Mo Fan and Yuang duel, and the winner will be qualified to practice in the Holy Spring. The school leaders all thought that Mo Fan had no hope of winning a duel with Yuang. It was only with Jiang Yi's support that Principal Zhu insisted on having a duel between Mo Fan and Yuang to decide the outcome. Mo Fan himself would certainly not give up this opportunity easily. Ever since Jiang Yi had shown his intermediate level of cultivation after entering the Holy Earth Spring, Mo Fan had always believed that it was because of the Holy Earth Spring that Jiang Yi was able to break through to the intermediate level. Mo Fan knows very well that his background cannot be compared with that of the children of aristocratic families. He must seize every opportunity at school to obtain resources, otherwise he will be left far behind by the children of aristocratic families. Therefore, it is impossible to ask him to give up the Holy Spring. In this way, although Mo Fan did not have a fierce conflict with the Mu family like in the original work, he still went to the duel with Yuang. Such duels are not uncommon in Bo City, and happen almost every year, so there is also a special duel arena. The duel arena was oval in shape, with trapezoidal seats on both sides. The news of the duel between Mo Fan and Yuang spread quickly, and on the day of the duel, many people came to the seats to watch the fun. Principal Zhu, Wei Fang's leader Zhang Kong and other important figures were all there. After all, this was a major event that only happened once a year in Bo City. Mo Fan's father, mentor Tang Yu, and other close people such as his classmates were also present. Mo Fan stood in the center of the duel arena. In fact, he had been standing here for a while, but his opponent Yang had not yet appeared. It was obvious that the Mu family wanted to create a grand entrance for him. My son. Yes, that's my son. Mo Jiaxing was sitting in the audience, excitedly showing off to two old employees of Mu Corporation beside him. Not bad, Lao Mo, you have turned things around. One of them said with a little envy. That's right. Just don't let yourself be beaten to a pulp. I heard that Yang is always very ruthless when training with his brothers and sisters. Someone who was not optimistic about Mo Fan also said so. Mo Jiaxing was an absolute optimist. He said with a smile, young people are just fighting. How can they be so ruthless? Mo Jiaxing didn't understand the significance of this duel. In addition, Mo Fan's relationship with the Mu family was not as bad as in the original work. Mo Jiaxing was still working for the Mu family, so he was not too worried. But in terms of fame, under the deliberate creation of the Mu family, Yang's reputation is obviously better than Mo Fan. Although Mo Fan has also become famous in Tianlin Magic High School in the past 2 years, Yang is still more famous in the entire Bo City. Therefore, after hearing about this duel, many people overwhelmingly supported Yang and ignored Mo Fan. Amid the noisy discussions of the crowd, Yang came out in a snow-white dress. The pattern of ice and snow combined with magic pictures and texts on the clothes made him look even more extraordinary. The lights in the whole venue gathered around him, creating a grand and gorgeous appearance for him. Seeing Yang coming out, Deng Kai, who was in charge of hosting the duel, almost stood up from his chair in excitement and cursed, "Damn it, this old guy Mu Zuian has spent a lot of money. Can you count how many magic tools he has?" Principal Zhu on the side shook his head and sighed. He no longer believed that Mo Fan had any chance of winning. There was no way. There was an insurmountable gap between the children of aristocratic families and the common people. At the same age, Yang enjoyed the best resources of the Mu family and a set of luxurious magic tools. Having or not having magic tools is completely different for a mage. The combat power of a mage wearing this set of magic tools is directly one level higher than that of a mage without magic tools. Although Mo Fan is excellent, the gap in his family cannot be made up in just a few years, so this competition is meaningless. Principal Zhu, don't be anxious and disappointed. Since I support Mo Fan, I am confident. Yang has the support of the Mu family, and Mo Fan also has his own trump card. Just wait and see. Suddenly at this moment, Jiang Yi on the side still insisted on his previous opinion. Deng Kai frowned slightly when he heard Jiang Yi's words and said, "Jiang Yi, you may not know that for a magician, having magic tools makes a huge difference. No matter what trump card Mo Fan has, he can't defeat Yang who is wearing so many magic tools." Deng Kai is from the Hunter Alliance and was invited to host this duel. He has also heard of Jiang Yi, a rare genius in Bo City. Although he is amazed by his talent, he obviously does not agree with Jiang Yi's views on the duel. "I told you, let's wait and see." Jiang Yi answered and said no more. Seeing this, Deng Kai thought it was just the ignorance of young people, and did not continue to ask questions. He stood up and walked to the venue. As the host, it was his turn to announce the start of the game after the two contestants entered. "You two are both outstanding young magicians. The duel is only to urge you to practice harder. Anyway, stop here." After a brief reminder, Deng Kai stood a little further away and said, "You two shake hands and wait for my instructions before starting." Mo Fan and Yang walked towards each other, stretched out their hands and held them together. At the moment their palms touched, an extremely cold air suddenly emerged from Yang's hand and eroded into Mo Fan's body. Mo Fan's reaction was not slow either. The fire magic energy in his body surged, and he used the power of the fire element to counteract Yang's icy energy, easily resisting it. The insidious move did not work. Instead, Yang showed a wanton smile, stared at Mo Fan and said coldly, "You are really a little rat who knows nothing. But it doesn't matter, I will freeze all the water in your brain into ice, and maybe you will be much more sober." Mo Fan sneered in response. It was useless to threaten him now. He would use his strength to show him who was the little rat. The duel begins. At Deng Kai's command, the two people who had just held hands tightly separated instantly. Fire. Burning bones. Mo Fan started with the level 2 fire spray, and his casting speed was incredibly fast. Almost at the same time as Deng Kai's voice fell, a ball of red fire flew out and headed straight for Yuang. Ice vine condensation. Yuang's spellcasting speed was also not slow. The star tracks were connected in an instant, and the second-level ice vines surged out. The air in the entire dual field dropped by 1 degree. Pieces of ice flowers fell, and a layer of frost quickly condensed on the ground. Ice shield. At the same time, a shield appeared in Yuang's hand, blocking Mo Fan's fire. The next moment, he began to slowly connect the star track and prepare for the second magic. At this time, a layer of ice appeared under Mo Fan's feet. The frost grew on his feet as if it had life, and it was about to freeze his feet to the ground. Fire burn. Mo Fan casually threw out a level 1 fire burst, but he did not attack Yuang, but threw it at his own feet. The flame burned with the help of magic power. Although it was only a level 1 fire burst, it was enough to melt the ice on his feet. You want to freeze me? This little bit of ice is not enough. Mo Fan laughed loudly and released several more level 1 flames. Those flames did not attack Yuang either, but slid down his palm and spread on the ground. The dancing flames were like a flamboyant red carpet. The flame carpet uses Mo Fan's magic energy as fuel, continuously releasing high temperatures, offsetting the freezing effect of the ice vines. Seeing this scene, Yuang just snorted coldly, and the magic brewing in his hand was completed. Ice vine cover. An even stronger chill was released from Yuang's body. This time, the entire dual field was truly covered with a layer of frost. The snowflakes floating in the air became denser and denser, as if a cold winter had arrived. Waves of cold air kept accumulating, one stronger than the other. The flaming carpet that Mo Fan had built by consuming a large amount of mana was gradually extinguished by this terrifying cold air. This is the advantage of ice magic. It can transform the environment and become stronger as the battle goes on. As the cold air accumulates, the opponent will eventually be frozen into an ice sculpture. Isn't it just level 3 magic? You're not the only one who can do it. However, facing such an unfavorable situation, Mo Fan remained unafraid. He shouted loudly, and the flame in his hand suddenly expanded. Not only did the flame become larger, but it also became extremely unstable and destructive, as if it could explode at any time, releasing extremely destructive energy. Fire explosion. Mo Fan rushed out with the last bit of heat from the flaming carpet. The moment he got close to Yuang, he suddenly threw out the level 3 fire in his hand. The blazing fireball flew towards Yuang with destructive force, attracting the attention of everyone in the field. Even a servant-level demon could not withstand the power of the 3rd-level fire, let alone Yuang with a mortal body. If Mo Fan's attack hit, the victory would be certain. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the power of the 3rd-level fire was quite strong, like a grenade exploding in the venue. The raging flames dispelled a lot of the cold air in the venue. But unfortunately, it did not hit Yuang. At the moment when the 3rd-level fire was about to hit Yuang, a pair of boots suddenly appeared on his feet. The boots were a pair of magic shoes that emitted a yellow light. They moved the ground and himself more than 5 meters away like an earth-based ground wave magic, avoiding Mo Fan's attack. Damn! Another magic tool. How many magic tools does this guy have? That's so unfair. Why not just compare financial resources? Many students of Tianlin Magic High School were indignant. If it weren't for the shield magic tool and the shoe magic tool, Mo Fan would have won. It was not until this time, when Mo Fan released the 3rd-level elementary fire magic, Fire Explosion, that Yuang finally took Mo Fan seriously. Honestly, you are pretty good. I thought you were a clown who was deliberately trying to attract attention. It turns out that you are deliberately hiding your abilities and want to use this opportunity to make a splash. What a pity. Just a little bit, ha 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 ha. At the end of his words, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged in Yuang's heart, as if he had shattered someone else's dream, and he laughed uncontrollably. Chapter 34, Born with Dual Element. Mo Fan thought that Yuang was mentally ill and did not intend to say anything more to him. He raised his hand and cast a 1st-level fire spell, followed by the 2nd and 3rd spells. He cast the spells almost without any gaps and suppressed Yuang in an instant. The effect of Yuang's magic shoes did not disappear, and he easily avoided it. However, after dodging a few times, he stopped dodging and instead communicated with the ice element between heaven and earth. The powerful icy force accumulated by ice vine cover quickly condensed under Yuang's will and turned into an icy gale that swept towards Mo Fan. The extremely cold wind extinguished the first level of fire and continued to press towards Mo Fan. Before the wind arrived, a thin layer of frost had already appeared on Mo Fan's body, and his feet were frozen to the ground and he could not move. After releasing several high-level spells in succession and using the flame carpet, Mo Fan had almost exhausted all of his magic power. At this point, Mo Fan had only two choices: either release the third-level fire spray to fight Yuang head-on, or create another flame carpet to delay time. The former still has a chance to win, but once you choose the latter, you will definitely lose. In terms of consumption, the fire system can never compare to the ice system. If it were an ordinary fire mage, he might just choose to fight Yuang head-on, which was also Yuang's purpose. He also had a magic armor, which was a gift for him when he was 18 years old. But Mo Fan was not only good at fire. From the beginning till now, he had never shown his real major. So Mo Fan did not risk all his magic power to fight Yuang head-on as everyone expected. Instead, he transformed all his magic power into fiercely burning fire and spread a carpet of fire under his feet again. It seems that Mo Fan has chosen to admit defeat. There's nothing we can do about it. Yuang's magic tools are too extravagant. At least this way we won't lose too badly. But Mo Fan is also very good. He has mastered the third level of fire breath at this age. His future is limitless. I, Wei Fang, want this Mo Fan, Zhang Kong declared directly and domineeringly. Jiang Yi said nothing about this. Intelligence was the most precious resource and could be the key to victory. Yuang had almost revealed all his cards, but he only knew half of Mo Fan, so he was bound to lose. Ha ha ha, you finally made a smart choice, but you still have to pay the price for your previous arrogance. When my ice completely extinguishes your fire, you can slowly repent in the ice sculpture. As Yuang laughed, another star track that released incomparable cold air was constructed, and it was another third-level ice vine. The combined power of the two layers of ice vine cover gathered more powerful icy forces. The icy forces were like a violent tornado, emitting a low and destructive roar, and pressed towards Mo Fan. The flaming carpet that Mo Fan had constructed with all his magic power gradually dimmed under the icy pressure. The temperature of the flames was no longer able to withstand the terrifying icy storm. However, just as the flame was about to go out, a stunning purple electric light suddenly lit up in Mo Fan's pupils, and stars appeared one after another, quickly connecting into a complete lightning star track. At the moment when the purple lightning star track was connected, Mo Fan's right hand was suddenly covered by a dazzling arc of electricity. As he raised his hand and pointed in the distance, the condensed electric light on his hand immediately flew out like a manic thunder python. Thunder seal, python mark. Swish. The scorching smell of thunder tearing through the air spread out, and as everyone looked on in disbelief, that lightning flash stunningly pierced through the ice storm and landed accurately on Yuang. Bang! Smoke and dust rose up, and Yuang's body was hit by lightning. He then flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Mu Zuian, who had been sitting on the Daoyutai, suddenly stood up and looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. He was not the only one who was shocked. All those who knew Mo Fan, or those who knew something about the profession of mage, were looking at Mo Fan in disbelief. Isn't he a fire type? How can he release the lightning seal? Could it be that he is a mid-level magician? Only a mid-level magician could possess more than 2 magic systems, but now Mo Fan was able to use 2 magic systems. However, being able to cultivate to perfection in the initial stage at this age was already amazing, and breaking through to the intermediate stage was even more unbelievable. After all, not everyone is a monster like Jiang Yi who cannot be measured by common sense. It would be okay if there was only one such monster, but it would be unreasonable to have another one. No, he is not at the intermediate level. Could it be that he is born with dual elements? In the end, it was the knowledgeable Principal Zhu who made the judgment. Mo Fan's aura was indeed that of a beginner mage, but he did show the 2 elements of lightning and fire, so this was the only possibility. We, the military, have decided on this student. No one else can snatch him away from us. Zhang Kong roared at this time, showing his dual system high-level strength, causing those who were about to speak to snatch the people to fall silent. However, they will not give up easily. They just won't confront Zhang Kong directly at this moment. Mo Fan doesn't necessarily want to join the Wei Fang. The Wei Fang has no right to interfere if they contact Mo Fan privately. Ahem. Good. Very good, you really surprised me, but unfortunately, you have hidden something, and I also have a trump card, haha, this time, it was really a little bit short. What no one expected was that Yuang, who was hit by the lightning seal, actually crawled up again, coughed twice and stood firmly, and did not look like he was seriously injured. Seeing this, Mu Zuian sat down again with confidence. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Even if accidents happened frequently, he could still ensure Yuang's victory. Oh my god, magic armor. That's magic armor. He's wearing a magic armor that is said to be extremely expensive. Among all kinds of magic tools, armor magic tools are undoubtedly the most luxurious, except for the stardust magic tools used for training and the wing magic tools that allow people to fly. Compared to shield magic, armor magic has more comprehensive defense and lasts longer, enough to last until a duel is completed. Mo Fan was also a little surprised. The reason why he only used the first-level elementary lightning magic Thunder Seal Python Mark was because he was worried that Yuang would not be able to withstand the overbearing attack of the lightning and die directly. He didn't expect that Yuang actually had a magic armor. However, even so, Mo Fan still did not show the slightest sign of fear. Purple arcs of electricity appeared on his body again, and his pupils reflected an image of stars constantly connecting with each other. You are proud of having a good father, right? You think I am just trying to attract attention, right? From the beginning, you have been inexplicably superior, but I, Mo Fan, will let you know today that your background is a kind of strength, and my peerless talent is the same. Mo Fan shouted loudly, and the lightning on his body became brighter and brighter as he vented his anger. When the 7 stars connected together, an indescribable aura of majesty spread out, and a black thundercloud condensed into shape in the air. Thunder Seal, Fury Strike. Mo Fan's lightning release speed was even faster than his fire release speed. When everyone was still immersed in the shock of Yuang having a magic armor, the thundercloud formed by the most domineering elemental power in the world had completely taken shape. Boom! A stunning ray of lightning came crashing down. Because it was too sudden and Yuang was too confident in his armor and magic tools, he didn't think about dodging and was directly swallowed up by the lightning. Snap! The violent and overbearing power of thunder whipped and lashed at Yuang, and the armor that blocked the Thunder Seal Python Mark was shattered into a burst of light without any resistance under this blow. Although the lightning element does not have the vast range of the ice element, nor the violent destructiveness of the fire element, it has the unique property of being the head of the elements, the most domineering penetrating power. All the armor and magic tools were useless under the most overbearing characteristics of the lightning system. Large patches of Yuang's skin and flesh were charred black, and cracked with horrible wounds. He fell to the ground powerlessly, with only one breath left. Help! Help quickly! Seeing Yuang's miserable state, Deng Kai, who was in charge of the referee, finally reacted and shouted loudly. The attack power of the lightning system is so strong that even with the defensive armor and magic tools, Yuang might be in danger of his life. Mu Zuian could no longer remain calm at this time. He stood up again after just sitting down, rushed into the venue, and asked about Yuang's situation with concern. Fortunately, a healing mage had been invited to the scene and was waiting there. The healing mage acted in time and thus ensured Yuang's life safety. Jiang Yi, have you known for a long time that Mo Fan is a natural dual-element player? Principal Zhu realized at this moment that the reason Jiang Yi was so sure that Mo Fan would win was probably because he knew about Mo Fan's talent in advance. Born with dual elements, practicing both thunder and fire, Mo Fan's talent is no weaker than yours. No wonder you have the best relationship with him in the class. Tang Yu also looked at Jiang Yi at this time and said as if she suddenly understood. In her opinion, Mo Fan cultivated both lightning and fire at the same time, and was able to cultivate both to the 3rd level of the elementary stage in such a short time. This kind of talent was no worse than Jiang Yi, who had already broken through to the intermediate level. But she never imagined that Jiang Yi was actually born with dual elements, and his dual elements were even more mysterious. It shouldn't matter whether I know or not. Everyone knows it now anyway. Jiang Yi answered indifferently in response to the two people's questions. Teacher Tang Yu, did you secretly give Mo Fan some special training? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Xu Zayting was deeply shocked at this time. He had always been proud of his thunder attribute. Even though Mo Fan's cultivation had always been higher than his, he still believed that his thunder attribute was stronger. But he didn't expect that Mo Fan, whom he had always regarded as his rival, not only had lightning ability but was even stronger. This made it difficult for him to accept. But Tang Yu shook her head and said a cruel fact. No, he practiced it all by himself. The duel caused by the Holy Spring came to an end, but it was also the beginning of a nightmare for some people. Jiang Yi naturally knew Yu Ang's true identity, a priest of the Black Church and a genuine cult member. He brutally killed his own father when he was a child and refined him into a black beast. Later, under Yu Ang's continuous refining, this black beast evolved into a cursed beast, comparable to a general-level demon. With this, he became a priest of the Black Church, with more than a dozen believers at his command. Yu Ang was lurking in the Mu family, waiting for this day to obtain the qualification to go to the Holy Spring for training and seize the Holy Spring for the Black Church, but because of Mo Fan, he failed. Given the style of the Black Church, one can imagine what his fate would be, but he does not deserve sympathy. Chapter 35 Blood Alert. Mo Fan entered the Holy Spring to practice, but Jiang Yi came to the Shifeng Mountain Station because he knew that the disaster of Bo City was about to begin. He had no way to stop it. He was still very weak, very weak. Facing this disaster that the Black Church had spent several years planning in Bo City, he could do nothing at all. Even if he exposed the existence of the ice and fire-feathered serpent and killed the winged wolf together with Zongkong, there were still the Black Church's blue-robed deacon Wu Ku, the Tiger Jin Grand Deacon Mu He, and even other Black Church personnel who had not shown up. In short, the disaster in Bo City was unavoidable, and all Jiang Yi could do was to minimize the casualties in Bo City. Can you guarantee the authenticity of this information? Zongkong's face was extremely serious, his pair of dark eyes staring at Jiang Yi with a deep gaze. Jiang Yi nodded seriously and said, I am very sure. You also know that I have been doing hunter commissions over the years, and I have found holes dug by giant-eyed fishy rats outside the Anji several times. Those underground caves are interconnected. Although I haven't explored them thoroughly, I'm sure that many of them can lead directly to the interior of Bo City. After hearing these words, Zongkong did not refute out loud, nor did he make a decision immediately. After thinking for a moment, he called an adjutant. Take a team to explore these locations. If you see anything in the cave, fill it up and seal it up. Zongkong took out a map with more than a dozen locations marked on it. The map was brought by Jiang Yi. These were the locations of possible entrances to demon passages that he had discovered himself and collected in the Hunter Alliance over the years. The adjutant took the map, answered without any question, and turned away. After the adjutant left, Zongkong turned to Jiang Yi and said, if there really are so many cave entrances outside Anji, it is impossible for us not to notice them at all. But if the situation is true, there is only one possibility. The Black Church has infiltrated the Weifang faction. Jiang Yi helped Zongkong finish the rest of the sentence. Alas, I'm afraid that the situation is not optimistic not only for the guards but also for the Hunter Union, the Magic Association, and the government. Zongkong sighed. He knew the horror of the Black Church, but he didn't expect that the Black Church's infiltration ability was so strong. The screening of personnel by the guards was quite strict, but if the information brought by Jiang Yi was true, the guards of Bo City might have been completely infiltrated by the Black Church. The real situation will only be worse than imagined, which is why Jiang Yi, who clearly possesses the commander-level combat power of Ice and Fire Quetzalcoatl, still thinks that he can't change anything. Jiang Yi stayed at the Shifeng Mountain Post Station because he knew that the Shifeng Mountain Post Station was lost in the original work, which was the direct cause of the complete fall of Bo City. Logically speaking, with Zongkong guarding the city and so many guard mages, including quite a few mid-level guard mages, it should be impossible for the Shifeng Mountain Post to be lost. After all, the ones attacking Bo City were only a group of demon wolves led by a commander-level Wing Kang wolf. But Shifeng Mountain was lost. There was no doubt that the Black Vatican was responsible, so Jiang Yi had to stay. Not long after waiting, heavy rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. The rain was turbid yellow in color and contained an inexplicable smell. It's raining. Zhang Kong looked up at the sky, seeing the turbid downpour, feeling a little uneasy. Are you talking about the rain? Zhang Kong looked at Jiang Yi in astonishment and said in disbelief. Suddenly, a dazzling magic bullet of light element shot up into the sky. The strong light allowed people within a dozen miles to see it clearly. That is the elementary light magic, radiance. When you are in the wild and cannot use items like mobile phones to transmit information, radiance is a very useful signal. In Guardian Mage, the rising of light represents an emergency signal from the front, which requires sounding the alarm. The alarm levels are divided into 5 levels: orange, blue, blood, purple and black. The blue level means that there are thousands of demons wandering around the city. This situation has only occurred once in Bo City more than a decade ago. Purple alert means that demons have invaded the city, and residents need to hide in the safety zone and wait for the wizard to clear out the demons. A blood red alert, which is higher than purple, means that the city is on the brink of destruction and the city may cease to exist. That is a real disaster, an irresistible disaster. 1 radiance indicates an orange alert, 3 radiances indicate a blue alert, and 5 or more indicate a purple alert. But at this time, bright stars rose up into the sky, like a meteor shower flying backwards, but the meteor shower-like light did not give people a romantic and beautiful feeling. Instead, it made everyone who saw it feel absurd and unreal. That represents a crisis that is powerful enough to destroy the city, and it is a blood-level alert. Once this level of alert is sounded, the entire city is on the brink of destruction, and everyone in the city will face the risk of death. Many people will never see this level of alert in their lifetime. But now, Bo City happened. Sound the alarm. Zhang Kong made a prompt decision and gave the order without hesitation. The blood-red light curtain illuminated the sky, illuminating the entire city red. Urgent alarms echoed in the ears, and countless people in Bo City were awakened. Whether people were resting or working, when they saw the light that illuminated the entire sky red and heard the rapid sound, they all put down what they were doing and looked at the sky in a daze. The demons are attacking the city. Everyone, go to the city and secure it immediately. The demons are attacking the city. Everyone, go to the city and secure it immediately. The stern broadcast voice was transmitted to every corner of Bo City by some unknown means. The seriousness in the tone made all the people who were still a little dazed react immediately, and then they rushed towards the security zone in the city without caring about anything else. On the wall of the Shifeng Mountain Post Station, Jiang Yi and Zhang Kong stood side by side, both of them staring at the demons that were rolling in front of them like a black wave. It's the demonic wolf clan. Zhang Kong gritted his teeth and said. Nanling is the territory of the demon wolves, who are the biggest enemy of Bo City. Master Wei has no idea how many times he has dealt with the demon wolves since the establishment of Bo City, but there has never been a large-scale invasion of demon wolves like the current one. Suddenly, Jiang Yi noticed that his cell phone vibrated. Not many people knew his contact information, and each of them was a person of some importance. Jiang Yi immediately opened his phone to check. Senior, help us, Senior, we are surrounded by the one-eyed demon wolf, we can't hold on any longer, help us. The person who sent the message was Zhang Yushu. A magic item like a mobile phone would emit a large fluctuation of magical energy when used in the wild, which could easily attract the attention of demons. It would not be used unless one was in a desperate situation. During the 3 years, the relationship between Jiang Yi and the Jiang brothers and sisters was pretty good. Jiang Lu was already a mid-level mage in both the Wind and Earth system, and had even reached perfection in the Earth system. Zhang Yushu's water system had also broken through to the mid-level, and he had also absorbed a high-quality water spirit seed. Logically speaking, if the two siblings joined forces, their lives would not be in danger even if they were surrounded by the one-eyed wolf. However, Jiang Yi still received their call for help, which meant that the situation must not be simple. After all, they had worked together for 3 years, and Jiang Yi couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. So he turned to Zhang Kong and said, I need to leave for a while. Where are you going at this time? Zhang Kong asked. Go save people. Jiang Yi answered simply, and then he put on a black robe that covered his entire body, put on a dark mask, and jumped down from the city wall. Zhang Kong wanted to say something, but Jiang Yi's movements were too fast, so he could only swallow his words. On a hillside about 10 miles away from Shifeng Mountain, layers of rock barriers rise from the ground to form an indestructible rock fortress. An endless number of one-eyed demon wolves rushed forward recklessly, smashing the rock fortress fiercely with their sharp claws and iron heads. Although the power of the one-eyed demon wolves was not enough to destroy the defense formed by the intermediate earth magic, with the accumulation of such a large number, the seemingly indestructible rock barrier was gradually covered with cracks. Finally, after countless rounds of attacks from the one-eyed wolves, the entire rock fortress collapsed. Seeing the opportunity, the one-eyed wolves' eyes were filled with crazy killing desire, and they rushed towards a man and a woman standing on the hillside without regard for their lives. Storm expulsion. At this moment, the deep blue star map suddenly lit up, and the majestic water elemental elves gathered into huge waves. The waves were like roaring beasts, sweeping forward with extremely brutal force. The one-eyed demon wolves that rushed forward first were all caught in the violent waves, their bones were shattered, their bodies were twisted, and then they were swept away dozens of meters by the huge waves. The spiritual seed empowerment that Jiang Yushu fused allows the water she summons to be more than twice as thick as that of an ordinary water mage, and her violent waves are more lethal than those of an ordinary mid-level water mage. As a mid-level water magic with both destructive power and range, it can bring out its advantages to the fullest when facing a battle environment where the enemy outnumbers us. Rock barrier and mountain screen. As soon as the violent wave passed, Zhonglu released another intermediate level earth magic, and the brand new rock fortress once again protected the two of them tightly. The two of them cooperated in this way and struggled to hold on while being surrounded by wolves. Even so, they couldn't hold on for long. Intermediate magic consumed too much magic energy. Jiang Yushu was only at the first intermediate level, and her magic energy reserves were not abundant. She could only perform the same cooperation as before twice at most. However, the one-eyed wolf's attack is endless, and they will surely die once their magic power is exhausted. No one knew what had happened. Why would the demon wolf tribe, which usually lived in peace, gather together and launch such a beast tide? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 36 The Assassination of the Black Church. Brother, the senior has replied. He is in Shifeng Mountain. With his speed, it won't take him long to get here. Jiang Yushu checked his phone from time to time, and suddenly spoke out in surprise. Hearing this, Zhonglu was slightly relieved, but his tone was still solemn. With so many one-eyed demon wolves, I'm afraid they are led by commander-level demons. Bo City is in danger. Bo is their hometown, so naturally they don't want to see the fall of Bo. However, given the current situation, the situation in Bo is certainly not optimistic. We are just small mid-level mages. How can we care about so many things? It is not easy to survive such a disaster. Jiang Yushu is more open-minded. Zhonglu sighed softly. Although he was unwilling, with their strength, they were indeed powerless in the face of such a tide of beasts. Suddenly, Zhonglu frowned, looked intently in the direction down the hillside, and his pupils suddenly shrank. That's the three-eyed demon wolf. Just a few dozen meters away from them, a three-eyed demon wolf suddenly appeared. It was over 3 meters long, covered with blood-red bone armor and had hideous bone spurs that were extremely terrifying. The three red and bloodthirsty eyes released crazy emotions. The cruelty and bloodthirstiness were no different from other one-eyed demon wolves. Roar. With a low howl, the bone-spike wolf stomped the ground suddenly, and its huge body shot out like a javelin, leaving a deep mark on the muddy ground with every step it took. However, if it was a three-eyed demon wolf at the general level, even if his earth magic had been cultivated to the intermediate third level, it would not be able to resist for long. The three-eyed demon wolf is also a very powerful existence among the general level demons. The sharp bone spurs are proof of this. It is completely not on the same level as the blood-patterned giant rat. As soon as Zhonglu discovered the three-eyed demon wolf, he released his magic power to strengthen the defense of the rock barrier. At this time, he did not care about the consumption of magic power. If he could not withstand the attack of the three-eyed demon wolf, he and his sister would die. Boom! A muffled sound resounded like thunder, and the three-eyed demon wolf slammed into the rock barrier fortress with tremendous force, and the sound of rocks breaking was endless. Most of the rock barrier, which required the one-eyed demon wolf's repeated attacks for a long time to break, was shattered in an instant. The remaining half was preserved only after Jiang Yi reinforced it regardless of the consumption of magic energy. However, the three-eyed demon wolf obviously would not let the two go. After only a brief pause, it pounced again without hesitation. This time, it chose to use its sharp claws to directly tear apart the remaining half of the rock barrier defense, along with the people inside, into pieces. Water defense circulation. At this moment, a deep blue water belt suddenly condensed and surrounded the ruined rock barrier fortress, providing it with a layer of defense. Hiss. The three-eyed demon wolf's claws, which were as sharp as steel knives, tore Shui Yu into pieces easily like tearing cloth, and the remaining half of the rock barrier underneath was also shattered into rubble all over the sky. Wind plate Tianluo. Just when the three-eyed demon wolf wanted to tear the two siblings apart completely, the invisible wind suddenly became violent, and countless wind threads intertwined together to form an invisible but tangible large net. The huge net formed by the interweaving of wind discs bound the three-eyed demon wolf inside. The highly turbulent wind was like a sharp blade, cutting the body of the three-eyed demon wolf into bloody scars. Jiang Yi's actions did not stop because of this. He released a wind track and took his sister away in a flash, dozens of meters away. The two men stabilized their bodies, and the one-eyed demon wolf that had been waiting for a long time rushed over with red eyes. Ice vine cover. Jiang Yushu's body suddenly shone with brilliant white light, and an icy breath suddenly swept from her body. The terrifying power of ice quickly spread, and with the power of torrential rain, all the surrounding one-eyed demon wolves were frozen into ice sculptures. That's right, Jiang Yushu's second system did not awaken the summoning system as he wished, but awakened the ice system. But she was also very satisfied. Ice magic can control and destroy, and it has its own advantages over pure destructive magic such as lightning and fire in elemental magic. But her ice magic had only been cultivated to the third level of the elementary stage. Freezing a slave level one-eyed wolf was already her limit, and it had very limited effect on a general level three-eyed wolf. The three-eyed demon wolf blew out a violent wind, and the turbid demonic power swept across, completely annihilating the power of the wind disk. With a stomp of its four claws, it rushed towards Jiang Yi and Jiang Yushu again. But just as it rushed out, a terrifying figure that was nearly twice as large as it suddenly dropped from the sky, and the powerful beast force suppressed it with a bang. There was a loud thud, and the ferocious three-eyed demon wolf was smashed into the ground by the powerful force. The ground collapsed directly into a huge pit 2 meters deep. The individual that exerted this terrifying force was also a giant wolf, but the giant wolf was nearly 6 meters in size, and its dark fur was covered with complex and mysterious blood-colored patterns, and there was faint trace of violent energy flowing through it. Kai Zhu. It's you, senior. Jiang Yushu cheered in surprise after seeing the giant wolf's figure clearly. Jiang Yi also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. It was just a little bit. If Jiang Yi had come a little slower, both of them would have been seriously injured at least. Are you all okay? Jiang Yi asked while riding on the back of the blood-patterned wolf. It's okay, senior, you came just in time. Jiang Yushu's tone became relaxed. After confirming that the two were indeed not injured, Jiang Yi felt relieved. Just as he was about to say that he would return immediately, he suddenly stopped and looked towards the bushes around him. You went through so much trouble to lure me out here, you're not planning on just hiding like this, are you? After hearing what Jiang Yi said, Jiang Yi and Jiang Yushu were both confused. They looked towards the bushes around them with doubtful eyes following Jiang Yi's. However, they found nothing. These people did not have a particularly strong magical aura, but they gave people an extremely dangerous and evil feeling, which made the Jiang brother and sister unconsciously nervous. Who are you? Jiang Yi asked coldly. Black Church, 11 black-robed priests, you really think highly of me. However, at this time, Jiang Yi directly stated the identity of the visitor. It has become an instinct for Jiang Yi to keep in touch with plants at all times in the wild. After getting rid of the three-eyed demon wolf, he quickly discovered these black church priests hiding in the bushes. The people of the Black Church are clearly divided into gray-robed believers, black-robed priests, blue-robed deacons and red cardinals. Above the bishops is the Pope, who is the supreme leader of the Black Church and the founder of the Black Church's evil forbidden techniques. His identity has always been a mystery. Even though the Black Priest is only at the second level, the forbidden techniques of the Black Church can give ordinary people the ability to control the Black Beast Demon. The Black Beast Demon is a cursed creature created by humans, and its combat power is comparable to that of demons at the same level. The cursed beasts controlled by the black-robed priests are comparable to general-level demons. 11 black-robed priests are at least 11 general-level warriors. This lineup is more than enough to deal with a complete mid-level wizard team, but they used it to deal with Jiang Yi. Haha, you are a rare genius in Bo City. You are already a mid-level magician at the age of 18, and you also have a blood-marked wolf-summoned beast at the level of a great general. It is only right that I pay more attention to you. At this time, a guy among the black-robed priests who should be the leader laughed and said. Jiang Yi looked at the man. He was thin and wore a black robe. He was not wearing a mask. He was a middle-aged man. He looked vulgar and ugly when he smiled. He had the typical villain look. Besieging but not attacking, I think you must have something to say. Let me guess, which blue-robed butler is your master? Is it Mu He, the chief butler of Hujin, who is in Bo City at this time? Hearing Jiang Yi actually say Mu He's name directly, the skinny man who was sneering just now suddenly froze his smile and looked at Jiang Yi with extremely serious eyes. How do you know the identity of the deacon? Could it be that you are already a member of the Holy See? It's no wonder he made such a guess. Mu He's identity has always been a secret, and even within the Black Church it is little known. Even among his subordinates, he is the only one who knows it. But Jiang Yi was able to tell Mu He's identity so confidently. There was only one possibility, that Jiang Yi had already joined the Black Church and was highly regarded. However, since they are Mu He's subordinates, their value is not high. Jiang Yi has already mastered Mu He's information in full. As long as he wants, he can take him down, so these people have lost the meaning of their existence. Jiang Yi, who had lost interest, ignored the questioning of the black-robed priest and said coldly, Kai Zhu, leave no one alive. Awoo! When the blood-patterned wolf heard Jiang Yi's order, he shouted excitedly, violent demonic power surged throughout his body, and his body flew out like a sharp sword. Before the black-clad priests could react, the sharp claws filled with domineering demonic power had already torn the two black-clad men into pieces, including the leader. The rest of the people finally reacted at this time, and quickly summoned their cursed beasts to rush towards Jiang Yi together. The pungent stench mixed with the smell of curse that makes people instinctively repel is the smell of cursed beasts. After being tortured by the cursed substance, these cursed beasts have completely lost their humanity and become demons that only act because of darkness and pure negative emotions. Their claws were as sharp as those of the three-eyed demon wolf, and were tainted with a strong curse. Once scratched, purifying the curse would be a hassle. However, facing the attack of such a cursed beast, the blood-patterned wolf dealt with it with ease, and it did not even use its own magic. Violent demonic power lingered on the sharp claws, and when they grabbed and slapped, the wind from the claws shot out like the light of a knife. The attack power of a great general-level warrior was simply not something these cursed beasts who had barely reached the level of small generals could contend with, and they collapsed at the first touch. As for the siblings Zhang Lu and Zhang Yushu, Jiang Yi did not have to worry about their safety. As partners who had worked together for 3 years, they both knew their positions best. The moment Jiang Yi took action, they knew that they only needed to protect themselves. After a while, under the fierce attack of the blood-patterned wolf, the 11 black-robed priests, 11 cursed beasts and dozens of black beasts were quickly slaughtered. Chapter 37 Winged Wolf. At this time, Jiang Yi turned his gaze to Zhang Lu and Zhang Yushu again and said, let's go back to Shifeng Mountain Post Station first. After hearing his words, the two siblings let down their guard and quickly came to Jiang Yi's side. At this time, Zhang Yushu suddenly asked, Senior, those people just now. They are the Black Church. Jiang Yi said. No, actually what I want to say is what they just said, your identity, Senior. Zhang Yushu carefully observed Jiang Yi's expression. Jiang Yi also paused for a moment before he realized that just now, When those black-robed priests revealed their identities, Zhonglu and Zhang Yushu also heard it. But it didn't matter. After all, the three of them knew each other very well. Even if the Black Vatican didn't exist, they would have had some suspicions. They just couldn't be sure because of their strength. Jiang Yi took off his mask, turned his head to face Zhonglu and Zhang Yushu and said, "We have been working together for many years, and it is time to be honest with each other. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Jiang Yi, and I am a senior student at Tianlin Magic High School." Looking at Jiang Yi's face that looked a little too young, Zhonglu and Zhang Yushu both opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Although they had long suspected Jiang Yi's identity, they were always denied by the huge gap in strength. Now that Jiang Yi admitted it himself, how could they not be shocked? But, your strength. Zhang Yushu still couldn't believe it. They had witnessed with their own eyes Jiang Yi summoning a commander-level ice and fire-feathered serpent. If Jiang Yi is really just a high school student, then what about that ice and fire-feathered serpent? Jiang Yi had already thought of a good excuse, so he said casually, "Do you know the victims?" Victims of the disaster. Zhonglu and Zhang Yushu were naturally unfamiliar with this term. Jiang Yi certainly understood that it was impossible for them to know about the victims. Unless one reached a high level, it was difficult to obtain information about the victims. That was why he chose to use this excuse as an explanation for why he was able to summon a commander-level summoned beast at the initial stage. There is a kind of people in this world who are born with an extremely powerful force in their bodies, whether it is elements such as ice, snow, fire, and lightning, or it may be a powerful spirit and soul. Their mere existence can cause all kinds of incredible phenomena. Ice victims can cause summer frost and snow, and psychic victims can easily affect the emotions and memories of everyone around them. The fact that they can cause these disasters is also the reason why they are called victims. You too, the scourge victim. After hearing this, Zhonglu and Zhang Yushu also understood. Jiang Yi nodded and smiled. "Indeed, I am a summoner. Fortunately, for some reason I can control my power and not cause a disaster. Instead, it gives me the ability to contract a commander-level summoned beast at the beginner level. But I don't want to be studied and observed, so I concealed my identity. I hope you can understand this." "I understand. Of course I understand," Zhang Yushu said without hesitation. "From the name of the victims, we know that the government may not be friendly to this kind of people. Don't worry, we will keep it confidential for you." "Well, if it were me, I would make the same choice. There is nothing wrong with your approach." Zhonglu also nodded. Hearing this, Jiang Yi smiled with satisfaction and said, "Since you know my identity, you should change your way of addressing me. Don't use the word senior anymore. Just call me by my hunter codename." Hearing this, Zhonglu and Zhang Yushu both chuckled and agreed. They had called him senior before out of respect, but now they no longer needed to be so polite. In addition, knowing Jiang Yi's real age, calling him senior was really not appropriate. With the blood-marked wolf leading the way, Jiang Yi and the other three had a very smooth journey back to the Shifeng Mountain post station. Arriving at Shifeng Mountain, Jiang Yi went straight to Zonkong. When Zonkong saw Jiang Yi coming back with the Jiang brothers and sisters, he just nodded slightly and then turned all his attention to the tide of demonic wolves that were attacking the Shifeng Mountain post station like a black tide. The battle was extremely fierce. Master Wei's side had the advantage of terrain and the help of many magic arrays, so they barely had the upper hand. However, those demon wolves were fearless, their eyes were filled with brutality, madness and bloodlust, and they attacked the city walls without any reason. Their offensive was continuous, which put great pressure on Master Wei. Suddenly, a guardian mage riding a wind track rushed up in a hurry, and before he arrived, he shouted loudly, "Sir, a large number of demons suddenly appeared in Bo City, and the casualties among the people were heavy." "What did you say?" Zonkong was shocked upon hearing the voice, and looked at the wind-type guard mage who came to deliver the message in disbelief. The wind guard mage stopped in front of Zonkong and said with certainty, "News came from Bo City. A huge number of one-eyed demon wolves and giant-eyed fishy rats suddenly appeared in the city and attacked those who had not yet entered the realm." After receiving the exact news, Zonkong frowned and angrily cursed, "Damn giant-eyed fishy rats, how many tunnels have these beasts dug? The guards have always been on guard against the underground passages dug by the giant-eyed rats leading to the interior of Bo City. Even so, many passages have not been discovered. Zonkong looked back at the endless stream of demon wolves like a black wave under the wall of Shifeng Mountain Post Station. He clenched his fists, but then released them helplessly. The Snow Peak Mountain Post Station cannot be lost. We are unable to take care of the situation in the city. With the Magic Association and the Hunter Alliance, the situation in the city should be under control. We just need to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Zonkong was unable to finish his words because he knew that he was just deceiving himself. Needless to say, the Magic Association had a lot of people who never participated in direct battles with demons. What they were best at was sitting in a position and getting something for nothing. A loose organization like the Hunter Alliance cannot be compared with the Guardian Mages. The Hunter Mages are not good at dealing with such large-scale demon attacks on the city. However, Master Wei must defend the Shifeng Mountain Post Station. If the Shifeng Mountain Post Station is lost, Bo City will be truly doomed. A large part of the demon passage has been destroyed, and no matter how bad the situation in the city is, it will not lead to the destruction of the city. As long as we hold out until the support troops arrive, those demons that sneaked into Bo City through the underground passage can be quickly wiped out. This is the only way now. Of course, Zonkong knew that this choice would sacrifice many people, but as the highest commander of the defense of Bo City, he had no choice but to make this choice. Whoosh! At this moment, a strong wind blew up in the sky, and powerful demonic power swept over like waves. Countless people looked up in horror. All I saw was a pair of wings casting a huge shadow, and the owner of the wings was actually a giant wolf, a real giant wolf, dozens of meters long, flying through the sky like an airplane. It flew directly over the Shifeng Mountain and headed towards Bo City. That's Winged Kang Wolf. Jiang Yi saw the huge wolf passing by and recognized its identity. It was the leader of the demon wolves, Winged Kang Wolf. It has wings on its back, possesses the magic power to control the strong wind, and can command tens of thousands of demon wolves. This is the leader-level demon, the Winged Wolf. This Winged Wolf is definitely the commander-in-chief. Judging from the terrifying aura it just exuded, it is certain that ordinary high-level wizards are no match for it. Commander level. Zhang Lu finally came back to life from his trance and uttered a few words indistinctly. At this time, a strong wind suddenly arose, but this time it was not a violent and turbid evil wind, but a light and natural elemental wind. Suddenly, 6 pure white wings sprouted from Zonkong's back. The wings were condensed from pure wind spirits, with countless tiny wind whirlpools flowing on them, providing him with powerful power to soar into the blue sky. We must not let a commander mess around in Bo City, Zhao Chusong. Zonkong shouted out a name. Here. Zhao Chusong answered loudly. I'm going to kill the wolf. You will take over the command of the Shifeng Mountain Post Station here. You must resist the attacks of the demon wolf. Otherwise, you will be held responsible. Clear. Zhao Chusong is the second in command of Shifeng Mountain Post Station and has been there longer than Zonkong. Before he finished his words, Zonkong had already flown away, and in the blink of an eye, only a small dot could be seen. Brother, should we do something too? Zhang Yushu said to Zhang Lu at this time. Hearing this, Zhang Lu looked between the group of demon wolves in front of the Shifeng Mountain Post in Bo City for a moment, and then said, let's go back to Bo City. Jiang Yi heard their conversation and said, Bo City does need support. I will go back with you. Upon hearing this, the two of them nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, just after the three of them left the Shifeng Mountain Post Station for a distance, Jiang Yi suddenly stopped. I suddenly remembered that there is one thing I haven't done. You two go back to Bo City first. I need to go back to Shifeng Mountain Post Station. Jiang Yi said to the Jiang brother and sister. Zhang Lu and Zhang Yushu looked at each other, nodded without asking any more questions, and went straight to Bo City. Jiang Yi turned around and returned to Shifeng Mountain, but this time he hid his body and did not enter the post station directly. Jiang Yi remembered that the Shifeng Mountain Post Station was lost in the original work, but it was impossible for the Magic Wolf Tribe and Giant-Eyed Rats to break through the Shifeng Mountain Post Station. In this case, the only possibility is that the Black Vatican took action, otherwise the Shifeng Mountain Post would not be so easily breached. There were countless one-eyed demon wolves. Under the catalysis of the rain of cries, they had no fear of life or death and charged towards the towering walls of the Snow Peak Mountain Station without hesitation. Their sharp teeth and claws became their most powerful tools for destroying the city walls. Every strike of their claws, which were wrapped in demonic power, could tear a huge gap in the city wall. Especially the huge three-eyed wolf. Its ferocious and sharp bone spurs have far more destructive power on the city wall than the ordinary one-eyed wolf. Each attack can tear a gap of more than 1 meter on the city wall, which requires the joint efforts of several earth mages to repair it in time. However, Master Wei's side has the advantage of geographical location after all, and with the tacit coordination of the battle formation and the combined advantages of various magic systems, the magic wolves will not be able to pose a threat to the Shifeng Mountain Post in a short period of time. However, at this moment, some of the magicians in the group quietly gave up fighting the charging magic wolves, and instead used their magic to attack their comrades around them. Even if someone was able to react, they would inevitably be injured and unable to resist. Chapter 38 Destroy the cave entrance and save Xingxia. Ha 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 ha. Go to hell, it's an honor for you despicable people to die for the great plan of the adults, ha 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 ha. A loud and arrogant laugh filled with madness was heard. It was from Zhao Chusong, the chief of the Shifeng Mountain Post Station, who was entrusted with an important task by Zhang Kong. Perhaps he felt that the situation was irreversible, or perhaps it was because his years of forbearance finally erupted at this moment, and he shouted out the madness in his heart without any scruples. But at this moment, his face was filled with crazy laughter, flames were swirling in his hands, and he launched a fatal attack on his comrades beside him. Boom! At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, and an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly struck, with a domineering and brutal commander-level force pressing down. The entire Snow Peak Mountain Post House, whether it was the Black Church believers who had just revealed their true identities, the guardian mages, or even the demon wolves that were frantically attacking the city walls, all prostrated themselves on the ground and were unable to move under this unreserved pressure. The commander level is a leap in the level of life. Creatures below the commander level are as small as ants in front of the commander. The huge body of the ice and fire-feathered serpent lay across the Shifeng Mountain Post Station, and its slightly fluttering ice and fire wings released violent demonic power of ice and fire. The invisible pressure enveloped the entire Shifeng Mountain Post Station. The towering city walls seemed fragile in front of the terrifying creature. Zhao Chusong, who had been laughing wildly just now, couldn't help but reveal a look of horror when he felt the terrifying pressure pressing down on him. Zhao Chusong, the adjutant of the Shifeng Mountain Post, your position is second only to Commander Zongkong. You have stayed at the Shifeng Mountain Post longer than most people. No wonder the Shifeng Mountain Post was lost. It turned out to be because of you. Jiang Yi walked slowly over, the huge shadow cast by the ice and fire-feathered serpent making him look like a demon or a god. His deep, dark eyes looked down at Zhao Chusong, who was forced to kneel on the ground. Jiang Yi ignored his shock, walked up to him, and asked in a deep voice, "Who is the master you mentioned just now?" "Haha, you think you won, die." Zhao Chusong sneered and suddenly shouted loudly. From the shadows, a monster suddenly appeared, which was completely black and emitted an unbearable stench. It was a cursed beast monster, and a cursed beast monster at the promotion stage general level. It was extremely fast, and even under the pressure of the ice and fire-feathered serpent, its speed was still very fast. The moment it appeared, its sharp claws went straight to Jiang Yi's heart. However, at the moment when the cursed beast approached, a light mixed with icy cold and extreme heat suddenly descended from the sky, and the extremely destructive force directly tore the cursed beast into pieces. Seeing this, Jiang Yi's eyes gleamed coldly. He raised his hand and the blood-patterned wolf that had been guarding beside him immediately stepped forward and slapped down with its sharp claws. Under Zhao Chusong's horrified gaze, the blood-veined wolf's sharp claws directly smashed his head. Under the suppression of the ice and fire-feathered serpent, he had no power to resist. "I wanted to get some clues about Wuku, but since you are so ignorant, forget it." It was only at this time that Jiang Yi spoke slowly. Then, relying on the absolute power suppression of the ice and fire-feathered serpent and the extremely fast clearing ability of the blood-patterned wolf, Jiang Yi quickly wiped out all the exposed Black Church believers. In this case, there should be no problem with the Shifeng mountain post. Jiang Yi looked at the Snow Peak mountain post station which had restored order. He did not stay for long. He took back the ice and fire-feathered serpent and rode on the blood-patterned wolf to leave in the direction of Bo City. Because of Jiang Yi, this time Master Wei destroyed some demon passages in advance, and the number of demons pouring into Bo City was not as many as in the original plot, but it was still a subversive disaster for Bo City. Below the cafeteria of Inscription Girls' Middle School is the exit of the largest demon passage, from which endless giant-eyed fishy rats and one-eyed demon wolves pour out. The eyes of each of these demons were filled with a ferocious and bloodthirsty scarlet color, and their eyes were filled with the mad desire to tear apart and devour all the humans before them. The first thing Jiang Yi did when he rushed back to Bo City was to come here. Looking at the countless giant-eyed fishy rats and glancing at the occasional broken limbs, the shocking scene did not move him at all. "Kai Zhu, destroy this cave entrance for me." A steady and indifferent voice was heard. The blood-patterned wolf did not hesitate at all when he heard the order. The demonic power in his mouth condensed and burst out with a bang. The violent energy poured into the cave entrance like a wave, and the giant-eyed rats that were rushing out continuously were smashed into pieces in batches. The entrance of the cave collapsed, burying countless giant-eyed fishy rats. Seeing this, Jiang Yi walked forward, and a pair of black eyes lit up with brown magical light. He suddenly stepped on the ground with one foot, and the powerful magic power in his body poured into the ground with his foot. Immediately, the underground soil seemed to come alive and began to flow slowly under the control of Jiang Yi's mind. But in just a moment, the ground within a radius of more than 10 meters was tightly closed together, and there was no trace of the existence of the hole before. After doing all this, Jiang Yi wanted to leave, but suddenly thought of something. In the original work, Yi Xingxia seemed to be studying at Mingwen Girls' High School. When the disaster in Bo City occurred, she happened to be in a supermarket south of the school. Because of her weak legs and inability to move, Yi Xingxia was abandoned in the supermarket by everyone. In order to avoid the giant-eyed fishy rat, she could only hide in the freezer. If Mo Fan had not arrived in time, her life would have been in danger. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yi took out his phone and sent a message to Mo Fan, asking, "Mo Fan, I'm at Mingwen Girls' Middle School. How are you? Do you need any help?" I thought I would have to wait for a while, but unexpectedly, Mo Fan replied quickly, Brother Jiang, please help me find Xingxia. Xingxia is not an Angie. She must still be in school. As long as you can help me find Xingxia, I will do anything you want." Seeing this message, Jiang Yi raised his eyebrows and did not reply. He put away his phone and rushed south. He remembered that in the original work, Yi Xingxia was trapped in a supermarket, and the shopping mall was to the south of Mingwen Girls' Middle School. In the underground supermarket, the people trapped here can only pray in a low voice, praying that the demons will not find this place, and praying that rescuers will arrive as soon as possible. This shopping supermarket is underground. When the crisis just happened, someone closed the entrance, so it was not discovered by the demons for the time being. But this also poses a huge hidden danger. Once a demon breaks in here, no one inside will have a chance to escape. As time went by, a feeling of fear grew among the crowd. They were worried about the roars of demons from outside and the sounds of something being torn apart and smashed. In the crowd, a frail girl sat alone in a wheelchair, her head lowered, her hands unconsciously clenched on her thighs. "Are we abandoned like this?" A girl who was sobbing in the corner, hugging her knees, asked in a low voice with a smile. "Most of the people outside are dead. It's only a matter of time before we are discovered." A man in formal attire and who looked like a manager said dejectedly. "No, sitting here is just waiting to die. We must go out. There is still a chance of survival if we go out." The person who said this was a man in work clothes, who looked like a worker who was carrying goods. "I'm a plumber and I've been doing this job for more than 10 years. If you all follow me and walk through the underground pipes, you won't encounter any monsters." The man in blue work clothes said at this time. His words gave everyone hope, and they looked towards him with excitement. Before entering here, some people saw that there were demons everywhere outside. If they left, they would immediately become food for the demons. If there was someone familiar with the underground pipes leading the way, it should be easy to escape to the safe world by walking underground. Let's go quickly, I don't want to stay in this damn place. Yes, blood alert. If we don't retreat to the safe zone, there is basically no hope of survival. Let's go quickly. This place will be discovered by the demons sooner or later. With everyone urging them, everyone decided to leave through the underground tunnel and rush to Anji. There happened to be an entrance to the underground tunnel in the supermarket, and driven by the urgent desire to escape, the crowd quickly entered it. Wait a minute, there's a girl in a wheelchair here, she probably can't walk. The thin girl found Yi Xingxia, who was left behind by the crowd, and shouted anxiously. She's crazy. Who can take care of her now? Yes, wheelchairs can't move in underground pipes. Girl, if you want, just come with us. The supermarket manager said coldly. Watching the crowd go away, the thin girl looked back in both directions, her eyes red with pity as she saw the girl sitting in the wheelchair who looked so helpless. I'm sorry, I really want to take you with me. It's okay, just follow them. Yi Xingxia shook her head and said with a forced smile. Boom. At this moment, there was a violent vibration on the ceiling. Hideous cracks appeared and spread rapidly. Huge blocks of cement fell down. The thin girl was frightened and no longer cared about anything else. She turned around and ran quickly towards the entrance of the pipe. Yi Xingxia also looked up at the ceiling with rapid breathing. Such a great power was no longer something that an ordinary giant-eyed fishy rat could do. It was probably a large demon like the one-eyed demon wolf. Yi Xingxia turned her wheelchair and hid herself between the shelves. Even though she knew it was futile, she still wanted to stay as far away from the scary guy upstairs as possible. Boom! With a dull thud, a large piece of the ceiling completely collapsed, and a huge wolf head poked out from it. The blood-red lines and the brutal and tyrannical aura made people tremble with fear at the sight of it. Yi Xingxia was considered to be tough among all the girls of her age, but she almost fainted when she saw this scene. The threat from a great general was so terrifying that even a mid-level mage would find it difficult to resist it completely, let alone Yi Xingxia, who only had the initial level of cultivation. Get out of the way. What are you looking at? Let me in. After Jiang Yi landed, he walked towards Yi Xingxia without any hesitation. This place was very small and his perception could cover it easily. Xingxia, are you okay? Jiang Yi came to Yi Xingxia's side and asked. Brother Jiang Yi, why are you here? Yi Xingxia came back to her senses only then and asked back while trying to calm herself down. Yi Xingxia and Jiang Yi also knew each other. After all, they didn't live far from each other. Although their relationship was not close, they were at least acquaintances. Jiang Yi took out his phone and showed her the conversation with Mo Fan. He smiled and said, Mo Fan owes me a big favor for finding you. Let me take you away from here. Seeing the message on the phone, Yi Xingxia finally understood and said, Thank you, brother Jiang Yi, but there were some people here originally, and they all left through the underground tunnel. They are hopeless. There is a nest of giant-eyed fishy rats underground. If you go in, you will die. Hearing this, Yi Xingxia fell silent and stopped talking. Jiang Yi picked her up from the wheelchair, put the wheelchair into the space storage magic tool, and then leapt out from the gap in the ceiling. He placed Yi Xingxia on Kaiju's back and told her, Don't be afraid. Her name is Kaizu and she is my summoned beast. Kaizu, you protect her well. Jiang Yi took a photo of Yi Xingxia and sent it to Mo Fan. He then ignored her and ordered the blood wolf to leave and head towards Anji. Zhang Kong and Yi Kanglang fought in the sky, high-level magic and commander-level magic collided with each other, and the aftermath of energy was as turbulent as a hurricane sweeping across the sky and earth. Fortunately, the battle took place high in the sky, causing limited damage to people and buildings on the ground, but the noise was so huge that everyone who felt it was shocked. That is high-level magic. I don't know which magician is dealing with the demon wolf. I hope he will be safe. Yi Xingxia looked up at the sky and prayed with her hands clasped together in the direction of the flames and hurricanes. It's Commander Zhang Kong, the military commander of the Shifeng Mountain Post. He is very strong and will be fine. Jiang Yi looked at the violent magical fluctuations coming from the sky, said a few words to comfort him, and then ignored him and prepared to continue moving towards Anji. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Jiang Yi did not want to expose the ice and fire-feathered serpent, and he concealed the lineup at the Shifeng Mountain Post Station. Even Zhao Chusong, who died in front of him, only saw his black iron mask. At this point in the disaster in Bo City, the Black Church had basically achieved the desired effect, except for failing to obtain the Holy Spring. So even if Jiang Yi did not participate, this turbid rain should have stopped. The distance from Inscription Girls' Middle School to Anji was not short, but with the help of the blood-patterned wolf, Jiang Yi and Yi Xingxia only took less than 10 minutes to get there. On the way, they also dealt with a number of general-level demons, the three-eyed demon wolves. After arriving at Anji, Jiang Yi took back the blood-patterned wolf, put Yi Xingxia back on the wheelchair and pushed her inside. "Monkey, are you all okay?" Jiang Yi, who walked into Anji, quickly found acquaintances. Zhang Xiaohu and other students from Tianlin Magic High School gathered together. Jiang Yi discovered that He Yu, who had sacrificed his life rescuing Zhang Xiaohu in the original plot, was safe and sound at this time. Although he failed to change the overall situation of the Bo City disaster, some small regrets did not happen because of his appearance. "Brother Yi, there's Xingxia." Zhang Xiaohu shouted excitedly at first, and then said dejectedly, "We're fine," but Brother Fan went out alone to look for Xingxia. "I don't know how he's doing now." "Brother Jiang Yi, can you still contact Brother Mo Fan? Where is he now?" Upon hearing the news, Yi Xingxia quickly turned around and asked Jiang Yi. "Let me try." Jiang Yi took out his phone and tried to send a message to Mo Fan, but received no reply. After waiting for a while, Jiang Yi comforted him, "Don't worry, with Mo Fan's current strength, he will be safe as long as he doesn't encounter a demon above the general level." Because part of the demon entrance to Bo City has been destroyed, the demons invading the city are not as many as in the original plot, and the general level demons are even rarer. In addition, the Magic Association and the Hunter Alliance reacted and cleaned up, so the probability of Mo Fan encountering monsters above the general level was not high. "How long has Mo Fan been gone?" Jiang Yi suddenly asked Zhang Xiaohu. "It's been almost an hour." Zhang Xiaohu replied. "More than an hour." Jiang Yi recalled this part of the plot in the original novel. On the way to find Yi Xingxia, Mo Fan met Yuang and was forced to hide in the control room of the supermarket building. He then broke through to the intermediate level before escaping danger. Jiang Yi had already sent Mo Fan the news that he had found Yi Xingxia. If Mo Fan saw it, he would definitely rush back immediately. Adding the time he needed to break through to the intermediate level, more than an hour would be enough. Jiang Yi naturally didn't worry that anything would happen to Mo Fan. After all, he was the protagonist and wouldn't die so easily. "Monkey, take good care of Xingxia. I'm going to kill the demon," Jiang Yi ordered, then turned around and headed out of Anji. Zhang Xiaohu heard this and quickly assured him, "Brother Yi, don't worry. I will definitely protect Xingxia." In addition to reducing the losses in Bo City, Jiang Yi killed the demons more because he wanted to take the opportunity to collect soul essence. Soul essence is his most important resource for cultivation. His cultivation progress depends to a large extent on the absorption of soul essence by the soul system, so naturally the more the better. Although the demon invasion has been largely under the control of the Magic Association and the Hunter Alliance, there are still a large number of demons wreaking havoc in residential areas, and many people who are trapped and unable to reach the safe world in time may die in the mouths of demons at any time. Jiang Yi summoned a blood-marked wolf, leapt onto its back and said, "Kai Zhu, can you smell the scent of a demon? Do you want one above the general level?" Kai Zhu's nose twitched twice and he quickly determined a direction. In just a moment, they saw a giant wolf over 3 meters long attacking the wall of the building with its sharp scarlet bone spurs. Without any hesitation, Jiang Yi commanded the blood-veined wolf to attack. The demonic power surged, and its sharp claws slashed down like steel knives. The speed of the blood-veined wolf was too fast, and the three-eyed demon wolf had just reacted when its sharp claws cut its neck. A faint soul light emanated, and as Jiang Yi moved his mind, an invisible soul line broke out of his body and gathered the remaining soul of the three-eyed demon wolf like a tentacle. "What a pity, it's not the spirit." Jiang Yi sighed with a little regret. With just a slight sigh, Jiang Yi immediately ordered the blood-patterned wolf to look for the next prey. In the chaotic city, bloody scenes could be seen everywhere, and hideous and ferocious demons were wreaking havoc in the city. However, the demons that lost their minds under the catalysis of the violent rain did not know that a more terrifying hunter also regarded them as prey. The blood-patterned wolf is already at the level of a great general, and can hold its own even if it encounters a three-eyed demon wolf in the promotion stage. Coupled with Jiang Yi's own strength, as long as he does not encounter a commander-level demon, he can almost walk sideways. So the man and the beast killed with great joy in this chaotic city. After a long time, Jiang Yi finally felt a little tired and concentrated on counting the essence in his spiritual universe. There are hundreds of residual souls in total, a small half of which are at the general level, and there are a full 4 general-level soul essences and more than 10 slave-level soul essences. If these are converted into money, it would be at least hundreds of millions, which can be said to be a considerable harvest. The contented Jiang Yi suddenly realized at this moment that he was in the emu's manor. The huge manor that was once magnificent and luxurious was now in a state of desolation. The ruins left by the rampant demons can be seen everywhere, and occasionally broken bones and flesh can be seen. This is the horror of the demons, attack on the city, which is enough to destroy everything. There is no doubt that his own villa will be in a similar state. Jiang Yi took out his cell phone and found that the communication function was still working. He then found that Mo Fan had replied to his message and also sent him the news that he had broken through to the intermediate level. At this time, he had returned to Anji and reunited with Zhang Xiaohu, Yi Xingxia and the others. For some unknown reason, Jiang Yi opened Mu Ningxui's communication interface, called her, and the call was connected. It was so fast that Jiang Yi himself couldn't react. "You look a little tired, but you don't seem to be injured, you're fine." Mu Ningxui's signature cold voice came from the phone. "Yes, fortunately, the support from the Sky Eagle Mage Corps of the Guard has arrived. It won't take long to wipe out all the demons in Bo City. The winged wolf was driven away by Commander Zongkong. The place you are in doesn't look like Anji," Mu Ningxi said. Jiang Yi used the camera of his phone to look around, and then said nonchalantly, "Your Highness, your castle has been destroyed. Dad and the others are all safe and sound. This is the best possible outcome. Bo City is no longer habitable. What are you going to do?" Mu Ningxi didn't seem to care about the destruction of her home. Jiang Yi answered without thinking too much, "I have already graduated from high school, so I will move to Shanghai." "Demon City. You want to go to Mingzhu Academy? Why?" Mu Ningxi raised her voice noticeably higher when she heard this, and asked in doubt. Jiang Yi smiled slightly and explained, "The Imperial Capital Academy is naturally very good, but it is not suitable for me. The Imperial Capital is the capital of the aristocratic families, and the Imperial Capital Academy is also an aristocratic family academy. Although the Pearl Academy is also occupied by aristocratic families, it is much better than the Imperial Capital Academy and is more suitable for me." Mu Ningxi was silent for a moment, then nodded and said concisely, "I understand." The two didn't chat for long. Jiang Yi was indeed exhausted and needed to meditate to recover his magic power. He first went back to his own home to take a look. The main structure was still relatively intact and only needed some renovation. Jiang Yi had no intention of abandoning the property here. After all, it was his home where he had lived for more than 10 years. Perhaps there was no one in his house, so it was not visited by demons. Except for some damage to the exterior structure, the interior is well preserved and completely habitable. Jiang Yi did not go to Anji. Since he did not have to worry about safety issues, he stayed safely in his own home. Just as Jiang Yi expected, when the support from the Sky Eagle Mage Corps arrived, the demons in Bo City were quickly and completely wiped out. However, the heavy grief that this disaster brought to the people of Bo will be forever engraved in their hearts. The city of Bo was not completely destroyed as in the original plot. It could only be rebuilt as a military fortress, but it was obviously no longer suitable for living, and large-scale population migration was inevitable. Mo Fan's family also suffered a huge blow in this disaster. His aunt is still alive, but his uncle is missing and is not on the list of victims. But everyone knows that people who are missing and not on the list of victims are very likely to have been killed and dismembered. After discussion, Mo Fan and his family decided to move to Shanghai, which also happened to have resettlement housing for the people of Bo City. Jiang Yi spent several days renovating his house, which was very easy for him who had a realistic aptitude. He spent more time setting up a magic circle for his home. A simple magic ban will be triggered as long as a creature approaches, forcing the attacker to retreat. Its power is similar to that of mid-level magic. For an inconspicuous villa, it is enough to have such a magic band to protect it. After arranging all this, Jiang Yi left Bo City and headed for the Magic City. Chapter 40 Pearl Special Recruitment. The Pearl Academy in the Magic City is one of the best magic colleges in the whole of China. All the students who can graduate successfully have at least reached the third level of high-level cultivation. The outstanding ones are also the best among the high-level ones. They are the talents that organizations such as the Magic Association and the Inquisition are vying for. The disaster in Bo City caused the cancellation of the college entrance examination, and all the students in Bo City were arranged to go to magic high schools in other cities and take the college entrance examination the following year. But Jiang Yi did not plan to wait until the next year. Although he could not take the unified college entrance examination, he could enter Mingzu Academy through special recruitment. Rare magic systems such as dimensional magic and white magic are given preferential treatment in major universities, and summoning system students can be specially recruited as long as they can successfully release basic summoning magic. The summoning department is the strongest among all magic departments in the early stage. As long as the summoned beasts have servant-level combat power, they are basically invincible at the same level. If you are lucky, even a mid-level magician can have a chance of defeating them. With Jiang Yi's current mid-level summoning skills, it is more than enough for him to be specially recruited into the Pearl Academy. After arriving in Shanghai, Jiang Yi first signed up for the special recruitment of Mingzu Academy. After some time, he rented an apartment near Mingzu Academy. After settling down, Jiang Yi devoted himself to his own cultivation. He gained a lot of spirit essence in Bo City, which he had to quickly transform into his own strength. After this period of growth, the soul and summoning systems had reached the intermediate level and could not be broken through in a short period of time. His main focus was on the two magic systems that were awakened for the second time, the space system and the reality system. The abilities of these two systems were extremely powerful. Needless to say, the space system is extremely strong in orthodox magic, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Jiang Yi will naturally not ignore it. As for the reality system with 10 elemental attributes, although Jiang Yi also feels a bit troubled about the development of its capabilities, the auxiliary role it can play now alone forces him to pay attention to it. The space system and the reality system are advancing in tandem, and with the assistance of the soul system at all costs, the improvement speed of these two systems is incredibly fast. In half a month, both the space system and reality system have reached perfection at the initial third level, and only one opportunity is left to break through to the intermediate level. It is worth mentioning that while he was practicing madly, the soul system also gained considerable benefits. The seedling growing out of the invisible nebula has turned into a tree as tall as a person, and the roots of invisible matter connected the other three systems. Countless souls spread out from the branches of the small tree, floating slightly in the empty spiritual universe, with a kind of eerie beauty. The most obvious change brought about by this mutation of the soul system is that Jiang Yi's mental power has been greatly improved. He has reached the peak of the second realm and is approaching the third realm. There is no such thing as spirit seeds in the space system. Its power directly depends on the strength of the mental power. With Jiang Yi's current mental power level, even if he only uses the basic magic telepathy, he can pose a fatal threat to the general level demons. If combined with his martial arts skills, he would not be afraid even when facing a high-level magician. Half a month later, the special recruitment examination of Mingzu Academy began, and Jiang Yi set off for Mingzu Academy. There were already two people waiting for the test in the examination room, one man and one woman, standing at a distance from each other. It was obvious that they were not acquaintances. Jiang Yi naturally walked to a position close to the two people and stood there waiting. There were also three examiners sitting on the side. The one in the middle had a head full of silver hair and wore silver-rimmed glasses. Although his face was old, he showed a sense of fortitude. He was Dean Xiao of Mingzu Academy. As the dean, he personally serves as the examiner for the special recruitment examination, which shows how much importance Mingzu Academy attaches to special recruitment. The other two were an old professor who looked knowledgeable, wearing thick glasses and had a rather elegant appearance, and a slightly bloated middle-aged man in serious formal attire. Because Jiang Yi's goal was to study at the summoning department of Mingzu Academy, he had learned about the teachers of the summoning department in advance. The old professor who looked knowledgeable was none other than Zhang Yunming, the director of the summoning department. The summoning department is a rare class in any magic high school, and those who want to enter the school through special recruitment, except for those like Jiang Yi who accidentally missed the college entrance examination, want to get some special treatment. After waiting for a while, some more people came to take the exam after Jiang Yi, and finally it was time for the exam to begin. The time is almost up, so let's conduct the assessment one by one. Dean Xiao, who was in the middle, spoke at this time. Immediately, the bloated man in formal attire beside him read out the name list in his hand. The first one is Ding Yumian. Ding Yumian. This name immediately caught Jiang Yi's attention, and he turned to look at the girl who was walking forward. The girl had long black hair that was slightly curly, and a gentle and pleasant temperament, but her pair of bright eyes were not distracted at all, and there was no change in expression from beginning to end, just like a puppet. Ding Yumian is a psychic disaster victim who appeared in the original novel. Because she could not control her own power, she almost suffocated the entire community to death because of her sad emotions. I remember that Ding Yumian was brought to Mingzu Academy by Dean Xiao for protection. With Dean Xiao's status, it would be easy for him to arrange a student status for her. Why does she have to take an exam? Hello, teachers. My name is Ding Yumian. I am a level 1 intermediate fire element. My natural talent can double the range of my magic attacks. While Jiang Yi was still curious, Ding Yumian had already introduced himself. Oh, intermediate level of cultivation, and natural talent, then demonstrate it. The formal instructor spoke. Being able to reach the intermediate level of cultivation at this time is already a great talent. Most people are still struggling at the second and third levels of the initial stage at this time, not to mention those who have natural talent. Such people are already qualified to enter Mingzu Academy. Upon hearing this, Ding Yumian did not hesitate at all and began to concentrate on constructing a star map. Red stars were reflected in the void, one by one connected to form star tracks, and the star tracks were then constructed into a star map. A magnificent star map quickly took shape, releasing scorching fire magic fluctuations as it slowly moved, and the casting speed was extremely fast. Ding Yumian clenched one hand into a fist, and her eyes, which had always been as calm as a pool of dead water, suddenly burst into a blazing fire. She punched out, and a bright and hot fire bloomed on that delicate pink fist. Fiery fist, thunderous sky. The raging flame swept out like an angry dragon, sweeping past in a fan shape. The ground within a dozen meters in front of Ding Yumian was instantly burned into black by the flames. An ordinary fiery fist only has a range of 3 or 4 meters, and a better one can reach 5 or 6 meters, but Ding Yumian's magic directly broke through the range of 10 meters, and the power was not reduced at all, which shows that the natural talent she mentioned is indeed true. Ha ha ha, great. Directly double the magic coverage range. This natural talent is indeed good. You can pass. The formal instructor laughed twice and then said affirmatively. The other 2 instructors also nodded in agreement. With such cultivation and natural talent, he was indeed qualified to join Mingzu Academy. Knowing that she had passed, Ding Yumian did not show any joy, but turned around and walked away. The instructors did not mind and continued to call out the next name. The second one is Jiang Yi. Hearing that it was him, Jiang Yi came out without hesitation and said, "Hello, teachers. I am in the summoning department, intermediate level 1. Summoning department, intermediate level." Jiang Yi's voice immediately attracted the attention of the 3 instructors, especially the director of the summoning department. Little guy, you must be responsible for what you say. Do you know what the intermediate level of summoning magic is? Let me tell you this, as long as you can successfully release the basic summoning magic, you will have the opportunity to enter the summoning department of our Mingzu Academy. Do you understand? Zhang Yunming said with a warning. Jiang Yi did not argue with him. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Suddenly, a moon-white light emanated from his body. A magnificent moon-white star map slowly emerged, and 49 stars slowly circled in the nebula. Zhang Yunming stood up and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. This is really a mid-level magic nebula. Even Dean Xiao raised his eyes at this time, looked at Jiang Yi meaningfully, nodded slightly, and said nothing. Jiang Yi retracted his magic wave, and then asked, "Can I enter Mingzu Academy like this?" Zhang Yunming sat down again and nodded slightly, saying, "You are talented enough to be able to practice summoning magic to the intermediate level at your age. Of course you can do it, but I also want to see your elementary summoning magic. Can you demonstrate it for us?" Zhang Yunming was very excited. His summoning department had few people and geniuses were even rarer. If he could recruit a genius summoning mage like Jiang Yi, he would surely shine in the next few years. But he still had a small doubt. When Jiang Yi demonstrated the summoning nebula just now, he easily saw that he didn't have a contracted beast yet, which meant he had no intermediate magic, so he wanted to see his dimensional summoning. Jiang Yi naturally had no objection, and he concentrated his mind to cast the spell. He was already able to create a star track with just one thought, but he didn't want to attract too much attention in public, so he deliberately took 2 seconds to complete the connection of the star track. The moon-white magic circle slowly unfolded, and a crack in the void opened. The next moment, a majestic giant wolf with a body length of more than 5 meters and shiny black fur with blood-red lines flowing on it jumped out from it. The giant wolf lowered its head and remained silent, its pair of blood-red eyes seemed to be filled with slight waves, and the savage and tyrannical aura that belonged only to demons spread throughout the venue, shocking both the instructors and the students waiting for the test. Commander level. It's actually a general level. Judging from its appearance and aura, this is a general level blood-veined gray wolf, and it took a lot of resources to cultivate it. Zhang Yunming looked at the majestic blood-veined gray wolf and commented aloud. "Well, not bad, not bad. You can train your summoned beast so well. It shows that your summoning talent is good enough. You passed." This time it was Dean Xiao who spoke. Seeing that Dean Xiao had spoken, the other instructors also expressed their agreement. Jiang Yi applied for early admission. Mingzu Academy required first-year students to live on campus for 1 semester, so Jiang Yi moved into the school dormitory. Jiang Yi specifically went to find Zhang Yunming, the director of the summoning department, and asked him to arrange a separate dormitory for him. He was not used to living with others. It was normal for a genius like Jiang Yi to have some privileges, and this was not an excessive request. Zhang Yunming agreed readily. After entering Mingzu Academy, I plunged into the school library. Compared with Tianlin Magic High School, the collection of books in Mingzu Academy's library is many times richer. Jiang Yi mainly read books on magic theory and magic circles. His understanding of the principles of magic was too superficial, which was also the main reason why his reality-related power was not strong. There are a total of 10 elements in the reality system. If they can be used well, they will definitely be powerful trump cards. However, Jiang Yi's understanding of the principles of magic is not enough to support him to develop sufficiently powerful moves, so he must learn. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.